Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to day 2 of the Henry Rujumba Sevens, hosted by Pirates at Kings Park in Boyogere. Currently, we have Rams on against Stallions, and Nelson Mandela has just dotted down for Rams' second try. The first try was scored by Christopher Kato. We are at the level of the Challenge quarter semi-finals, the Challenge Cup quarterfinals. This is the first game of the day. So the second Challenge Cup quarterfinal will be Warriors against the Entebbe Jaguars, then Eagles versus Rams 2, and the final Challenge quarterfinal game will be Mongas versus the Kisubi Pacers. But right now, we have Rams 1 versus Stallions. So Rams with the scrum put in, round about the halfway line. Rams taking it to Stallions, playing a very physical game before they can find their speedsters out wide. Stallions trying to contest at the breakdown, but the referee finds that illegal. And finally, Rams spreading the ball out wide to find speed on the wing. Some silky footwork from the Rams players. Finally, Stallions bring them down. So it's good continuity from the Rams today. Rams playing a very fast-paced game, and Stallions are finding it hard to get back and keep onside, and they're being penalized heavily for it by the referee. And at this point, I think the referee has had enough, and he will award a yellow card. Stallions will be down to 6 men. The Rams get a penalty in a very good position. And try time. Rams in full control of this game. And at this point, it's safe to say that they will make it to the Challenge Cup semi-final. So Nelson Mandela put in the extras for Kenyare's try, and Rams are now up by 17 points, 2-0. This is the second yellow card for Stallions. So the second period of time in the game when they found themselves down to 6 men. With the hooter, Stallions are down to 5 players. They have a red card. And so they're seeing out the rest of this game with just 5 players. Rams turned over the ball, and at this point, against 5 players, they should score. With that overlap, it was inevitable that Rams would score. They've dotted down for the final try of the game and will run out comfortable winners. Current score is 22-0. The big ball carrier, Jude Kavuma, added 5 points, and Nelson Mandela has added 2 more points. So Rams finish comfortable 24-0 winners.
And that's the quality that that separates the core sides from the invitational sides. Rams, without error today, taking advantage of the Stallions going unbeaten, and I think it's going to be a good start for them, you know, getting as many points as they possibly can at the end of the day to set themselves apart from the teams that are at the bottom of the log. You know, they are far off from Sailors, but then they need to get another step, because now Sailors today are in the main cup, so as many points as Rams can get from today will be good enough for them.
Yes, despite dropping to the challenge level, it's still important for Rams to gather as many points as possible today to avoid relegation. So basically, Rams, Sailors are teams that are fighting to avoid relegation to stay as core sides. They do not want to be invitational sides next season. But you have Rhinos that lost their core side status that are fighting to get back to the core sides. So right now we have Warriors against Entebbe Jaguars. Warriors in the purple strip and Entebbe Jaguars in the orange strip. Warriors lost a very key player in Kinyai yesterday. We hope that he will be fine, and we hope that he recovers soon. Word coming in that Kinyai will actually be fine. He will not take part in today's tournament, but there was no serious injury to him. So we wish him a quick recovery and hope to see him back soon. So Entebbe Jaguars will start the proceedings, kicking to Warriors. We saw how exciting they can be when they spread the ball out wide to their speedsters, but they struggled with physicality. So if Warriors can take the game to them, then Warriors stands a chance of winning this game. But if Jaguars manage to get the ball out to their speedsters, then they will win this game.
There goes Henry Musisi off to Captain Simon Peter Nyeko. Ivan Mugiria now in black shorts, not the traditional white shorts that he likes to wear. Takes the ball into contact, setting up the Warriors just outside their 10. Quick ball out to Agaba, and then back to Henry Musisi. So that's the power of the backline that Warriors have. Samir Din decides to carry. Gabriel coming in for a switch, but then the pass is not a successful one, but Henry Musisi is there to regather. And the Warriors will get the penalty for high illegal tackle. And Gabriel looks to have knocked the ball down there. I think still some dew on the grass, on the surface here at Kings Park, and it's getting onto the ball, and it's a wet ball, still a wet ball. Clear skies though, and that's a knock forward. But the Jaguars, a young one, they are forgetting a few of the basic laws that once the ball has been lost forward, it's a scrum and not a free kick or a penalty. Slow feed in the scrum. It looked like he had actually fed it to his own side, but he carries onto Abelalele, who is quick. Abelalele has wheels, knows how to find his way past defense lines, and he scores. Warriors, he scores Jaguars' first try of the game to take the lead under the uprights. 5-0 conversion to come, and it's successful. So it will be 7-0. What an interesting turn of events early on here in the Challenge Cup quarterfinals.
Okay, some good play here from Warriors. Superior passing and running forward, getting them into good space. A high tackle, and there's an advantage on. Wild pass by Gabriel Arredo didn't find his target, and there is a knock on. So Jaguars will have the put in. Referee lost patience. The Jaguars were not putting in the ball, and Warriors now have a chance to attack. Henry Musisi hitting the line. Jaguars take advantage of a mistake by Warriors, and Warriors must be careful. Jaguars will punish mistakes.
At all times.
Warriors making a change, blood bin, and also a player from Jaguars is also being attended to due to blood. In rugby, once there's any sign of blood, players must be removed from the pitch for a blood bin as they receive medical attention. So Warriors scrum feed in a very good position, a very good attacking position for them. Can they make use of it? Jaguars were able to snuff out that Warriors threat, but Warriors still attacking, and there is an overlap. They just need to use the numbers, and they move the ball out comfortably to the wing, and the try is scored.
A very good morning to you. And it's just very good to see that Warriors actually getting a few phases up from left to right, and for the Warriors faithful watching this, they'll be very, very encouraged after a very lackluster day one. Surely they'll be having to make amends on day two, especially when it comes to their rankings in particular for the overall show. The extras there from Simon Peter Nyeko and Henry Musisi with the ball to effect the restart. particularly high kick to restart and puts a lot of pressure on the Jaguars, who try to look for an exit strategy and giving it to their dependable man, Abel Alele, who goes for the long kick, and Simon Peter Nyeko standing very deep in the sweeper role, buying a bit of time as his team falls back, but the resultant pass is fumbled by Henry Musisi, and you can see Gabriel Aredo, the teammate, not happy with that play, probably advocating for Simon to have kicked that ball away and maybe let the team reorganize itself in defense. Now they find themselves in a very tricky situation as Abel Alele tries to attack, but the offload was read properly by Isaac Tago, and Warriors have possession. And Marvin Agawa, who has been carrying well for Warriors from day one, continues to do so. And with him, he carries 3 defenders. And Gabriel Aredo with the chip and chase. Does he still have the legs? One of the faster players in Uganda rugby. Let's see if he can be able to finish. Marvin Agaba there. There was advantage. Offside by the Jaguars, and Warriors are not letting Jaguars rest whatsoever, and it's a case of a player not being back 10 on the penalty, and it's a cynical play, yellow card there, and Jaguars are down to 6. A bit of pound for pound there, giving the ball to the big man Samuel Odinga, and he makes no mistake, scoring a try for the Warriors with a conversion to come. As the teams go to halftime, we had to first get a bit of clarity there. It was quite a surprise to find a center post conversion missed, and you would think that maybe that error could come back to bite them later in the game. But as it stands at halftime, Warriors leading this one 12 points to 7. Both camps having a couple of conversations with their players, and of course much needed refreshment as we're getting early into day 2 at Kings Park Arena here in Boyogere for the Rujumba Sevens. Lots of action coming up later on in the day, and for those that are looking at the far end, the teams as well are warming up and preparing for their respective duels, the Challenge Cup and the main cup as well. Lots of action that's going to happen. Keep it Kawowo Sports. If you're unable to make your way to Kings Park Arena, just make sure that you're sorted with your data and maybe sorted with your Guinness, and enjoy a lovely Sunday. Sundays these days are rugby days as well, so enjoy rugby and let us know who are you rooting for, who do you think is going to win the Rujumba Sevens, who's going to win the overall Sevens Series, and share with us your experience. Maybe share with us a picture of how you're enjoying rugby from the courtesy of your home, from the courtesy of wherever you might be. As the teams come back for the second half, the Jaguars still short of a man who is having maybe a minute or so in the sin bin for his cynical play late in the second half. You could think that numerical disadvantage for the Jaguars came to hurt them. And Henry Musisi with a relatively longer kick this time round to kickstart the second half. And he sends a long ball. And yet again, it's the same strategy that the Warriors are employing, kicking the ball deep and then having the pressure with the press. And it has really, really troubled the Jaguars. and they have to now defend their line at the 5-meter mark. Scrum to the Warriors. Simon Peter Nyeko with ball in hand. Simon Peter with a feed and good reception from the Warriors. Ball to Gabriel Aredo, sending a long pass. Isaac Tago should be able to dot down, and he does, for another 5-pointer for the Warriors, taking it to 17 with a conversion to come. They've had a habit of converting the harder kicks and then making a mess of the easier ones. Let's see if they're going to be able to get this one, but giving themselves considerable breathing space between themselves and the Jaguars. Score at 17-7 with a conversion to come. Gabriel Aredo having the height, having the distance, and having the direction, taking it to 19 for the Warriors, and the Jaguars still at 7. A 12-point deficit, a 12-point debt that the Jaguars need to pay. Will they be able to do so? Henry Musisi choosing to go for the relatively shorter kick this time round, but the Jaguars have not been in position to receive the restart with relative ease. They have been really struggling to receive it, and yet again they gift possession to the Warriors well inside their half, and this is the most comfortable that the Warriors have looked in the 2 days of the Rujumba Sevens. Not really fully in their element yesterday, but today seems to be a day of good fortune. And with a quick start there, and it seemed like a simple catch, but Ivan Mujiria found a way to fumble that, and a knock-on advantage back with the Jaguars, who get an opportunity now to attack. They've done a lot of defending. The Warriors' strategy has been hurting them, and as you're seeing, the tactical adjustments. Abel Alele coming to first receiver there, and the ball goes to him. He is a man who seems to play almost in all positions for the Jaguars, depending on what they're plotting. But the Jaguars have really been put on pressure, and they're choosing to kick the ball away from their own half. Simon Peter Nyeko taking his time to receive, and this time round, he chooses to go for the kick, probably trying to get the 50-22. Can he get it? Unfortunately, didn't find touch. An opportunity for the Jaguars to do something. Abel Alele being tightly marked there. Samuel Odinga with an assignment to make sure that Abel does not get any room to play. Another long kick. It's uncharacteristic of the Jaguars to be playing the kicking game, but there you have it. As Henry Musisi there buys time for the Warriors, who recycle ball to Marvin Agaba. He's been carrying hard, and he sends a pass out to Ivan Mujiria. And that seems like a high tackle, but he's shrugged off by Marvin Agaba. Marvin Agaba has really added the power game to his style of play, and it's really benefiting him. And with that resultant play, he gets the Warriors a penalty, and they start quick, not allowing the Jaguars to rest or to reorganize. And the outside loop there, beautiful stuff there between Henry Musisi and Gabriel Aredo, the bald-headed assassins. And they're inside the 5-meter area, and quick play, no rest for the Jaguars, and another try for the Warriors there.
Calling Henry Musisi and Gabriel Aredo the bald-headed assassins just had me laughing out loud in the background here. But I was just looking at a photo of Gabriel Aredo and Henry Musisi, and all I could think of was aerodynamics. But the way they coordinate with each other, they've played together for such a long time that they know where the other player will be, what they will do, and they don't need to talk. They just do it silently, and that was the making of this try. Gabriel Aredo carries the ball, runs a bit of an angled line, but then offloads in a switch, or should I call it a back-in, for Henry Musisi, who was there to hit the gap that had been created on the outside. And then again, Gabriel Aredo is back in position to receive that offload before the contact on committing, and that's what has led them to score this very beautiful and easy try.
Yeah, Warriors looking very comfortable in this one for their encounter there. And Abel Alele hasn't looked himself in this particular one. And again, he knocks on and giving an opportunity for Samuel Odinga to carry well. And every time Samuel Odinga has carried, he has taken not one, but 2 or 3 men with him. And Marvin Agaba also doing the same. Our Warriors have identified the fact that the Jaguars are not really comfortable with the physical kind of play, so they are taking the contact to them. And now Arajan Kakaire, who has come on, stooling Abel Alele. Abel Alele looking for a lot of work. He's all over the pitch trying to do some extra work. And Ivan Mujiria there should have let the pass go, but he shrugs off the man. The case of let me go, I have other things to do. And Samuel Odinga, I don't think he's going to be stopped from there. The power play sends the big man in for yet another try.
Yeah, and that's now the variation that Warriors, the interesting variation in play that Warriors have brought. Previous try was just technical, just the skill set, the soft skills, soft rugby skills. But then this one was just brute raw power and force. From just at the restart there and the knock on, and then all the way to Ivan Mugiria's big carry. And another big man, same big man, is over under the uprights.
Yeah, the big men definitely doing a lot of work. Marvin Agaba and Samuel Odinga putting in a good shift. Really putting Warriors in a comfortable position. Score standing at 31 for the Warriors. And the Jaguars have not had any other score after their first try earlier on in the first half. And another long kick. The reception has been a point of panic for the Jaguars on day 2. And yet again, that's a tackle by Isaac Tago. Beautiful. And they are putting a lot of pressure on the Jaguars, not allowing them to play. And yet again, the pressure tells as a forward pass there by one of the Jaguars players. And there's another Jaguars player who is on the ground in considerable pain. We hope it is not as serious as it looks, but appreciation with the medical society who have been diligent, who have been acting urgently and as expertly as possible in mitigating any factors that might be connecting with injury, connecting with player welfare, connecting with player safety. They have been very, very quick to react, and kudos to them for that. Getting both teams a much-needed break, but the hooter for full time has also sounded. So it's interesting to see what the Warriors are going to do in this particular play. Do they go for an extra score, or do they choose to win that ball from the scrum and kick it into touch? How do they play this one out? Last scrum of the game. Simon Peter Nyeko with ball in hand. Do they add some further gloss to their score? And Gabriel Aredo, knowing him, he will not want to kick that ball into touch. And with a switch, Isaac Tago carries the ball and he's being held up. But the referee says there's a high tackle there, penalty, and a quick start there. Tago. And the ball goes out. Ivan Mujiria dancing around and scoring in the corner to add further gloss to the score. 38 there for the Warriors. And the Jaguars haven't looked like themselves ever since that first try. Gabriel Aredo scored a conversion from that particular angle just a while ago. Let's see if he still has his bearings and the distance. This time round, no, he does not get the score, the conversion, but the 38-7 score gives Warriors a considerable win in this Challenge Cup matchup.
Yeah, so in this game, Warriors basically exposed the Entebbe Jaguars' flaws. They took the game to them physically and then spread the ball out wide. Entebbe Jaguars is a side with bags of pace, but they don't really have structured play, and they struggle at the breakdown, and some of their tackling was rather suspect. To take about 3 or 4 of them to take one person down, and then Warriors exploited the overlaps, just playing simple basic rugby, moving the ball from left to right, being physical when they needed to be, and they came out 38-7 winners. That's the biggest score, I think, that has been posted on the Entebbe Jaguars so far this weekend. And I think they've showed other teams how to play what has turned to be a bogey team for other sides.
Yeah, definitely. But I think, as we even discussed from day one, what teams are starting to identify with the Jaguars is they're not really comfortable with the contact, and that's why they try to play expansive and try to make the ball continue to be free and flowing. So they have really struggled with the contact, and that's exactly what the Warriors brought to them. But on pitch now, the Eagles are taking on Rams 2 in another of the Challenge Cup games. The Eagles having you could say, a mixed day, but their day one ended on a high after some pretty rough results, but they got a win. And they will be playing against the Rams 2 side that will want to definitely get day 2 going for them. Day 1 was not up to standard. Coach Richard Lumu and his assistant Jude Rakayanga will have mentioned to the youngsters of Rams 2 that this is a team that you can get a win from, but you have to be organized in your structure. The Eagles have shown a lot of athleticism in the way they're playing, and with a high kick there and the good chase. Remember, a kick is as good as the chase, and they get the ball back off the knock-on and ball starts to move. The Eagles already looking to make damage. Patient play as the Rams 2 are down to 6 with one man down at the far end. Patient play there by the Eagles, but unfortunately they fumble the ball and possession back with the Rams 2 as the referee calls for a medical break.
I've been, following closely the developments in this tournament, and not just for the guys at the top, but even the new entrants. Remember, in the first weekend we had the Jaguars setting up a very good weekend, and now we're back here in Kampala, and it's the Eagles who are playing their first tournament. Yesterday we heard from Kabalega the story of the Eagles and how they have assembled this team. Most of these players are from the northern region, from Kitgum. They've been able to put up a competitive team in the series, and yesterday they got their first win. So against Rams, who are seasoned, it appears that they are much stronger, and they have, with that try, for example, you can see that the team appear to have some chemistry, much more chemistry than would have expected for a new team playing competitive rugby for the first time. So continuing today, later today from yesterday and today, it will be nice to see them get more time in their competitive rugby careers, and hopefully they have some very good results and are able to put up a performance that will see them competitive, and maybe they can earn promotion to the series in the qualifier tournament later this year.
Yeah, Eagles looking a lot more comfortable with competitive rugby, and day 2 there, that was a try from Willie Araptai, and he converts his own score to make it 7 for the Eagles, and the Rams 2 yet to score.
One of the things that we haven't mentioned yet, but I think is very important, the Eagles are being coached by former rugby cranes star, probably the best flyer the country has ever seen, in Edmond Tumsime. So they are in the right hands, and it is evident in the way they are playing, because Edmond Tumsime is calling the shots at the touchline there today. So they are doing the right things as a new club, and the mission why they started the club, as was told by Kabalega yesterday, is live, as we can see in the time when they are on pitch.
Yeah, as you talked about Edmond Tumusime being probably the best. There's been that conversation as well as Rams 2 try to break the line, and a very good cover tackle there by the Eagles as they scramble back into defense. An opportunity for Rams 2 to get something going, but unfortunately they are unable. And Anis, as I was saying that you talked about Edmund being one of the best, and surely, but there's been that discussion whether he or Ivan Magom, who is the better number 10, who has contributed more, especially on the national scene. Do you have a take on that in particular?
Yeah, I do. I've always been a proponent of these are two players in two different generations, played against in different conditions against different opponents, and they were the best in their era. There could be a contest on who is the best currently, but in Edmond Tumsime's era, he was the best that the country had ever seen. So I think just like we do for all other sports, the people in the generations, let's celebrate them. We can compare them as much as we can, but if we were to determine who outright was better than the other, we would do a lot of assumptions and hypotheses that would probably lead us away from the objective of, getting to see the quality that is in the two different players. And Ivan Magomo and Edmond Tumsime, I was still too young to watch Edmond Tumsime play, but from the stories I've heard, he was quite a phenomenal guy. I've been lucky to see Ivan Magomo straight from high school, and now on maybe 10 years later, and he's still firing from all cylinders. So I think it's for me because I've seen Ivan. I would choose Ivan, but then I think it wouldn't be right to compare the two because they're from different generations. Yeah,
and as we were giving that assessment, the Eagles were able to put in another try courtesy of Regan Kitara, and he converted his own try, taking the score to a comfortable 21 for the Eagles, and Rams 2 at 6s and 7s. And Eagles are really having a blast here. And shot number 14 there for the Eagles, Emma Nick. And a lot of celebration on the bench. You could see Edmond Tumusime very, very happy with the way his team is playing. And they have come with their own fans, and very dedicated fans. You have fans when they come very early to watch your games. That is a dedicated fan.
Yeah, and their time will be worth it because Nick scored one of the best tries we have so far seen today, because broke a few tackles, shifts the ball. It's the soft skill, shifts the ball from the right hand to the left hand to fend off more players, and then he still has the power to go all the way from the center to the corner, and even equally beautiful conversion to get the full complement of scores for the Eagles. They are flying high.
Yeah, definitely flying high. That is 28, a perfect score of 28, 4 tries. And Rams 2, surely they are going to go into halftime for a stand talk, I'm sure. And there was offside there. Shouldn't that be a full penalty? Yes, it is. It's a full penalty by the referee. The chaser ahead of the kicker's action, giving an opportunity for the Rams to finally at least do some attacking. They have been on the back foot, and they choose to go for the simple grabber kick, and it's a case of, I think, inexperience, a very young side. Why would you give away ball so easily like that in sevens? That is something we are yet to find out. But as the Eagles are trying to launch another attack, and it's still Emma Nick, but assistant referee Rosenberg says that he was pushed into touch, and it's going to lead us ideally into halftime. I don't know if the referee had the hooter. I don't think he did. And that is, I think, one of the... Sometimes the assistant referee needs to communicate with his referee about some of these things. But the game is still going on, and an opportunity of a loose line out for the Eagles to attack. Emma Nick has been a handful on the left wing for the Rams, as Eagles are really trying to do a lot. Regan Kitara there, enjoying himself, wearing shirt number 4, and the knock-on, unfortunately, in contact. The referee has clearly gone beyond. I think he's enjoying it. He's enjoying his outing as a referee. He has not paid attention to the hooter for the second time in a row. But anyway, as long as rugby is being played, we shall enjoy. And Rams still trying to feed the ball and off a loose ball. There was an infringement, and now it's a full penalty to Rams. To what do? They have been kicking away possession very, very pointlessly, I should say. But this time around, they look like they're choosing to keep it. A very good carry there. Can they be able to secure their ball? One of their issues has been that they have been very slow at their own racks. They have not been able to protect their own ball. And another case of indiscipline there from the Eagles. Rams too, with a long pass there. But handling was not at its best, but the referee says the ball goes back. But very good pressure defense there. The press from the Eagles is relatively organized and good. Ball moving from left to right, and a bit of speed there from Rams to the team wearing green, trying to push, and it's a knock-on. And finally, we get half-time, a much-needed breather for both teams.
That's the longest half of rugby I've seen in a while. Center referee there, Biarhanga James, more popularly known as Nonu, didn't hear the hooter the first time. Played on, ball went dead. Let's play on. Hooter goes again, and I think they must have played about like 10 minutes of rugby there, which gives the teams will need to get some rest, a lot more rest than they had hoped for. But it is rugby, so continuous rugby. If the ball doesn't die, you need to continue playing. But how do Rams 2 respond? Knowing that Rams 1 were too strong for their opponents in the first match, that's against the Jaguars, right? And now their juniors are not finding the strong foot against the Eagles, who are playing their first competitive tournament this weekend. If you're in Rams 2 situation, if you're in Richard Lomo's situation, how would you respond to this poor performance in the first half?
The first thing that needs to be organized, I think, for the Rams 2 team is they need to get their structure in place. They are playing without a plan. It's just a matter of throwing a ball to the next man who might be available. So it's about putting the structure into play, having 2 pods and having a pivot player in the middle to at least distribute, so that they can have utilize their field to the maximum, be able to stretch the play. Eagles is a bit more athletic, but they can be able to create a lot of spaces if they are to swing the ball and then try to have a bit of contact or straight running in the middle. But I think it all goes down to structure. They haven't played with a plan, and they need to get a plan going for the second half. Then they can be able to match what the Eagles have brought to the table. Eagles are all smiles, and you can see they're enjoying themselves. They're very, very happy. Even the chants after that halftime break. And even as you can look at the bench, the players are just smiling, the coaches are happy. A proper way to start day 2 for them. And of course, with their new kit, their kit with a combination of black and orange, having United Against Child Sexual Abuse, so they're standing for a good cause as well. The Eagles not only wanting to lead on the pitch, but lead off the pitch as well, and we appreciate them for that. And they get an opportunity to start the second half as well. Rams looking to hold the ball up, and they do so with dexterity, I should say. Very, very good for that.
And they get an opportunity to start the second half as well. Rams looking to hold the ball up, and
They do so with dexterity for this second half. They have looked clueless in the first half, but this time round, let's see what they can do. And trying to get some considerable meters. You could say there was an infringement there at the breakdown. Referee says play on nonetheless. Referee choosing to be an advocate of continuity, not going for the nitty-gritty, as Rams 2 is trying to edge and get every thread of grass they can get. And yes, Takla not rolling away, an advantage for the Rams 2 as they continue to ascend and possibly get their first 5-pointer.
Interesting management of the game there. I thought there were a couple of infringements there, but I thought that the player, the ball carrier, rolled one too many times with the ball on the floor and should have released. So it looked more like the penalty would go the other way, but I think the ref had a better view of that and decided to keep the possession with the Rams.
The Eagles get to have their first line out of the second half, but they lose their own line out, and Rams 2 playing with a lot more intent in this second half. Do they have the legs to go all the way? Eagles seem to have a bit more athletic players, and the cover defense is good, but at least now we are seeing there's a case of structure in the way the Rams 2 are playing, and that was one of the issues. And now with a stool, oh, that looks like a case of a concussion. Medical attention needed there after a stool of structure in
The way the Rams 2 are playing, and that was one of the issues. That looks like
a case of wrong position. We hope that it isn't of structure in
the way the Rams 2 are playing.
Oh, that looks like a case of should get off for a head injury assessment in that regard.
The replay showed that he leaned with he led with the wrong shoulder, and then he leaned down, face down. So there was a contact, knee to the head, totally accidental, but that contact, that knee to the head on the side, knocked him out, and I think he should be going for an HIA test. And if he passes it, then he should be able to return to play. But then very good defense there from the Eagles. Second time now, being the first to arrive at the breakdown, forcing the turnover. But even after gaining possession, it's a bit tough, you know. Conditions here, they are not able to hold on to the ball and maintain possession, the Eagles, and which gives Rams an opportunity to attack from a set piece just right in front of the poles. You would be asking yourself, which direction do the Rams go? Do they opt for the right? Do they opt for the left? And Fly Half was on the right side, running towards the left, but then his scrum half hadn't read that very well, and the ball was lost. I think that would be knock on, yeah. A few butterfingers there. After all the hard work had been done from the set piece, they lose about 10 meters in territory, and they lose the possession as well, but it's still set piece. So this time closer to the touchline, surely the Eagles will be going to the open side. And yeah, without a doubt, ball is being spread out to the wing. No, it isn't. It's just a foot race this time. He has the wheels. He's got it. He misses it with the other second kick, and it's now the cover defense that is responding. Nice offload off the floor. Passing just before contact committing, but then the pass is loose. So he should be able to take ball straight into contact. Very good tackle from the training ground there. Rams secure the ball, but they're now pinned inside their own half. Back to the blind side. Referee says that was an offside infringement. Quick restart. Commits the first man. Another man is committed, and the Rams are in full force, full flight here against the Eagles. It's sports day on the blind side. a little bit of a hallelujah offload at the wing, and the ball is lost forward at the feet. And we are back. I think in this phase of play, there's been a net gain of about 1 meter from the Eagles. Went into the other half and came back. They have a scrum on the other end of the pitch, but they've gained a meter in after spending a lot of energy getting in the other half.
Yeah, but it's just great to see Rams too with a totally different approach in the second half, and they look like they do have a plan this time round. And they're the better side. They have just failed to put points on board, but they're the better side. But still Eagles with their athleticism, and that is Regan Kitara, who has been an eyesore for Rams too. Eagles with their
Athleticism, and that is Regan Kitara, who has been Rams too.
Eagles into the 30s in this particular encounter. $35 points for the Eagles, very, very comfortable, and here looking to get their second win in their first ever tournament, sevens, and we look forward to seeing a lot more of the Eagles and a deep kick, and let's see if Rams can have something to respond. And there we have Sports Day going on. He's hounded by 2 Eagles defenders. The case of high tackle, and yes, the advantage is there. I think it's going to be a yellow card. The referee is a bit lenient in this regard, but surely that technique of tackling, especially a man who was on his way to an attacking situation, there could be a card in that fold, but Rams too won't really be worrying about that much as they continue their attack, particularly playing better and attacking the gain line and running straight. They are... yeah, a case of using legs, and rightfully so. I think there was something that the assistant referee should have communicated there. The player that was tackled with the legs has really messed. I think there's a case of an ankle mess, but the Eagles are winning this one. And as the referee blows the final whistle, 35 for the Eagles, and the Rams too. Despite that strong second half display, they are unable to get any points on board. We hope the player that is is down on the pitch isn't in a serious injury condition, and we hope that he's able to recover. But that was a cynical play that was not identified. But this is a game that Eagles has gone out and won comfortably in the Challenge Cup. And their chairman, Kabalega, as well as their coach, Edmond Tumusime, will definitely be happy about this particular result. A resounding win for them in this one, as we're waiting for the Chisubi Pacers in the Chisubi Pacers and the Mongas in the next Challenge Cup game. In the dugout, Mongas and Pacers getting ready to wrestle it out in the next Challenge Cup game. Remember, all these games contribute to your overall ranking, especially for the teams that are a core side like Mongas. Mongas clad in their blue, as you can see their sponsor Plascon plastered on their jerseys, and the Chisubi Pacers in the multicolored jersey with a shade of red, a shade of white, a shade of yellow, just waiting for the match commissioner to allow them to get onto the pitch. And as you can see, the very, very great logo of our sponsors, our name sponsors for the Sevens, the Guinness. And we hope wherever you are watching from, you're enjoying a couple of Guinnesses. It's never too early for a Guinness, especially if you're enjoying rugby on a beautiful Sunday like this one. Weather is still very great. It's an advocate or a facilitator for beautiful rugby, for enterprise, expansive rugby, and we hope that the weather remains as is. Emmanuel Sama, center referee for this one, as he's having a small chat there with one of the Chisubi players, getting ready to kick off in this Challenge Cup encounter. And with the high kick, the action is underway. Very great reception there from the Mongas. Mongas having not the kind of day one they would ideally want, a club of their standards, but let's see if they can be able to salvage some glory from day two. And they are starting well with a particular number of phases there, but that's a very dangerous tackle. Actually, it is the attacker who went into the contact area with a dangerous technique, leading with the elbow, which is usually penalized, and also a yellow card to follow. Emmanuel Sama may be excusing the attacker because it's still early in the game, as the Pacers now get an opportunity to attack, keeping the ball alive, and it's a case of trying to look for as much space as possible. And a bit of loopy defending there by the Mongas, making a lot of work in what shouldn't have been, and the Pacers get an opportunity to attack now. Can he be able to move the ball out wide? He chooses to go by himself. Should have passed that ball, it would have been easier. And there, Emmanuel Sama saying there is an issue, and the Pacers with a quick start, putting a lot of pressure on the Mongas, and the Pacers stand the Mongas with the first try of this game, a 5-pointer with a conversion to come. The Mongas, not the ideal way they'd want to start day two, especially after the kind of day one they had. The team looks a bit disorganized. They look like they do not have leadership on the pitch, especially in regards to defense. They really made work hard for themselves. They are not putting the effort into the tackle, with some very, very soft tackling, and because of that, they conceded a try, and the conversion is nowhere close to being accurate, and that leaves the score at 5 for the Chisubi Pacers, and the Mongas at 0. An Entebbe derby here, or you can say an Entebbe Road derby. Chisubi Pacers all the way from Chisubi, which is on the way as you're going to Entebbe, and Entebbe Mongas all the way from the beautiful city of Entebbe. And a high kick there, collected by Benjamin Luirika, and he's able to gather on the second attempt and offload, and that is Benjamin Luirika yet again with the ball, the big man, showing that he has some silky hands and some dummies to sell as well. Now looking for the offload, a perfect way to respond in play by the Mongas. Can they be able to turn such an attack into results, as one of their players is down? So they are down to 6 men. We have seen quite a number of injuries at the beginning of day 2, as Mongas with the immediate response there. Try time for them 5 to the Mongas, 5 to the Pacers with a conversion to come. Conversion brilliantly taken there to take the Mongas ahead after such a scary start, you can say, for them. 2 players down, one for the Pacers and one for the Mongas. You could say it's a case of conditioning. Ugandan teams not necessarily used to 2-day sevens tournaments, but the narrative is being changed slowly but surely, and you'd think that the coaching staff and the management of these teams will start to up their approach on the conditioning for these players so that their bodies can be able to take contact rugby for 2 days consecutively. And as we're seeing, Benjamin Luyirika, if I'm not mistaken, he's the one limping off for the Mongas. He had been the most lively player that Mongas had so far in this game, but unfortunate to see him go off. So they'll have to get their attacking impetus from someone else. Has a brilliant high kick. Is tapped back, but the Chisubi Pacers are in position to regather. And James Mwesigwa passes the ball out wide for the Pacers, looking for as much space as possible, attacking without any fear. Bit of a loopy pass, but is gathered comfortably. Patient defending there by the Mongas. Not trying to contest a lot at the breakdown. And that wasn't a sympathetic pass, and there was the knock-on to follow, which gives advantage back to the Mongas. The first scrum of the game. Long pass there, and let's see if the Mongas can be able to add to what they have and eventually dotting down for the second try, taking their score to 12. Going ahead comfortably now, you can say, oh, a bit comfortably. Having started so poorly, conceding to the Pacers, now they find themselves 2 tries ahead. 12 points to 5 with the conversion to come. Can they be able to add the extras? Great technique, and the kick is brilliant. 14 there for the Mongas and 5 for the Pacers. Mongas showing they're still the top dog with the rugby teams on Entebbe Road. And Mongas not wasting any time, going for the restart yet again. Another high kick, but the Pacers have been able to gather well. And it's a case of looking for the gap. And that is Kairu Edgar passing the ball, and in the support play, there's a case of a player down, and you could think it, in case of safety, that the referee would have stopped it since the injury was next to where play was happening, but the referee says let play go on, and Mongas, 6 men on the pitch, but are saying we're going to still get our score. Can they be able to get the try? A penalty there, something that referee Emmanuel Sama is not happy with. It's a penalty advantage to Mongas. And it's a show and go. Does he reach? Yes, he does. And yet another try for the Mongas, taking it to 19 with a conversion to come. And the Pacers at 5. Let's see if they can be able to get the extras. And this will the kick will be the last action of the first half. Both teams going to have a chat After some very good kicking, unfortunately this time he does not get the extra, so it remains at 19 for the Mongas, 5 for the Pacers. Pacers started this game relatively well, but seemed to have lost the plot as the game went on, and the Mongas, who started the game in a very disappointing manner, I should say, were able to pick themselves up despite having lost Benjamin Luyirika, younger brother to Timothy. Both players ply their trade for the Mongas in Entebbe. Big shoes for Benjamin there to fill, but unfortunately in this one, his game is done. Hopefully he will be able to return for the rest of the day. Coach Trevor Tusime will be definitely having something to say about his team and how they are playing, how they're able to manage games. We have seen them have good results and still leak tries in. So game management is one of the things that they need to consider, and the fact that they do not have out-and-out speedsters, they need to find a way to make the most of the strength that they have. The Pacers seem to have fast players on the flanks. So how do they get the ball to them? How do they get the ball to their speedsters, their finishers, who have shown that they are dangerous, or you could say they are deadly every time they got the ball. But the one thing that the Mongas have really done well is starve Pacers of the ball on the outward.
Yeah, Mongas have played to their strengths. They're a lot more physical than Pacers are, and they also play a very good structured game. Despite their lack of speed, they've been able to make it count, and they've sucked Pacers into playing a physical game. Pacers have a lot of speed on the outside, but instead of moving that ball wide, perhaps they do not have the skill set to do it. They're playing a very high contact game, and they cannot play that game against Mongas and win. It's impossible. Mongas have a saying, the gap is the man.
And as the second half comes into play, the Pacers, the ball goes back, the referee says, so that is a bit of a get out of jail card. Can they be able to attack? Ball lost in contact, and it's going to be an opportunity for a scrum to the Pacers. Still in attack mode for them in the second half. You'd think that is the right angle they'd have to approach the second half, especially. How can they move the ball to their speedsters and have their speedsters do the damage? And of course, it's not just a matter of moving the ball to the speedsters. How can you create space for your speedsters as well, so they can have the chance to express themselves? But the Mongas not making it easy for them, especially on the physical front, bullying them in the scrum, and now advantage is with the Mongas. Brilliant play there by the Mongas in defense. Now, can they turn their defense into attack? And the Mongas trying to stretch the Pacers and moving the ball wide, and that is Kamanyere Brian with the headgear. And ball going on the outward, trying to test the defense of the Pacers. Pacers being patient in the defense and not afraid to match their seniors, you should say, the Mongas. Kamanyere Brian in that pivot role, being very, very instrumental. A bit of a loose pass there, but he gathers. Mongas keeping the ball as much as possible, and that's Kamanyere Brian yet again with the offload after testing the defense. And Mongas finding ways of penetrating, and it's a case of an isolated attacker there. Very good sweep there, but Emmanuel Sama says there was something not right. Let us wait and see what he has to address. Says the tackler needs to release, and he has told him, there are 3 times I have seen you have not released the ball, so make sure that you release. So it's a penalty. Remember, before you go in for the ball, after the tackle, you have to show what they call daylight. And And it's a straight approach there by the Mongas, one that is very familiar with their style of play. And the ball comes out wide. Kamanyere Brian dances out of the tackle, creating a 2-on-1 scenario, and should be easy work in that particular regard. Try time for the Mongas.
Anyone who watched the Mongas of old, the likes of Adigas, Olwen, Chigongo playing, would be very surprised to see the kind of expansive rugby that Mongas is playing right now. Because the Mongas of old would just go route one, be it sevens rugby, 15s rugby. And like I said earlier, the Mongas saying was, the gap is the man. So they would dodge gaps and go into the man. But here they're playing expansive rugby, but what is letting them down is the lack of an out-and-out speedman. Perhaps just having one gasman would make a huge difference to this Mongas team. But otherwise, they're doing the basics right, and the rugby they're playing is good to see.
High kick there on the restart, and the Pacers are able to gather. And can they be able to have a response? Remember, it is 26 at the moment for the Mongas, and it's going to be a line out there. Pacers unable to express themselves in attack, and they have to be condemned to defend their line, and the ball goes out wide. Ball to Edgar Kairu, and goes out, moving considerably. Not being afraid to be expansive despite not having considerable speed. They are making the gaps, they're finding the gaps, and that's a brilliant line take. Breaking the line and looking for the support. They're making sure that the ball does the work. Beautiful step there, stumbles a bit, beats the second man, and there was a miscommunication there, unfortunately. But they're able to keep the ball. Mongas, one thing they've done in this game so well is keep the ball alive and keep the ball, not losing it. And yet again, they get to score. Try time there for the Mongas, extending their influence in this particular one. That should be 31. If my calculations are right, just to clarify with the team. Yeah, earlier on it was 24, and plus this converted try takes it to 31 for the Mongas. Over the 2 days of the Rujumba Sevens, this has been one of their more comfortable scores. Didn't start as, I think it has come to be a characteristic of theirs. They haven't started games well, but they find a way to recover most of the times now. They need to avoid that, especially when they are playing teams. A case of a dangerous play there. A man was in the air. Let's see what Emmanuel Sama has to say about that. And we see the man has stayed down, visibly in pain. You remember, you're not supposed to tackle a man while he's in the air. It's a case of dangerous play, and a bit of consultation there with his assistant. Great to see that there's a lot of communication and a lot of dialogue between referees and assistants. But I think the assistant has said that there was no problem there. Yeah, great to see that the man is able to get up and he's fine. It's going to be a scrum, and it's going to be a scrum to the Pacers.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back after a short power outage. Thankfully, power is back, and we're able to bring you the first game of the main cup quarterfinal. And we have the current table leaders, Cobbs, against surprise package, Makerere in pace. One to watch in Makere Impis is Henry Nsekuye with his multicolored headgear. And Cobbs with their trademark short kick with Munyani chasing, and he has tapped it back. And you suspect this might be a very long day for Impis.
Yeah, the first of the main cup quarterfinals. Cobbs getting the chance to express themselves early in this game. Do the Mongers have something? I mean, do the business as usual for the team from Legends at Lugogo. Joseph Aredo with ball in hand. Joseph Aredo preparing to take the conversion. Let's see if he can be able to add the extras. And the conversion is unsuccessful there. 5-0 to the Cobbs, and let's see if the Impis have a response in them. Can they be able to dent the armor of this Cobbs juggernaut? And contest between Arinaito Stallon and Ian Munyani, only one winner in that encounter, and as simple as that, he passes the ball out, and Faraji Odugo dots down for the second try of the Cobbs. Cobbs making easy work of this. You could say the Impis are not yet showed up to the party. Is it a case of Ali jitters, maybe the first game of the day? But this is one of those days when you have to really come and show up as early as possible, because it's day 2 and everything about today is business. So you don't have the luxury of preparing yourself. Unfortunately, Joseph Aredo is unable to add the extras yet again, not finding his bearings. So that is 10 to the Cobbs, and the Impis yet to have anything on the score sheet. Another short kick, but this time round, referee Wutimbe says that Ian Munyani was too eager. He ran before the kick was put into effect by Joseph Aredo. And Impis finally get an opportunity to attack Henry Nsekuye. And a kick from Pius Mpoza, a forward who normally doesn't kick the ball. Decides to kick the ball this time round. Chicken wing pass there from Joseph to Karimari Naitwe as the Cobbs try to get themselves out of their half. And ball turned over there. Impis now having an opportunity to play. The referee says there was something not right, and it's still advantage to Impis. Impis taking the muscle to Cobbs. Cobbs, yesterday they also looked a bit uncomfortable when the Hippos brought a bit of muscle to them. And Impis seem to be employing the same strategy. Can it work for them? They have found themselves inside the 5-meter mark, and Wutimbe is still not happy, saying Takla needs to release before he goes in for the ball at the breakdown. And the forwards are going overtime for the Impis, not passing the ball out to their backs, and could have lost the ball, but somehow they're able to regain it. I think they think it's time for them to they have refused to pass it out to the backs. It's a case of pick and drive. They're seeing the try line, and rightfully so, after all those phases and scoring a try. We're seeing Joseph Aredo is down in some pain, but we hope that it's not serious. But kudos to Impis there. The forwards have really put in the shift, doing the work. And a try there, cutting the deficit to 5. Let's see if they can be able to get the extras. Henry Nsekuye is usually reliable with the boot, returning from his brief hiatus to call the shots there for Impis. Unfortunately, he's unable to add the extras, so the score remains 5 to the Impis and Cobbs at 10. This can be something that will maybe motivate them and inspire them to put up a further fight, a spirited fight. Can they be able to cause an upset in this first of the main cup quarterfinals? Henry Rujumba with ball in hand, preparing to effect the restart. It's a short one. Does it cross the 10-meter mark? No, it doesn't. But because it is received by the Cobs, the referee says play on. Faraji Adugo recycles, and Karima United were looking for the big man, enforcer Pius Ogena. Tackled there. Patient play by the Cobs. Even more patient defense by the Impis, and it's an interesting kick behind Emmanuel Sedabane versus Alhaji Manano. And Impis are able to do something there, and the ball goes out to Ivan Otai. A bit of a loopy pass, what our resident journalist Ernest calls a ground nut or a kanyebwa. But it's a penalty there. Referee Utimbe looking to have an issue with the way Cobs is approaching the breakdown. They are not showing daylight, or the sufficient daylight that would be comfortable for him. And with that penalty, Henry Rujumba decides to go for a very, very big kick for touch, getting considerable meters for Impis inside the Cobs half. Brilliant stuff there. And as we had discussed yesterday, Henry Rujumba bringing some calmness there and control in the middle of the pitch in that fly half position, but also slotting into that pivot role. Today in that they are controlling the game with Robert Sentongo. We saw Robert Sentongo playing mostly at the wing yesterday, but today he's back to his customary sweeper role. And that is Kennedy Muhumuza getting a ball and carrying off the line out. The forwards are really putting in the work for Impis as the hooter goes for halftime. Can they be able to score and make it level, or go ahead? And Henry Rujumba was calling for the switch, but everyone saw it apart from Ivan Otai. And very good cover tackle there, but Alhaji Manano is unable to punish. Very good
Cover tackle there. Alhaji Manano
is unable to punish.
From the Safari Sevens, we noticed that our centers are not using their wingers as much as they would like. For example, there, Henry Rujumba appeared to have been calling his outside man, the winger Ivan Otai, for a switch. Ivan Otai knows he is probably the fastest man on the pitch, so he had hoped to get the ball first time and then he can run around his opposite man. But Henry calls him for a switch, but then Ivan Otai does not adjust and come in, adjust his running line and come in for the switch. It ends up with a turnover ball, and they were only lucky not to concede a try on the other end of the pitch. What do you have to say about that?
It can be difficult sometimes for playmakers. They can see space or something that other people don't see. And I think what Nsekuye saw was the Cobs defense was drifting very fast, and he didn't think that Otai would be able to beat the man on the outside. Remember, the Cobs players are, a number of them are seasoned international players, so they are able to cover on the wing. And also, if Otai had been tackled, he'd only have Nsekuye to support him, and probably there'd be a turnover ball. These are two very small players against the bigger Cobs players, so it would have been better for the switch to come in and find support on the inside rather than be isolated on the outside. But Impis is playing well, moving the ball well, trying to use the full width of the pitch, and they're making this a tougher contest than anticipated. And so Cobs is going to have to dig in a little bit deeper, because Impis is capable of upsetting them. They have nothing to lose. They're playing under no pressure. All the pressure is on Cobs. So second half, game on.
One more observation before the second half resumes is that Joseph Aredo was subbed up in a fit of pain. He has appeared to be in pain from the time we went to Gulu. Yeah. Gulu is in pain. Soroti, same thing. There appears to be that cuff, and the pressure forces him to push it harder than he had planned, and he went off midway through the first half. Hopefully he'll be okay, because he's probably their top player, especially on the brains on the pitch. and so they will be missing his services in this game and in further games later today.
Yeah, definitely. Also in the kickoffs, there's that telepathy that Aredo and Munyani seem to have. He knows exactly where to put the ball for Munyani to retrieve. So Cobbs will definitely miss him in the kickoffs, because that's been a huge part of their game, retaining possession. Impis kick off, and Cobbs is able to gather the kickoff, and they're taking it to Impis, and we shall see what strategy that they have for this second half. Pius again, blessing people left, right, and center, making at least 30 meters. High tackle on Casito, and Cobbs has made the way out of their 22 up the pitch, looking quite dangerous here. Karim stretching his legs. Casito with his trademark chip and chase. He gathers it beautifully and dots down over the try line.
Yeah, it was very interesting to see almost the entire Impis team fighting,
blessing people left, right, and center.
A quality enforcer can do for your team. Sometimes when your tactics are not going right, when your strategy is not going right, you just need that battering ram, that big bull to just run through walls and create for you the space. And to make it worse, is actually pretty awkward. So let's say to make it better, he's actually a strong and fast man as well. So he has the pace to back up all the strength. And from his hard work, Adrian Casito is able to score and extend the lead for the Cobbs. Conversion was good, taking the score to 17 for the Cobbs. And Impis still at 5, gathered there by Pius Imposa. The big, bulky, short man. He's very brief, but I don't think he's very small. Marco Suna has come on, and his offload is stolen, and Keith Weraga now Impis trying to do something, and Stallone chooses to keep the ball instead of pass. And yet again, Utimbe, the referee, is not happy with the way Cobbs is approaching the breakdown, and ball there to the Impis. Advantage there. Cobbs is not onside, so the referee says, first take your mark and let's have this game played in the proper way. Stallone has been no stranger to contact, and yet again he goes into contact, but then they lose the ball again. I mean, when you're trying to play a team of Cobbs quality, you cannot afford to lose the ball that easily. But then again, the Cobbs have also been quite sloppy today and also losing the ball a lot. Both teams not at their best in regards to ball handling, but an opportunity back for the Impis. Can they be able to respond? And they need to respond early enough. They need to respond now. Remember, the score is still 17.
And easy as you go, Timothy Kisiga shows and goes and dots down between the posts.
It has been a one-sided affair in this second main cup quarterfinal. Black Pirates have not given the Rhinos any chance. Conversion successful there by Ivan Magomo. They've not given the Rhinos any chance to play. All the play in this match so far has been in the Rhinos half, and they've been putting points on the board without any contest, just as the halftime hooter goals. So this will be the last play. No, it won't. That was the last play. It's halftime, and halftime 26-0. Tough game for the Rhinos, because they have not got a chance. They have not got a single chance to play in the match today.
Yeah, it was always going to be an uphill battle for Rhinos today. Pirates is at home and they're determined not to let Cobs win the title. If Cobs wins today, the series is basically over and teams will just be playing for pride for the next 2 legs. And of course there are teams that will be fighting to avoid relegation, so it will still be an important battle for them. But as far as the title hopes will be, if Cobs wins today, it's all over.
I spoke, that's what I thought initially, but I spoke to Mr. Bwali yesterday and he said that the mathematics, it's too early for the mathematics. Even if Cobs won the series today, they would still need to put in some work in Kabale and some little bit of work in at the Coronation Sevens. But if they win here, they'll have done enough. However, I still keep thinking that these teams need to take one game at a time. You know, the mistake that you can make is counting your chicks before they hatch. And if Impis put up a challenge against Cobs, they had to fight back and win 24-5. Pirates look like they're in the driving seat, but if they let their foot off the pedal, they could lose this one. And they will have just washed their clothes and then hang them in the mud outside. So I think they need to take one game at a time, approach the semi-final, because they'll be meeting in the semi-final. Only one of them will be getting out of that semi-final. Whoever it is will have the upper hand. But still, most importantly, one play at a time, one moment at a time, and then at the end of the day we can do the mathematics. Ugandans will love math, so we can always get to our tables and our calculators and get to find out who needs how much to win the series. But like you said, Cobs have the upper hand. They've had the upper hand from the start. Yeah, and I think 50% of me believes that they've done enough to be declared champions.
Yeah, I agree that there is an element of mathematics that can come into play, but realistically, it's hard to see Cobs finishing outside the top 4 in the remaining legs. And seeing that Pirates slipped to 3rd position in Soroti, and Heathens have only finished 2nd once, the math still favors Cobs, and I'm sure people will be out with their calculators. That's Uganda's favorite pastime, sports and calculators. But here we have Rhinos about to kick off the proceedings for the second half, and they hope that they'll be able to get their hands on the ball more in this half so that we can see what they can do in attack.
I've seen crazier things, but I'm hoping that we'll be seeing equally crazy things in this second half as the Rhinos kick off and retain their kickoff. But then ball seems to have been fumbled there on the floor. Looked like a knock-on, but yeah, the referee has opted to go for the line out. They didn't see that, and quick restart there from the Pirates with Haruna Mohammed. Ivan Magomo carries just outside the 10. Arnold takes the pocket off to Alex Aturinda, who has wheels and the hardware to go all the way to the end. Bangs his friends from university. Takes the ball. They appeared to have been sealing in the ruck. Yeah, he was sealing in the ruck there, and a quick restart was not successful by Mubarak, and Haruna Mohammed decides to go for the corner. So Pirates are setting up a line out just inside the 22. They win this, they are looking to send the ball out wide and create the spaces on the outside to score another try in this match. Stephen Alul to throw in this line out. And Mubarak there with Desire. I think they're going for the short throw on the 5. Yeah, one man carry. Yes, short throw on the 5 to Desire. He was obvious from the start. And knock on the floor. Yeah, knock on the floor by Alex Aturinda there to turn over possession to the Rhinos, who will feed a scrum at the 5. Yeah, the line out. That line out sequence was could have been seen by anybody who was a keen observer that Alex could only carry Mubarak as high. Maybe just if you could jump, you would contest that. So it looked clear that they were going for the short ball to Desire.
Yeah, Pirates basically telegraphed their line out move, but sometimes when teams are setting something or individuals are setting something, they just stick to that without adjusting. And it had worked out for Pirates until they knocked on the ground. And currently Rhinos is in attack, trying to make the most of it. But Rhinos needs Rhinos needs to think about spreading the ball more because Pirates has big, strong forwards and they're not going to win that physical contest about Pirates. They need to try and find a way to spread the ball and find the gaps. I mean, this is a very experienced side. Lots of Ugandan 7s and 15s internationals in that Pirates squad. So they're not going to take the game physically to them and win. They need to be sharper in their attack, be more creative and force Pirates to make mistakes.
Yeah, better contest there from the line-out variation from the Pirates, but the Rhinos read it well, contested in the air and won the ball. And there was captain, former player, and I think Bucks leader Ivan Chirabo with a carry into the just outside the 22. But at the quick ball out, the line-out has earned them a penalty for offside with the Bucks lacking, leaving the back foot a bit early, and they now have a chance to set some plays. Ivan Chirabo has his captain Alan Olango on the outside, but he's yet to be called into force, and as the players banded into touch, Olango is there to secure the ruck. Recycled slowly into the outside channel on the left. Dummy switch on the outside with a cheeky lobed kick over the top of Arnold Atukunda. Possession is retained by slow ball with Rhinos being pinned in their own 22. I think they will be looking at trying a different option to get out of there as Mubarak holds up, attempts to hold up the ball carrier there. And he hasn't released, he hasn't rolled away, so it's a Rhinos possession. Yet again, another penalty. Rhinos this time should be trying a different option to get out of their half and gain some territory while maintaining possession.
I thought Rhinos made a mistake there. They have a penalty deep in their 22. I think they should have chanced it and gone for a line out. And sure enough, Pirates has turned over the ball. Rhinos cannot afford to play in their half. They do not have the experience to get out. They have one international in Ivan Kirabo on their team. And a very easy try for Timothy Kisiga to score. Sorry, not Timothy Kisiga. A very easy try for Pirates to score over in the corner. Can't quite see who it is. But yeah, Rhinos need to get a better exit strategy. They cannot afford to be pinned in their 22 by a side that is superior in terms of personnel and just playing experience.
Dominant display there from the Pirates. Yeah, Helen was talking about the exit strategy, and there is this myth sometimes in sevens that you can't afford to kick the ball away, but then there is also the need to know when you can kick the ball and when you shouldn't kick the ball away. So that's one of the important things. The decision making and also the execution of the kick is important. And speaking about execution of kicks, Stephen Alur does not get his restart right, and it's been one of the factors of his game that hasn't been up to par. He has failed to get that restart going right for his team, and it could come to cost them when it matters the most against bigger teams, we should say. Rhinos here trying to see if they can get something out of this game, at least get some points, or can they make a surge and hopefully have a comeback. But I don't think time is their best ally, as Ivan Chirabo goes for the short ball and a long pass there. Alex Aturinda coming in from the side, and he's going to get a yellow card, a case of repeated infringement. And sometimes the referees get tired of talking about something. When they feel like you're not listening, then they have to bring out the cards, and Alex Aturinda is the victim of that. As the hooter for full time goes. The Rhinos opting to continue playing. They want to get something out of that, and that's a big hit on the young man Mubarak Wandera. And a very Pirates defense is very resilient. With 31 points, you'd think maybe they'll be a bit chilled, but no, they do not want to concede any points. And in case of taking long to make your decision, and that was a knock-on, and surely that should be the end of this one, with Pirates considerably taking the victory. And this is the first interesting matchup that is coming up later on in the day. The first semi-final has been confirmed. It is the Cobs taking on the Pirates. Yeah, of course, we've always been talking about tackling technique, and it's always up to discussion, but that looked like a sort of a high tackle there. When the ball carrier is lower than the tackler, sometimes the referee needs to pay attention to such things so that he can emphasize safety for the players. But away from that, we go to our third quarter final of the day, and that is Hippos taking on the Buffaloes. This is among the quarterfinals. This is one that is among the evenly matched ones. We have so far had the Cobs winning against Impis. It was quite not the game. Most people had actually talked about Cobs and Impis being the kind of game that would be so lopsided, but Impis had a good account of themselves, and then the Pirates were very, very brutal against the Rhinos. And now let's see, between the Hippos and the Buffaloes, who wants to take charge of this game. Buffaloes have been very, very good, very disciplined in their defense, and they have been very good on the counter. They have speedsters on both wings, so it is something that the Hippos will look out for. The Hippos, on the other hand, have a number of players that they can rely on. Jonathan Echeru with the kickoff there. They have Dennis Etwao. They have Jacob Ochen as well. So it's a team that has so much talent, so much potential across the board, and they get the first opportunity with advantage. And David Wako, the captain, carrying extra meters. Patient play there. Wako this time decides to move the ball. Echeru looking for the switch to his captain, Dennis Etwao. Dennis Etwao is met by two committed and dedicated tacklers. And the ball this time goes out wide. Timothy Mugisha to Jacob Ochen. Big man with a stool, but the lock tackle on the ankles, that's a textbook there for you. Very good defense there by the Buffaloes, showing exactly what they do and how they do it. Their biggest and their strongest attribute has been their defense, and that will have to be an asset that they have with them today as they face a very, very motivated Hippos team. Hippos has been one of those teams that has been synonymous with Sevens rugby, winning the Kigali Sevens a few years back and coming onto the Uganda rugby scene as a Sevens specialist team before they moved into the 15s as well. But they will feel like they haven't yet reached their full potential at the Guinness Sevens Series thus far, and this could be their opportunity to do even better as Eddie Kaima for the Buffaloes decides to go for the long kick, get some considerable territory and get out of his own half. Dennis Etwao moves to try and get it, and he kicks back. A case of a kicking game in sevens, not something you see every day. Damming the kick and trying to go for the pace, but he's marshaled very well. And Seguya Wilfred knocks on a ball that he didn't need to knock on. It's a case of the player taking his eyes off the ball for a second, and it needs just 1 second for you to knock on. And it's a scrum to the Hippos. The game still at a deadlock, 0-0. No one has found a gap in the other team. You could say it's a case of both teams still sizing up each other, still trying to assess where can we break our opposition. The set piece is going to be very important in how both teams play, and very good set piece there. Jonathan Echeru indicating that he wants to switch, but it was a a call for a miss switch, and it's Dennis with the ball to Jonathan Echeru. Unfortunately, Jonathan Echeru fails to gather, but Timothy Mugisha on clean-up duty there as he scores in the corner. Emmanuel Sama has something to say about it, but it's a try, yes. Try time there for the Hippos by Timothy Mugisha. He has been very reliable. One of those unsung cogs of that Hippos team. Many people are sure of Jacob Ochen's abilities, Jonathan Echeru or Dennis Etwao, but not much is spoken about Timothy Mugisha and the industry that he brings to that team. But great to see him score a try, and let's see if Dennis Etwao can be able to add the extras. Very beautiful kick. Beautiful kick. That is an advert for converting in sevens. Wow. Dennis Etwao with the composure and the ability to execute has just been impeccable. And that is 7 to the Hippos all the way from Jinja. Jinja is another one of those beautiful cities in Uganda that if you are a traveler, if you are a tourist, you should check out. So much to do, so much to see, and it's just brilliant. And the referee calls for captains to speak to their teams about particular things. I think a couple of aspects of the game that he wants to be addressed. And when a referee usually does that, know that he's going to be strict on that particular area, and any lack of adjustment can lead to cards. So both teams will be wary. So remember, we are in the main cup quarterfinals, and this is a go big or go home situation. If you want to advance to the semifinals, there's no room for errors at this point. And that was the case of David Wako taking the man out in the air, and Seguya Wilfred with the ball going out wide, passing the ball, calling for the switch. And Odiambo there for Buffaloes, moving the ball. Buffaloes know that they need to get an immediate response. They can't afford to let the Hippos stretch this score, and they are showing their intent, and that's a big hit there, and they're able to gather, and they're playing on advantage as well. Long ball, Wilfred Seguya doing a lot of movement of the ball, and this time he decides to attack the line and test the defense. Quick ball there, not allowing the Hippos to rest, and that was a very good short ball there, breaking the tackle of Taufik Bagalana to score under the posts with a conversion to come. 5 points for the Buffaloes.
Yeah, that was Waswa who dotted down for the Buffaloes, and his twin brother Kato is playing for the Heathens. And sorry, that is not Waswa, just a lookalike. Apologies there. But there's something very interesting about Hippos and Buffaloes. They're teams that have players with very, very silky skills, great footwork, tons of speed. So you tend to think that the names that they have chosen for their teams, Hippos and Buffaloes, could be misnomers, because Hippos and Buffaloes aren't as graceful and as exciting players as but like when you think of what they represent, they're not as exciting as the two teams that we're seeing. Some excellent play from Buffaloes to dot down under the post. And this is a very even contest, very entertaining rugby from two very skillful teams.
Restart there by Eddie Kaima. And let's see how the referee is going to call this. It's a case of someone's going to the bin. And the referee says you cannot tackle the man before he even holds the ball. It was a case of Odiambo being a bit too eager to make the tackle. But we have noticed that teams are very, very eager on that tackle to kill any play that might happen, or to regather the ball off a kick's restart. A bit of Odiambo being a bit overly eager there, and he's getting a few minutes in the sin bin to think about his actions. So the Buffaloes now are down to 6 for the rest of the first half, you should say. Will they be able to hold
their fort and maybe also get some points. They have been the specialists of making the most out of such situations. They have beaten Warriors twice when they're man down and 2 men down, so they will be familiar with such conditions. As Dennis Etwao tries to fend the Buffaloes defender off, but the defense is as ferocious as the attack was, and that's a penalty to the Hippos. Hippos being a bit sluggish in their restart. And Jonathan Echeru there, does he have the legs? Looking for the switch to Jacob Ochen, the power man. Another one of those trademark enforcers for their team, and that is Hippos enforcer Jacob Ochen, dotting down for another try with the conversion to come, and the conversion will be the last act of the first half. Hippos will be happy to go into halftime leading. It's 12 with the conversion to come. Dennis Etwao put in a very good kick for the conversion of the first try. Let's see if he has the ability to do the same. We have had a couple of very great kicks, but consistency in execution of the kickers has also been another factor that hasn't lived to the billing. Let's see if Dennis Etwao can do so. Unfortunately, he doesn't.
So Buffaloes have conceded with one of their key players, Odiambo, in the sin bin. And I hope he's contemplating his sins and how much he has cost his team while he is there. This is a very entertaining contest between the two teams. Buffaloes knows how dangerous Hippos is ball in hand, and so they're swarming all over the Hippos players whenever they have the ball, sometimes illegally, and so that's also setting them back, as they have had several penalties against them. And something that Hippos do very effectively is using the switch, drawing defenders out to the wing, then using a switch pass to bring an on-charging runner, running at pace, hitting a very good line, and they used it effectively yesterday, and we've seen them use it effectively again today on 2 different occasions, and each time they've come up with a try. Etwao scuffed this last kick, which was a lot easier than the excellent touchline kick that he had before. So that gives Buffaloes an opportunity to get back into the game, as they'll have less points to score. But Buffaloes is going to restart the second half with the player still in the bin, so Hippos can take advantage of their numerical advantage and score a try. The Waswa lookalike is actually Daniel Ebao in the Buffaloes team. My apologies for misnaming somebody before.
Referee being very particular with the captains, indicating probably some things that he is not happy about, and he has told the captains to talk to their teams, and the center referee has not been lenient at all at any shady kind of play, and he doesn't intend to change his ways in the second half. So I'm sure the teams are getting their last warnings on particular things that he has observed.
If you're just joining us, this is day 2 of the Henry Rujumba Sevens, hosted by Pirates Rugby Club at the Kings Park in Boyogere. Right now, we are at the 3rd main cup quarterfinal, where we have Hippos currently leading by 12 points to 7 against the Buffaloes. Hippos are here all the way from Jinja, and the Buffaloes are just from down the road at Chadondo, down Jinja Road at Chadondo. So Buffaloes kicked off, and Hippos have the ball. Buffaloes have 1 player in the bin, so Hippos have 7 players, and they're looking to maximize. I think I just cussed them because that is not what they should do to maximize. So there is a scrum to Buffaloes, close to the 22.
Yeah, there's an indication from the Buffaloes dugout that surely Odiambo's 2 minutes should be done by now. Remember, the sin bin period in sevens is 2 minutes, and they're trying to indicate to the ref, but when play has already started, he cannot let the player back on. They have to wait for the next breakdown. And you can see they eagerly want him to get back on because they want to have equal numbers. It makes it easier to defend. Remember, one man off in sevens is is quite the liability to have. So they're trying to find a way, but right now they attack with their 6 men, and Eddie Kaima with ball in hand, the dummy on the kick, but Dennis Eto'o was able to recover, but that was a bit of a seatbelt tackle. The referee lets it slide. They're trying to recycle, and Buffalo's moving the ball from left to right. And very, very good defense, killing options, the Hippos. But there's a space on the outside, managing to figure out where space is, and the offload is great. The offload is great, and the Buffaloes are able to score. Remember, we talked about them being specialists of figuring out a way, even when they have a yellow card. We saw them at the Mileke Sevens being 2 men down. They had 5 men, and they still beat the Warriors in the main cup quarterfinals. And they seem to be repeating the feat here. They are 6 men down, but they're finding the ability to score and making it 12-all with a conversion to come. Eddie Kaima looking to see if he can push the Buffaloes ahead. I'm sure Coach Lemeriga will be happy to see that his team is level and has been able to quell any pressure from that period of the 6-man occurrence that they were on. And the conversion is unsuccessful, so we have a draw on our hands. 12-all, and we're seeing some interesting substitutions, and one of them is legend Tindi is on for the Buffaloes. A great servant of the game, both in 15s and 7s, one of the more graceful, intelligent and skillful players. Let's see what he can be able to bring. The old face will be able to add some much needed experience as Seguia. Wilfred tackles Jacob Ochen. Jacob is able to get the offload off, and the offload turns into a try. Try time for the Hippos, who respond immediately after conceding that try. Brilliant, brilliant by the Hippos. A conversion to come. The score 17 to the Hippos. Buffaloes with 12.
This is end-to-end stuff. It's exhausting watching this game. I mean, these teams are putting everything on pitch and leaving nothing out, and their skills are something else. It's very exciting to watch them play. And the way the game is, it can go either way. Left-footed, beautiful kick. This is something else. This is something else. There's something special about left-footed kickers. And actually, Buffaloes have a left-footed kicker in themselves, in Brian Tabaruka, famously known as the tripod with the 3-legged sidestep. We hope to see some of that today. And so, yes, currently Hippos is up on 19 points, and Buffaloes have 12. The game can go either way. Buffaloes receiving. Let's see what magic they can pull out.
Proper hang time on that kick, but the Hippos are unable to regather, and Eddie Kaima for the Buffaloes gets it, indicates the switch, and eventually gives him. But that is what we were terming as a ground nut here, a kanyebwa. And but still we go back to an offense, the first offense that happened before the Buffaloes lost that ball in the tackle. So it's going to be a scrum to the Buffaloes. Can they be able to get themselves on the scoreboard? They know they need to score next. Time is not their best ally. They're in the second half, and we have had some considerable time move in the second half. So they need to get level, and they need to get level now before anything else happens. What can Brian Tabaruka, a.k.a. Tindi, do for his team? He usually has a lot of magic that he can pull off. Can he be able to execute? Can he be able to pull a rabbit out of a hat? Trying to get the set piece straight, and Edgar Lemeriga takes off Eddie Kaima. Eddie Kaima has also had his stint as a referee, so his knowledge of the game is considerable as well, contributing to the game as a player and as a referee. That's a clash that I don't think I'd want to be a part of. It looked intense. And that's a big hit, and then a pass to Brian Tabaruka. Full penalty. The Buffaloes were playing advantage, and a quick start. But the Hippos have been able to pin the Buffaloes in their own half, and that was a forward pass that was that was not even a forward pass. You could say it was a through ball. Synonymous with the NFL, and surely giving away the win. All that the Hippos need to do is win that scrum and kick the ball into touch, and then they will have won this game. But can they be able to do that? They need to first win the scrum, as the hooter indicates that time is done. We are on last play. Can the Buffaloes pull off something intense and maybe get a penalty, and then play for a draw and maybe push it to sudden death? This this particular tie has really lived up to the billing. Out of the 4 quarterfinal matchups, this is the one that I think anyone that is choosing to predict would not be sure about, and that should surely see it off with the full penalty because of offside there, a bit of being overly eager. Taufik Bagalana a bit of cockiness there from the Hippos, saying that they want to play at the last play, and I don't know why you'd want to do that when you can conserve energy and you're in the lead. And rightfully, Jonathan Echeru is having none of it from his teammates, saying, "You guys, we have the win. Let's take it as it is. It's knockout rugby. You do not have to have 100 points as long as you're winning. That's what matters." And the Hippos advance to the semi-finals. They will surely be happy with themselves for that particular feat. You can see the Buffaloes are not happy about something, and making a couple of pleas at the tournament desk. But you could say it's a case of sour grapes. Sometimes losers never really accept most of the times that they have lost gracefully or they have really been beaten. But you can surely say that the Buffaloes did not take their chances when they had the opportunity. And the Hippos were deserved winners of this particular one. And we are going into our final quarterfinal of the Rujumba Sevens. Remember, day 2 is all about the business, and we are seeing the core side, the second side is from Boyogere, which is also a core team in the Sevens. The Sailors, led by Captain Moses Olwen, taking on the Chadondo Rugby Club juggernaut, that is Heathens. Heathens putting on their fully green jersey. Yesterday they put on a jersey that had a shade of black and green. Today they have put on green and white. And we are seeing the Sailors wearing the striped black and white jersey today. Can they be able to do something against the more experienced Heathen side? A lot of expectations on that Heathens team, and they also know that they have a lot of pressure on them as they try to get their first circuit win to avoid Cobbs from taking it today. And Lawrence Seboliba, who was very impressive on day 1, gets to get into some action on day 2 there, looking for the offload, but it's a loose ball collected by Paul Epilo, who is around today. Paul Epilo wasn't available yesterday, or we're not sure why, but the rest of the team was able to hold the fort well, and he's back. Paul Epilo, one of those guys that are very, very instrumental in game management and making sure that the team is ticking. You can call him a puppeteer, pulling the strings for his team from left to right, and he's going to be in that pivot position And because it was a full penalty, the Sailors get the first opportunity to really attack. And Jones Kamiza there for the Sailors, kicking into touch for a line out. Can they be able to win that one and put the ball out into attack? Their danger man, Moses Olwenyi, has been very, very instrumental into getting them to the main cup. This is something that is surely a privilege for them, and you could say something that they have really appreciated, or their fans have really appreciated, as we're seeing on pitch, that the Heathens expertly holding up that contact point and getting the turnover back. Very, very experienced play there. That is the difference. That's what experience brings to a team, that the Sailors got their line out but were not able to execute to the best of their ability. Nicolas Kato feeding the ball to Pole Pilo. What does he do? He chooses to take the line, cuts in, breaks the tackle of Jones Kamiza, who hasn't put on his headgear today. Pole Pilo actually showing that he has the pace to go all the way. Can he finish? He does so with relative ease. And that is what a player like Pole Pilo can bring to your team, and showing his worth straight on from the first Heathens attack, scoring the 5-pointer, and Trevor Chan looking to get the extras for the Heathens. Conversion unsuccessful by Trevor Chan, so the score remains at 5-0 for the Heathens. Sailors are a very, very courageous side, and they will surely not be let down by that early inconvenience, you can call it. But they need to first regather well, and another case of a very poor kick there on the restart, which has been an issue. I'm sure the Sevens national coach will be looking at that as one of the sores that he can identify from the teams that are playing Sevens and the players around, like, why can't we restart the ball properly? A big hit there by Michael Okorach as Heathens try to gather the ball and make something out of it. Cloud Otema off the switch, he loses the ball. Cloud Otema hasn't been at his best here at the Rujumba Sevens, and something needs to be done as Moses Olwenyi skips out of Lawrence Seboliba tackle. Olupot taking his time. Referee consulting with his assistant, and it's beautiful to see when that happens. The referee sometimes can be overwhelmed or can not see everything, but if he consults with his assistants, then we can have proper officiation of games, and rightfully so the decision is reversed, and it's an opportunity for Sailors now to attack. Jones Kamiza, he was very instrumental for his team with a chicken wing pass, a bit of KFC, you can say. A switch there to Moses Olwenyi, not getting as much space as he would want to play. The Sailors trying to do as much as possible there, but Heathens trying to cover all the options, frustrating the Sailors from the way they are moving the ball. Ball not playable there, and it's advantage back to the Heathens, and that is what experience brings to the fray, and that is why they are able to be the kind of team that they are, because of the experience that they have in their ranks, and they have done it twice. We have seen them holding up the players, making sure that the ball is not playable, and that immediately leads to a turnover. And Trevor Chan off the free kick, trying to restart, sending the long pass to Michael Wokorach. Michael Wokorach beating Moses Olwenyi. Moses Olwenyi trying to chase to recover, but I think the old man still has some legs on him to be able to dot down for the second try of the Heathens, taking the score to 10 with the conversion to come.
Yeah, it's a good try for Michael Wokorach. He'll be happy to have that try against his name today. And Michael Wokorach is actually the vice captain of a team that is calling themselves Bantwala RFC. They are they've given themselves that name because basically they're the old players who should be respected by younger players, but unfortunately the younger players have shown them a lot of disrespect and they have been rounded and sidestepped and left on the ground. So part of the Bantwala RFC is James Ijongat, Lawrence Sebuliba, Joseph Aredo, Michael Wokorach, who's the vice captain, Daudi Semwami, Haruna Mohammed, and Ivan Magom, who is actually the captain of Bantwala RFC. So, so yeah, and they're looking for substitutes. So we'll be looking out today to see who will be joining the Bantwala RFC. So the referee blows for halftime, and Heathens is up by just 10 points. Sailors has proved to be a hard nut to crack. I guess it's because they are playing at home and they're motivated in front of the home crowd. They know every blade of grass on this pitch, and they want they have a chance to be on the big stage playing against bigger teams, and they're determined not to give Heathens an easy ride to the semi-final.
We apologize for the multiple technical issues, and we are trying to rectify it on our end. We're having a couple of issues with the power sources that we have. Right now what we currently have on pitch is the Jaguars taking on the Stallions. Jaguars in the lead here in the 13th place playoff, taking on the Stallions from Chadondo. And the Stallions having a response finally. Having conceded earlier on in this game. For those that need previous updates from the main cup quarterfinals, the Heathens were able to see off a stubborn Sailors and ascend to the semi-finals as well. And also to give you updates that the Kabale Sevens draws will be made today. We shall not have to wait for the course of the week to have the groups known. So by the time the day ends, you will know how your favorite team is going to be standing, and you will know what particular group they have as they prepare to travel to Kabale next week. And yet again, we apologize for the technical issues. We are working on rectifying it as soon as possible, and to make it even better for the circuits to come. We hope that you are enjoying a Guinness from the comfort of your location, wherever you might be, and also have enough data, because the action is coming in thick and fast, and we promise that the semi-finals will come to you smooth and seamless. Free kick there to the Jaguars. This game is 5-all. Both teams scoring a try but unable to convert. Emmanuel Sama, center referee, saying that the defense line has to be 10 meters back before anything can happen. Second half of the 13th place playoff happening between the Jaguars and the Stallions. And yet again, we apologize for the multiple technical issues we're having here with a couple of our power sources. And we're trying to sort it out so that we can bring to you a better stream, especially with the semi-finals coming up. The last quarterfinal, we know that the stream broke while the last quarterfinal was happening, but Heathens was able to see off a stubborn Sailors team and setting a date with the Hippos in the second semi-final of the Rujumba Sevens. The first being the Cobs taking on the Pirates. The Pirates were the hosts for the day, and once again, we apologize for any inconveniences we're causing you, but we're making sure that by the time the semi-finals come into play, that everything is smooth and seamless, so you will be able to enjoy the action. Here, we have the Jaguars leading against the Stallions 15-5, having scored 3 first-half tries. We hope that you guys are enjoying yourselves wherever you are, getting yourselves a couple of Guinnesses, enjoying with your friends or sharing the link so that you can enjoy the banter and enjoy Sunday rugby wherever you may be. To day 2 of the Rujumba Sevens, the business end of the tournament. And remember, every result today counts for how your particular teams rank, as we're seeing the Jaguars in their orange jersey breaking through to score their 4th try of the game, taking their tally to 20, with the visibly beaten Stallions still at 5 points and a conversion to come. Let's see if they can be able to get the extras. But for now, they have failed to convert any of their tries, and they are on 20 points. And they get their first conversion of this game, taking the tally to 22. And Stallions remain on 5. Stallions not happy with each other. You can see a couple of hard conversations going on the pitch amongst the players. A bit of discontentment in their ranks.
We watched on you the quarterfinals, but that's not the bucket of Guinness that we did get. And then
the Stallions trying to get something going for themselves. They know that they need to score next, having conceded early in the second half of the 13th place playoff. Both teams not being core sides, so their invitation or depending on what circuit is happening. And these central circuits, they get the opportunity to express themselves and rub shoulders with the bigger boys. Very good contest, especially on the physical front from both teams. But the Jaguars showing that they have the better ascendancy, as Abel Alele, the superstar of the team, running and showing the customary side mirror. Quite comical there. It's one thing to chase after a player that is going to score. It's another thing for him to show you the side mirror. He's trying to tell you that I can't see you in my rear view. And the conversion to come. Score is currently at 27. If they can get the conversion, they go to 29. Yes, they do. 29 to the Jaguars and 5 to the Stallions.
Yeah, the Entebbe Jaguars well on the way to the first win of their first win of this weekend's competition. They're up against the Stallions from Chadondo, and they've been able to thrive in this environment because the Stallions are not as physical a team as the teams they've met, and so they're not giving them a hard time at the breakdown, and that is giving free reign for their speedsters to score tries, and they are scoring tries and enjoying themselves, and their fans are erupting. Every time they score a try, the fans erupt and they go simply crazy. Stallions with a mistake, handing possession back to Jaguars in the form of a scrum. Jaguars will look to utilize this to score more points. The game is already won, but Jaguars still want to get more points on the board. They want to entertain the crowd with their brand of running rugby. Jaguars player well wrapped up in the tackle. Referee not happy with that tackle. Jaguars have the advantage. Referee calls it back. High tackle, and it is the Jaguars' ball. An opportunity for them to score. They're in the Stallions 22. Yeah. Score stands at 29-7. Apologies, 29-5. Stallions did not make the conversion. Some silky footwork there from the Jaguars player. He staggers and manages to get no. So Jaguars will meet the winner of this next game, that is Rams 2 versus Kisubi Pacers in the 13th-14th playoff later on today. Rams 2 are still looking for their first win of the competition, while Pacers will also be looking for their first win. Rams 2 is the junior side of the Mulago Paramedical Rams, which are ably handled by Lumu and Jude, while the Pacers are handled by Charles Senteza. So Pacers will kick off the proceedings. Rams 2 in green, while Pacers are in stripes, red, orange, gray. Some nice footwork by the Rams 2 player, manages to gain good ground, pops the ball off the ground. Rams 2 playing with a lot more confidence than they played with yesterday, but then they're playing now at a level you could say perhaps more suited to them. Kisubi Pacers win a penalty and they take it out wide. Attacking line is a bit flat, so Pacers have been unable to gain much momentum, but player is able to break one or two tackles, but is eventually bundled out into touch by a determined Rams 2 defense. Messy line-out, but Kisubi Pacers were able to recover the ball. Held up in the in-goal. So Rams 2 is absorbing a lot of pressure in the early stages of this game, but credit to their defense, it has been very determined and they managed to keep out a fast attacking Kisubi Pacers side. So Rams to put in. They're deep in their territory. What exit strategy will they use to exit strategy will they use to get out? Cheeky pick on the blind side. Well tackled. Good contest at the ruck, but Rams still has the ball. They managed to shift it. Referee is not happy. Gives a yellow card to one of the Kisubi Pacers player. Yeah, he's been sent off for a tip tackle. So Pacers for the next 2 minutes will be 6 players, while Rams to have a numerical advantage. Will they be able to put it to good use? Attacking line is rather flat. And Rams, rather than shifting the ball out wide, seem to thrive on a physical game. Oh. Very interesting footwork. Eventually, he is tackled, but Rams still have possession and are gaining good ground. Keeping it rather tight. Lost the ball in the contact when he was trying to offload. No advantage, Kisubi Pacers, and referee is bringing the ball back for a scrum down. With their one-man advantage, Rams too would do better to swing the ball out wide, use the full width of the pitch to really stretch the Kisubi Pacers defense. But when they keep it tight, it's very easy for the Pacers defense to cover that ground, and the numerical advantage does not count for Rams too. Kisubi Pacers with a scrum put in, just round about their 22.
Welcome to Kings Park and welcome back from Soroti. How's my down, sir? Hey, yeah. That guy there.
Good pressure by the Rams to scrum half.
Yeah, that one.
But Kisubi Pacers still have the ball and they manage to shift it out wide. But there's a lot of pitch for them to cover, considering they're only 6 while Rams to 7. Good footwork. And a break by Kisubi Pacers. Cover coming in from the Rams to player, but he's not able to get there. And Kisubi Pacers dot down under the post despite being only 6 players. So we're currently at the second game of the 13th place playoff. The first game was between Stallions and Jaguars, with the Entebbe Jaguars coming out on top, 36 points to 5. Right now we have Rams 2 playing the Kisubi Pacers. Then next up we'll have the Challenge Trophy semi-final. The first game will be Rams versus Warriors, and the second game will be New Kids on the Block Eagles versus the Entebbe Mongers. But right now, Kisubi Pacers has kicked off. They've knocked on while trying to regain possession. Rams too have a scrum advantage. They look to move the ball wide. Bit of a dodgy pass, but it was collected. Good tackle by the Kisubi Pacers, and Rams are just missing out on getting that ball out to the wing. They come in just a bit too early.
When you're vaccinated, they give you a different kind of water. I tell you, come and say hello to the people.
Good break by the Rams to player. The referee is not happy with the tackle, so there's a penalty advantage to the Rams for a high tackle, and they're still going. Some nice footwork, show and go. This is some scintillating stuff from the Rams to player. Well tackled. And just a few meters to the try line. I think the ball should have gone then. Rams need to swing the ball. They still have an extra man.
something they've been troubling with all day.
And eventually they switch it out wide and they're able to go over.
What does the referee say?
Referee calls a forward pass, no try. The one time they do manage to make use of their overlap, it is a forward pass and the referee calls it back. So Kisubi Pacers survive that.
Yeah, when the referee will remember Sasura. One man, that's a forward pass. Proceed. So it's half time.
And at that point, the referee blows the whistle for halftime. And Kisubi Pacers are leading.
You will fall.
Just 5 points in it. Kisubi Pacers have an unconverted try. So Rams still has everything to play for. Rams 2 still has everything to play for. They can get back into this game. After a lot of sustained tight play, Rams to finally manage to get the ball out to their winger, and he dotted down in the far corner to bring the score to 5-5.
And the Pacers, after a pass like that and a knock-on, gives Rams another attacking, a chance for them to be able to express themselves in attack. It's great to see what the Makerere-based organization of Rams is doing for rugby, and having to field 2 teams at particular tournaments is a sign that there is a lot more development happening for the future. A couple of youngsters here that will surely be doing a lot more in the future when we look out for them getting an opportunity to rub shoulders with some of the experienced stars, or even play against some of the players who could be at the SM level is something that is good. Remember, rugby, you only progress as a rugby player when you get game time. And we appreciate all of you guys that are keeping it Kawowo Sports, people that are leaving us comments on the YouTube channel, on the YouTube live stream. Let us know what your experience is. How are you enjoying your Guinness while you're watching from home? And just make sure you have enough data, because a lot of action is coming up. The Challenge Cup semi-finals are going to happen, and the Main Cup semi-finals are also around the corner. Rams is still trying to attack, and it's an interesting kick, chip kick, but the defense is equal to the challenge that was put against them. So it's going to be a scrum to Rams 2 just at the 5-meter mark. The Pacers still under pressure, trying to defend their line as much as possible. And Rams, having had a shaky start, are now a bit more stable and trying to see if they can get some more points on board. Ball unplayable there. Chisupi Pacers giving Rams to a test of their own medicine. The tactic of holding up the ball carrier and making the ball unplayable means Pacers get possession back. Can they be able to get themselves out of their half now? They have played a lot of rugby within their half, and this game still being at a stalemate. Who can be able to break the duck as we hear the hooter being blown? It's last play. Yeah, so it was a case of a bit of confusion. The teams thought they were going to be having sudden death, but it might not be happening. Just trying to communicate with the match, the tournament desk, and the officials about what the way forward is. There are various options, but in the interest of time, we may not have sudden death. We might have a coin toss where the captains pick a side from a coin that is given by the referee, and then they choose a side and see who wins. And Sauda Adiru with the captains of the Pacers and Rams too. Oh, actually, after further communication, what has been agreed upon has been sudden death, not the coin toss. The coin toss can be a bit brutal, but it is a strategy that has been used usually in the interest of time. There's just a bit of deliberation there between the officials. Can they afford to have sudden death, or should there be a coin toss? It was interesting to hear St. Charles, the coach of the Pacers, indicate for the Pacers to kick the ball out into touch, thinking that his team were in the lead. But unfortunately, he thought that his team had converted, but they hadn't, which meant the score was at 5 up. And now that we are going into sudden death, the first team that scores in sudden death is the eventual winner. No chances for you to have a restart or to play again. And that short kick gives Rams 2 an opportunity to attack yet again. You have 2 opportunities, 2 halves of sudden death, 3 minutes each. Who can be able to break the deadlock in this playoff game? After that, we'll be having a Challenge Cup semi-final. We'll be having the Warriors taking on the Rams. Rams too looking to at least get something great, and that's a beautiful loop pass and a long pass. Passing the ball very well. Rams too, they can really play well when they're in their full element. At times they get out of concentration, but when they are focused, they are a team that can look really good. The youngsters from Makerere, and it's a full penalty that they have, clad in their green jerseys, and the Pacers in their multicolored jersey. You could say it's a fashionista extravaganza. Patiently moving the ball from left to right are the the Rams too, but that pass was a bit inconveniencing, I should say, and surprisingly, it's a case of a knock-on. It's going to be a knock-on to the Pacers. At first, the referee had indicated that it's going to be a scrum to. It's going to be a scrum to Rams too, which wasn't the particular case, since they are the ones that made the knock-on. But now that the call has been rightfully referred to, make sure that calls are very right. We are seeing James Mwesiga there for the Pacers, kick the ball and kick long to get themselves out of jail, and that just gives an opportunity for Rams to attack yet again, trying to dance out of the tackle there, but the Pacers defender is on the money, and they win the ball back of the resultant battle at the breakdown, and an offload gathered at the second attempt. Can they be able to move the ball? Do they have the legs? It's a big fend, but unfortunately he does not have the legs. Pacers patiently moving the ball, and now in more considerable territory that they can attack from, turning defense into attack. And a case of an isolated player, but can they be able to buy time? No. But the referee comes back for a first offense offside, and there's a hooter there for the end of the first half of sudden death, as the score is still at 5-all. Remember, in sudden death, the first team to score takes the money, takes the win, as it should be. A case of a player that seems a bit concussed. I know he's actually limping, but he also seems a bit drowsy. He's trying to get off the field, and there's attention being given to him. Hope it's not that serious, but the Pacers get the opportunity now to see if they can break the hearts of the Rams too. And that was a very, very poor pass that makes them lose considerable meters. They were next to the 22-meter area, but now they have dropped all the way to the 10-meter mark, and they still have very poor passes. St. Charles will surely be putting them on passing drills this coming week, the Pacers. And because of their poor passing, they're finding themselves now inside their half. They have literally defended themselves. They didn't need the Rams to put in any tackles. All they had to do was just watch them. It's a case of self-detonating. Can they be able to make amends for the errors and do something? But the handling, yet again, the passing and the handling is not good. It's a case of maybe some pressure, not having been used to such circumstances. And that's the end of sudden death first half. So the teams will be going for a second half of 3 minutes of sudden death, and it's going to be interesting to see what the resultant action will be. If the teams don't find any other score from one of them, could it be a case of coin toss finally, or would it be drop goals? That is also another option. We appreciate everyone that is letting us know about the experience or following us on YouTube and leaving us with the comments. We're seeing a couple of people asking us to explain maybe what sudden death is. And before we explain sudden death, we are seeing, could the Pacers be breaking the Rams' two hearts? Yes, they do. And that is what sudden death is all about. The first team to score wins it. You could call it a case of golden goal for those that have followed football for quite a while. And the Pacers take it early in the second half of sudden death, finally saying that enough is enough. Let us take the points. And they will be ahead of the Rams too in their placement playoff, as we are going to see upcoming Rams taking on the Warriors in the Challenge Cup semi-finals. So up next we'll be having the Challenge Trophy semi-finals. Rams versus Warriors in the first one, and Eagles taking on Mongers.
Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black.
Yes. The Challenge Cup is here. And the Warriors in purple are taking on the Rams in white and a little touch of maroon. So yeah, what a game we have upon us. Better reserve your most comfortable seat. Or if you want to see it while you're standing up, that's okay with me. But hey, it is the Rams.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For those who are just joining us, this is day 2 of the Henry Rujumba Sevens, hosted by the Stanbic Black Pirates at Kings Park Arena in Boyogere. Right now, we are at the Challenge Trophy semi-final stage, and the first game is Rams taking on Warriors, and that will be followed by Eagles taking on Mongers. These teams are fighting for a place in the Challenge final, which basically determines who finishes in 7th position. So Rams will kick off the proceedings, and they will fancy their chances against a resurgent Warriors side. Rams are able to regain possession from the restart. Bit of a fancy backdoor pass from the Rams player, swinging it to the wing, big step inside, well wrapped up by Ivan Maguire from the Warriors. Okay, referee calls the Warriors for offside at the ruck. Big pass to Mandela. An inside no-look pass which didn't quite come off for the Rams players. Hands possession back to the Warriors, and they will be looking to attack. They mix up their game with some physicality and then stretching the defenses out wide, moving across the pitch. You have Henry Musisi pulling the strings forward as a huge pass over the top, almost intercepted. Gabriel Aredo kicking ahead. Perhaps will be a mistake as Rams have the chance to counter-attack. Ball to Tabu, who has been a bit of a nuisance for defenders this weekend. Nelson Mandela, a bit of a show and go. Warriors players not buying it. Rams seem to have run out of ideas at the moment, not quite sure which way to go. Won a penalty. Nelson Mandela takes a quick one. Tries to walk all over Simon, but is wrapped up. Lack of support for the Rams player has Henry Musisi being able to poach the ball. He's being held up by the Rams players. Warriors guilty of collapsing the maul. Rams taking a quick one, moving the ball wide. Opting to come back, which might be a mistake. Penalty, Warriors player did not release and did not come through the gate. Advantage to the Rams players as Warriors were not back 10. Lovely show and go. Bit of a step. Grabbed just before the try line. Ivan Maguire thought that the ball was open. Referee says no. Rams have a penalty on the 5. Very good attacking position for them. Easy try as he drives over the try line center post. With the extras, Rams is now ahead by 7 points to 0. Richard Limu very happy with his charges at this point in time. He's coaching the Rams side. Gabriel Aredo is the coach of the Warriors side. He's on pitch as a player coach. Unusual mistake. Knock on at the kickoff. Rams have the put in, and they will look to capitalize on this. This is a good attacking position for them. They have Taboo deep out on the wing. They have stretched their attacking line all across the pitch. Let's see what they can do with this. Warriors are able to turn over the scrum. Good work from them. Pass over Musisi's head, but he's able to gather. Gabriel Laredo with the ball. Moves it to Mugiria. Bit of a show and go. Lovely pass into Gabriel Laredo. Does the old man have the legs to get being chased down all the way by Taboo? Stretches for him. Gabriel Laredo is able to evade the tackle and dot down between the posts. Don't forget that Gabriel Laredo is part of the Bantwala RFC. Virtue. Oh, no, not Gabriel Laredo. Joseph Laredo, his brother. Gabriel Laredo denies being part of that elite team of old men who have been rounded and sidestepped and handed off over the last 2 days. And he sternly asserts that he will not ever be part of that elite team. But we shall see. There's still a lot of action today, and he can still make it onto the Bantwala RFC. But right now, the scores are tied at 7-7. Henry Musisi with the kick. Taken very easily by Rams, and they now look to attack on the shorter side. Ivan Mugiria off his feet at the ruck. Referee says, no, I will not allow that to happen. And Rams have a penalty. They take a quick one, and referee is not happy with Warriors as they were not back 10. So Rams have a second attempt. And again, they opt to tap and play. A bit of a dummy switch, which didn't shift the Warriors' defense. And Paul Taboo with his long strides and long arms trying to get past Henry Musisi, and he won't have any of it. Ball is shifted out. Windmill dummy, which wasn't bought. Ball ripped from his hands, but Rams were still able to gather the ball. Penalty to Rams. The referee will have a word with the Warriors. He's not quite happy.
No matter the weather, no matter who's seated next to you, Guinness shines brightest everywhere. With mentions to our sponsors, Coca-Cola.
So Rams have a penalty at the hooter.
Stand big bang. Rams looking to third and break the Warriors defense. Moving the ball out right.
Nelson Mandela is being well marshaled as they know what a dangerous player he is. Lumu exhorting his charges to move the ball out instead of going for the physical contest. A kick pass across the pitch gathered by the Warriors player. Perhaps that was the wrong option for them as Rams were in ascendancy. But Warriors now has the opportunity to attack, though it's deep in their 22. Instructions from the touchline to Ivan Mugiria to boot it out. Deep in their they were deep in their 5, and they did not want to make any mistakes to give Rams the opportunity to get ahead. So they opted to kick out and head for the Oranges. So right now we are at the Challenge Trophy semi-final stage, and the first game is Rams against Warriors, and it is currently 7-7. The following game will be Eagles versus Mongas, and the winners of both games will go through to the Challenge final, which is basically a playoff to see who finishes in 7th position. For the 5th place playoff, we will have Impis versus Rhinos and Buffaloes versus Sailors, with the winners of those 2 games going through to the 5th, 6th playoff. Then the main cup semi-final has Cobs versus Pirates. It's a big, big game. And then Hippos versus Heathens. which will be a very interesting game. Will Hippos be capable of upsetting Heathens today? So those are the matches we currently have on the cards. If you are not at Kings Park Arena in Bulgaria, you can tune in and catch all the action live on the Kawowo YouTube stream. There are also Twitter updates by various handles. The Kawowo handle has Twitter updates. The Uganda Rugby Union has updates. But the best thing is to get yourself down to Kings Park in Bulgaria to catch the action live. It's a nice, warm, sunny day. Looks to be a bit cloudy, a few drizzles coming in, but basically it's a hot day. Lots of meat, lots of Guinness on offer, lots of tribes of drinks, alcohol, and soft drinks as well. So after the halftime break, we have Warriors ready to kick off with Henry Musisi. Musisi has gone for a deep kick, which has been easily gathered by the Rams 2 players. A bit of dancing work by the Rams player. Rams not quite sure how to get out of here. Ball turned over by Warriors, but illegally. Rams takes a quick tap for the penalty. Ball's going out wide, not quite reaching Taboo. Oh, some lovely, lovely show and goes over there. But Simon Peter Nyeko was able to cover. A bit of confusion there, but eventually the referee calls for a scrum. The ball has gone to Rams, although Warriors can make a claim that their player, Nyeko, was being played without the ball as he attempted to gather the loose ball. So Rams were fortunate to get away with that, and they now have a scrum in a very prime attacking position, middle of the pitch, around the 22, and they've split the pitch left and right. Which way will Mandela go? There's danger men on either side. And there is a knock-on by Taboo. And Warriors will be very relieved. Nyeko with the feed for Warriors. Warriors Gasman trying to go on the outside, isn't able to, so cuts back inside, finds support. Henry Musisi has a cheek, he still does, he have the legs to get over. And he's able to dot down. He took advantage of the Rams players being offside and then trying to get back onside, and he sniped around the edge of the ruck, and there was no turning back for him then. Warriors 12, but with Gabriel Aredo off the pitch, Kinyai off the pitch, not around today. Kicking duties go to Ivan Mugiria, and he is not able to add the extras. So the score remains Warriors 12, Rams 7.
try from Henry Rujumba extending the lead.
Ball easily taken by Nelson Mandela at the kickoff. A good injection of pace by the Rams ball carrier. Taken down.
For the Warriors, 5 for the Rams. 7. You will not Guinness. That's what it is. You did it to get your figures. When Ellen talks about Guinness, remember we are probably powered by Guinness.
Rams not quite sure what to do in attack at this point in time. Referee calls a penalty and Rams start quickly.
Of course, smiling that this is the first circuit so far.
Tago slaps down the ball, holds his head, knowing very well that that is a penalty and a possible yellow card. Tago is fortunate referee has not reached into his pocket for the yellow card, so he remains on pitch. Warriors stay 7 players. Referee brings it back for the slap down, and Rams have a penalty.
Rams trying to put on the pressure and ask the questions, but a failed switch there, and Gabriel Aredo collects for the Warriors and sets up the ball. Isaac Tago, it looked like as if the player got the ball in a case of being coming from the side, and then the resultant rack, the counter rack, found Latif Abdallah on the wrong side of the rack, and he decided to pick the ball up, which was quite comical. Much to the protest of Warriors, there was something that wasn't right there, and they're trying to demystify the breakdown there, try to understand more about what they did wrong, and the referee gives a penalty to Rams. Rams in a perfect position to attack, in a perfect position to possibly get the equalizer or even go ahead. Long pass there to John Tabu, and the lanky man moves with particular ease to score Rams the second try. 12 all with a conversion to come. The Rams take advantage of a bit of disorganization there from the Warriors. Still maybe feeling hard done by the call earlier on, but I think they dwell too much on that call and didn't really focus on defending their line, conceding the penalty, and then conceding a try on the outside. Can they be able to add the extras? Beautiful kick from Nelson Mandela, not taking anything for granted there and putting the Rams ahead. 14 for the Rams, 12 for the Warriors. Nelson Mandela getting an indication from his coach that kick deep. They are trying to play the territory game. It's high all the way to Samuel Odinga. Does he have the hands, good hands on the reception? Warriors know it's do or die at this point. And that was the hooter for full time, so Warriors cannot afford to make any mistakes. Gabriel Aredo, does he have the pace? He kicks the ball and he is tackled without ball. And the resultant penalty is there. So Warriors have an opportunity at this point. It is, you have to be perfect in anything that you do. And Latif Abdallah with ball in hand, referee says that Rams was not 10. It's do or die now for the Warriors in this challenge trophy semi-final. Henry Musisi Odinga to do some of the battering ram work, but he has been put down with particular ease. And Emmanuel Onen there being held up by 2 players, and can they be able to get the ball? Unfortunately, Rams expertly defending that and seeing off that win. What a comeback win there by the Rams, taking it 14-12. Warriors clearly dejected, having led this one But that is where we talk about the importance of having kicks and good kickers in your teams. Take the kicks seriously. And Nelson Mandela with a clutch kick there to get the extra points that are the difference in this game. 14 for the Rams and 12 for the Warriors. Rams ascend to the Challenge Trophy finals. Next up in the second Challenge Trophy semi-final, we are going to be seeing the Eagles taking on the Mongers. Let's see how that one's going to go. Eagles have started the day 2, in very, very buoyant, very good mood. Can they be able to hurt the Mongers? Mongers will want to get some glory out of the Rujumba Sevens, having not made the main cup where they wanted to be. Can they be able to get something from the Challenge Trophy?
How important has Nelson Mandela been for the Rams over the last 2 days? He literally does everything. He creates, he tackles, he runs, he scores tries, and he makes touchline conversions. That was a very, very important kick for the Rams. Without that kick, the game probably would have gone into sudden death extra time. But now they are into the challenge final, and they will be playing the winner of this next game, which is Eagles against Mongers. Eagles has been, you could say, a surprise package. Debut tournament, managed to get 2 very important wins. 1 win yesterday and 1 win today. And they are currently in the challenge semi-final, fighting for the right to play in the challenge final, which will see who finishes 7th in this competition.
Yeah, as we see the teams in the dugout, just waiting for the match commissioner to give them the thumbs up that they can get onto the pitch. Of course, standing either side of the Guinness logo. Guinness are our title sponsors. We appreciate everything that they're doing for us, and we hope that wherever you are enjoying a Guinness as well. And you have lots of data for lots of action is coming later on in the day. We have the main cup semi-finals. We have the 5th place playoff as well. So there's lots of action on the way. But first, can the Eagles take on the Mongers?
Black. It's not dark. It's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest.
The Challenge Trophy final is to see who finishes 9th overall in the competition. And we have the Eagles and the Mongers battling for the right to play Rams. And this will be a very interesting game, 2 contrasting styles. You have the Eagles full of passion, loads of speed, but considerably lacking in experience, while the Mongers are more experienced, play a structured game, but do not have any gas men. So the Mongers will have to suffocate the Eagles, basically starve them off possession to avoid them getting the ball out to their danger men, while the Eagles will have to manage the contact points, because Mongers are very physical and we can hurt them at the breakdown. So everybody loves the underdog, and I know a lot of people will be supporting the Eagles today. This is their debut tournament, and seeing them in the Challenge Trophy final will be excellent. And it will be something which also is an important way of developing rugby, as you have very many young players from northern Uganda form the backbone of this Eagles team, and they are basically a source of inspiration to other players who are in northern Uganda, particularly from Kitgum and from Gulu. And those players will be looking to emulate these players who are making history in Uganda today.
And there we have the teams running onto the pitch. The Mongers in their customary blue jersey, and we have the Eagles putting on black, predominantly black, with a touch of orange. I'm sure the orange was added so that the passers make sure that you can't make the excuse that you did not see your teammate. But this is another interesting one. And we can't wait to see who's the winner in this one. Remember, they are waiting for the Rams in the Challenge Trophy final, who we have been told is will also be the team taking the 9th place position.
Good stuff. And you know what is in the plenty? Don't mention.
The teams prepare themselves for battle, and it will be the Eagles kicking off. And it's a long kick there by the Eagles, but gathered well for the Mongers. Cairo Edgar moving the ball out wide. And can they be able to get the early score? Surely this is a challenge that both teams will revel on. And a bit of a panic pass there. An advantage back to the Eagles. Very patient defending there from the Eagles, who now get back possession. Can they be able to do something with what they have? The offload was a bit loose, and a knock-on to follow. Now Mongers have the chance to play. You can see the way that the Eagles are forming in attack is a bit too flat. What a cross kick, but the cross kick may land in the wrong hands. Have you ever made a cross kick for the opposition winger? But luckily enough, the winger did have the right hands. There are Mongers with some risky play, but sometimes you need to take a risk and maybe get a reward. Young man, they're seeing an opportunity, but his execution was a little too 50-50 for my liking. Mongers scrum, and they attack the blind side. Nice show and go there, getting the extra meters. Loose pass there as Brian Kamanyide opting to come back to the shorter side. And Mongers, unfortunately, are unable to finish off that move. And that is what we talked about and what we've been talking about for the previous circuits and this one in particular, that they do not have an out-and-out speedster, a finisher that would really cap off their great moves with a try. So it's going to be another scrum, and this time it's going to be to the Eagles. Penalty there to the Eagles. A bit of spots there, but the defender is able to make the cover. The tackle, the offload is good. Eagles trying to exploit the blind side. Does he have the legs? That could be Bogire Francis, if I'm not mistaken, at the far end. And he scores. And Eagles draw fast blood in this one. Eagles have really improved. They've really risen to the occasion. A bit of jitters yesterday from maybe their first competition and having to adjust. But now they're playing with a lot more bravery. The only thing they might be lacking is experience, but the bravery is on point. As the assistant referee comes to clarify something to the referee, and I think there was an infringement, so the try has been disallowed, and it's going to be a penalty actually to the Mongers, who now attempt to get themselves out of their half and hopefully turn defense into attack. Another penalty, and the Eagles are not 10 meters back, but the referee lets the play continue. Mongers playing patiently. Kamanye Bryan sending a short ball, but in contact, the Mongers are unable to keep their ball, and Eagles get ascendancy. They get possession now inside the Mongers half. Can they be able to finally get the score that eluded them the other time?
Now we shall give you that. If you want some cool in it, ask politely. You never know.
The Eagles, coached by Ugandan legend Edmond Musime, are managing to contain the Mongers. They are trying to match them in the physical battle, and they're basically holding on tight. Whatever Mongers is throwing at them, they're containing. And right now they have a scrum down in a very advantageous position for them, and let's see what they can make out of it. Mistake by the Eagles player coming into the contact instead of stretching the Mongers out wide. They are blown for holding on, and Mongers, from the result, a penalty, tap the ball, some good footwork. And then now Mongers look to spread the ball wide. No look pass on the inside. These quick offloads are leaving the Eagles defense in 6s and 7s. Another very good no-look pass. Mongers lose the ball, and now Eagles gets a chance to stretch, come back in. Bit bunched up in attack here, so the Eagles are not able to make much headway, and making it very easy for the Mongers defense. Double tackle by Mongers. Mistake by the Eagles, so the Mongers have a throw in at the line out. Mongers great passing, some good footwork, committing defenders before the ball goes out wide. Breaking one tackle, tackled well for the next one, offloading the ball and then bringing the ball back. Mistake with the pass, Mongers were able to gather. A knock on there by the Mongers.
Handling errors are really talking up the chance.
Yeah, the referee blows for half-time, and the game is still at 0-0. The teams seem to be pretty evenly matched. The Eagles has come a long way from yesterday. They've learned a lot on the way, and you can only imagine what this side can build into when they have more tournaments, more technical assistance given to Edmond. This could be the start of something great.
as we prepare for the second half of this Challenge Trophy semi-final. Eagles able to hold their own so far, and that's a nice kickoff there and a good contest in the air. Referee says it was fine. Ball went backwards, and Mongas get the chance to attack fast in the second half, and that could be the opportunity for a try, but unfortunately the Eagles seem to have a lot more speed and their cover there. Their lines having missed a couple of tackles.
Of course, this doesn't go like say we want to thank all.
And it's a penalty there, an opportunity for Mongas to really do something. And there again, the referee is not happy with the mark that the Eagles are taking. They were not 10 meters back, and he makes sure of that before he allows Mongas to restart play. And that's going to be a case of a short ball, but the player seems isolated. Can he buy time? Yes, with a very good offload. Very intelligent play there by the Mongas to score under the posts. Just a case of experience there and brilliant quick thinking there. After taking the ball in and seemingly being isolated, he did not wait for the ruck to form. He offloaded, and while the Eagles were focused on going to the breakdown, the offload was made and the pass led to a try, and the try has been converted, which puts it at 7 for the Mongas, and the Eagles yet to have anything to show.
Such as sending the team to the International Guinness Sevens, and they also go further ahead to support professional player development of the pitch by offering jobs
And another very good restart there by Edgar for the Mongas. And yet again, they get their ball back. Can they be able to punish? Unfortunately, some of these knock-ons seem like the kind of knock-ons that can really be avoided. Like it seems easier to hold the ball than to make the knock-on in some particular situations, but maybe it could be a case of fatigue or being overly eager, and the Mongas give away possession yet again. Now they have to defend.
welcome back from that try.
Eagles managed to exit a good run. The Mongas player tried to make a cover tackle, but it was too high. Mongas are going to spend the next 2 minutes with 6 players. Eagles need to make the most out of their numerical advantage. Another penalty to Eagles for Mongas being offside, and they're looking to run it quickly. They have a paceman on the outside. He manages to brush off several tackles to score over in the corner, much to the delight of the Eagles technical bench as well as their supporters. Difficult conversion to make. We've seen a lot of touchline conversions yesterday and today as well. Conversion not good, so they're just 2 points in this game. The try has rejuvenated the Eagles. Let's see what they can come up with. They will be kicking to the Mongas and will be looking to disrupt the Mongas reception. Remember, the winner of this game will play Rams in the challenge final, which determines who finishes 9th overall in this competition today. Very good short kickoff, well retrieved by Mongas. Many missed tackles by the Eagles players allowed Mongas to gain a lot of ground. Sloppy passing from the Monga. Ladies and gentlemen, apologies once again for outage. We really are fighting battles with Umeme today, but we are back, and the last game we had was the second game of the Challenge Trophy semi-final, where we had the Eagles taking on the Mongas. Mongas won the game at the death with a converted try to bring the final score to Eagles 10 and Mongas 14. So Mongas have won the right to play Rams in the challenge final later on today. Next up, we will have the 5th place playoff semi-finals, and the first game will be Impis against Rhinos and followed by Buffaloes against Sailors. Now we have Impis on the pitch against Rhinos.
She was looking at him, knees upwards. For you, you're looking at legs.
It's the Rhinos taking on the Impis, and I happen to be putting on the Impis replica kit. So I've been given the honors of walking us through this action, being the soundtrack to this thrilling piece of action that we're about to witness. Ivan Chirabo raises the ball into the air, appears to be short. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. Raymond Seka says it didn't go all the distance, and Stalon Arinaitwe will be getting Impis started on the attack at the halfway line. What options do Impis go for with Keith Weraga? Quick tap, goes to the left, on to Kennedy Muhumuza. A big carry by Pius Mpoza attempting the offload, but he has lost the ball in contact. And Rhinos now have a feed, should be halfway between the 10-meter line and the 22-meter line. Scrum on the right end of the pitch, so I think there won't be enough real estate for Ivan Chirabo to go onto the right side, but then he's a crafty scrum half, so he knows which way is best for him to take. First scrum of the match, Raymond Seka has had to show them the mark and reset. Tight bind from the Rhinos. There's a foot down, a knee down, but the ball was already out, so let's play on and see how wide we're going to go. Near break there on the right side, but the gentleman at the wing throws a forward pass in contact. So Impis right now have the feed. Should be a net zero gain in territory, but a turnover possession from the Rhinos into Impis's hands, and now it's time for Impis to return the favor. Henry Sakuye sitting very, very deep, unusually deep and far from his scrum, from the scrum there. But the Rhinos are choosing to watch the inside first, and then they will be able to press and then drift out wide on the defense, because for sure that ball is going to be coming out wide. But it's turned over by the Rhinos. That's must have been a lapse in attention by from the hookers there, from the Rhinos and from the Impis Park, and that's how the turnover was affected. But then it's also another turnover at the breakdown by the small man Keith Weraga to force the turnover at the breakdown, and the Rhinos have been judged for holding on at that breakdown. You're supposed to contest with the player who is with the opposing player, not hold on to your man on the floor. Stalon Knight with a looping pass to Kennedy Muhumza, who prepares his hand out to send the fend, but he's tackled high, and Impis have a second penalty just outside the 5 right now. Stalon Knight to kick tough, but he's off the mark, and he has been told return to the mark and you can have a proper restart. Pius Imposa there appears to be going for a tap, and then he goes for the PD, goes himself, he's held up, he puts his knees down, so it's going to be a tackle advantage. No, the ref's hand is down. Keith Weraga out. Stalon Knight, Henry Sekuye dances, looks like he's going to go all the way. No, he uses his outside man, is led to the breakdown, so that's a turnover, but he's holding Ivan Chirabo by the neck. I think it's on the referee's, in the wrong end of the referee, but Ivan Chirabo had done enough to earn that turnover, and he surely will be getting a chance to attack with his team from just outside their 5. Straight carry, breaks the first tackle, second, fends off, player offloads from down, beautiful offload right there. The game is going at a slow pace, but the Rhinos are managing to make some inroads in the arrogant Impis backline. Yeah, high tackle there. Yeah, the ref's hand had to go out right away. So let's see if there's some wheels of fortune on the outside. He manages to run around his teammate, but then run around his opponent, but then he does not have enough space just shy of the touchline, and he goes into touch. So we are having an possession is exchanging hands left, right, and center. But there's territory gain for the Rhinos, who have started way from deep in their half. And Impis now have a chance to throw in the line. They didn't have a perfect set piece in the scrum. This is a different set piece, but they will need to make sure that they nail this one, they get this right to get outside their own territory. That didn't look any inch straight. And so possession has been turned over for free to the Rhinos with a scrum at the 15-meter line, and just about, it should be like about 30 meters to the try end. This match is the first 5th place semi-final, and the winner here will face the winner between Buffaloes and Sailors. So it is very crucial, especially for Impis, to get as many points as they can. But then for Rhinos, to show that in as much as they are not a core side, they are still a competitive side in Ugandan rugby, not just in 15s, but in 7s as well. Round the outside, it's sports day. Looked like a high tackle attempt by Stalon. The referee could have played advantage, but he didn't. The offense is as harsh as can possibly be, and Raymond Chiseka makes no mistake there, calls the offense and penalizes Stalon Knight. Impis are reduced to 6 men with the yellow card. Stalon Knight will have to spend 2 minutes in the sin bin, and Rhinos have decided to force their way over the try line, and it's the first try of the game by the Rhinos. It's a double punishment for the Rhinos. For the Imps by the Rhinos. It's 5-0 conversion to come as the skies continue to darken minute by minute. Started with a few drizzles and now it's a steady shower that has forced people to find some shelter under the tents and gazebos here at Kings Park. Conversion is wide, not good enough to add the extras. So the Rhinos lead 5-0 for the Imps. Henry Sekuye breaks the line. He goes all the way, but he does not have the legs. He does not have the firepower to run towards the end, and he throws a hallelujah offload that does not find anyone, and the ball goes into touch, and it will be halftime. Rhinos lead 5 against the Imps on 0. That should have been Rhinos' chance to score and level matters just before halftime, but with Cyrus calling his boys in for a halftime talk, he will surely be telling them how they can, make that final pass count, make that final carry count. But Timothy Bulotti and the Rhinos charges will want to ensure that they don't give Imps any chance on their area. Halftime, and it's a full shower, it's a full drizzle here at Kings Park Stadium. So that means we shall have different conditions to play, not just for this game, but for all the games that will follow. Started as a wet surface in the morning with the dew. The sun had cleared, beautiful skies for rugby, but the weather has changed. Imps and Rhinos will be the first to test it ahead of the second, fifth place semi-final, and then the main cup semi-finals.
I think that the Black Pirates are going to have to put down the remainder of the deposits to the Rainmaker, because we do not want such weather. What had originally started off as a beautiful Rugby Sevens days turning into something else. Currently have Imps and Rhinos on pitch. The Rhinos just edging Imps currently at 5-0. Lots more to play for today. The next game coming up in the 5th place semi-final playoff is Buffaloes versus Sailors.
Henry Sekuye to get us underway for the final 7 minutes of this 5th place playoff semi-final against the Rhinos. Stallone Arnaito is still serving his seconds in the bin, but that was an early charge by the forward pack of Kennedy Muhumuza, Pius Mpoza and Emmanuel Sediabane. So yet again, as we started the first half, the second half action has been begun with a free kick to the team that's supposed to be receiving the kick. Ivan Chirabo looks to his right. Yes, that's the direction that he takes, but chooses to go himself. Steps over Robert Sentongo, offloads on the floor. Goes again to the right there, Ivan Chirabo. Slow but steady with the conditions becoming tough here. Wet ball. Oh, that looks like a tip tackle, not safe. Emmanuel Sediabane is being taken for Sports Day. He's a big man, but does not have a big engine to carry him on defense there, and Rhinos extend their lead. Raymond Seka there explaining to the Imps players that he was playing advantage for the tip tackle. An unsafe release player was turned his head below the horizontal, and it is that advantage, from that advantage, that the Rhinos were able to score, as the Imps were hoping that they would be brought back for the advantage. But that dangerous tackle could have been penalized with another yellow card, as Stallone Arnaito returns to the pitch, and Ivan Chirabo makes a very close conversion to give us full complement of points. Much more beautiful kick by Ivan Chirabo. Gives a very good hang time. Kennedy Mhumza is not able to gather, so he loses the ball forward. And another subsequent knock forward on the carry there. And so we have been returned to possession rugby. The possession is turned over. You know, in rugby, it's first offense. We do not forget where we've come from. So first offense, second offense. The possession, the play is played for the first offense. So Imp is penalized there for early shoving in the scrum. Oh, big fend by Ivan Chirabo on Henry Sekuye. And he runs to the other side, adjusts his headgear. Henry Sekuye is playing his first rugby since 2019. He has been given a rude welcome by Ivan Chirabo. Quick restart attempted there, but it's off the mark, and we shall have to be returned to the mark. But Henry Sekuye is a very good friend of mine, so seeing moments like this will always bring joy to me. And Ivan Chirabo goes again this time. Fends off the first player, runs around Stalon Arenaitwe, but is brought down by Kennedy Mhumza. There looks to be like an overlap on the blind side on the left. Another fend in Kennedy Mhumza's face, but he's strong enough, holds up the opponent. It's not a maul yet, and the ball has been secured. Quick ball out. Odoch decides to carry and go all the way himself. Ball is secured, but there's a stiff contest by Impis. It was illegal again. Again, Raymond Seka ensuring that the contest from both sides is legal. He says that you need not hold on to the player that is down in the ruck. And Ivan Otai decides to cut the whole Rhinos team. 1, 2, 3. Offloads a lobbed pass, a basketball pass to Henry Sekuye, who was running in support. Gives it back to him. Ivan Otai running. Turns left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps. And that's his shot. No way. Advantage is being played. But Robert Santongo is there to score Imp's first try in the game. But what a play from Ivan Otai. He is a quick man. Sliding through the Rhinos defense there.
Ivan's quick feet had the crowd up on their feet, and they're still on their feet. Though some of them are running away from the rain that is pouring down. But that was some silky work from the Impis players. Good build-up from their half, with Ivan Natai dancing, twisting his way through the Rhinos' defense, leaving them bodies scattered all over the ground in his wake without even touching them, just his footwork sending them all directions to score the first try of the game for Impis.
Full complement of points gained there by Impis. So the score is 12-7. One more score, the game will be a level, but even Rhinos getting the score will surely put it out of reach of the Rhinos of the Impis. Very well raised by Keith Weraga and regathered by his Impis pack of forwards, Robert Sentongo, the try scorer. Dances and then sends it out to Stalon Arenaitwe, who makes the switch to Ivan Otai. But he is tackled high, and I know Raymond Seka will be as generous as he can possibly be with his cards and sends someone off there. Dan Nishimaye, a big man trying to, as much as he can, tackle a short man, will always have the advantage against him, and he has been sent off. So Dan Nishimaye will spend 2 minutes in the sin bin. As a miscommunication between the Impis forwards, Pius Mpoza and Emmanuel Sediabane, there's no space on the outside. Sediabane wanted the switch. Pius Mpoza thought that he had done enough to create the gap for him on the outside, and it's a line out for the Rhinos. Ivan Chirabo to throw in a ball that he will need to make straight, because Rhinos will need this score, but that's not successful. Pius Mpoza to Sediabane to Sentongo. It's not the best pass that he could have sent out, and the frustration is clear on all his teammates' faces and in their voices. And Rhinos have got a get-out-of-jail-free card with a scrum just outside their 22. Ivan Otai Ivan Otai retreats. There's a couple of jokes here in the broadcast tent, but Ivan Otai retreats, sends the ball out to Sentongo, sends a long wide pass to Kennedy Muhumza. Was a big fend, but not enough to stay off the opponent. The ball is lost. Looked like it was being gripped. Someone's going to be sent off there. And Rhinos have 2 men in the sin bin for their last play. They are hanging on. 12-7. A score by Impis will make this a draw, and if they are able to convert, then they will have won. They will have won this game. So let's see how they use this 2-man advantage. Stalon Naitwe finds Ivan Otai, who we know is quick. He has shown that in the first try. He could do that again. This time offloads to Robert Sentongo, on to Keith Weraga. Emmanuel Sediavane is dancing in the wrong places though, because there's a gap on the outside, but sends it back out to Ivan Otai, who passes to Stalon Naitwe. Stalon Naitwe cuts back in. Ivan Otai is dancing through the Rhinos defense again. He's tackled. It's an open ball, but possession has been regathered. And Rhinos have earned the possession. That looked like the offense looked like it was hands in the rack, or oh yeah, he put his hands down in the contest at that breakdown, which is I think sealing at the breakdown, and Ivan Chirawa will gently walk this one out for Rhinos. Sigh of relief to win this first 5th place playoff semi-final, 12-7, as the Buffaloes and the Sailors prepare to run onto the pitch.
Yeah, so there was a bit of malaria at the end of that game. The Rhinos technical bench, I think, are recovering from mini heart attacks at the moment, while Impis are ruining their missed chance to exploit their 2-man advantage when the Rhinos players were down to 5 players with 2 people in the sin bin contemplating their sins. Thankfully, Rhinos won that game. Otherwise, those 2 players would not be forgiven by their teammates. But right now, we have the baby brothers of the tournament hosts, Sailors, coming on against Buffaloes in the 5th place semi-playoff. This is the second 5th place semi-final playoff, and the winner of this will have the right to play Rhinos in the 5th, 6th playoff later on today. So right now we have the Buffaloes playing the Sailors. Sailors have been strong this weekend. I think playing on their home ground with the home crowd behind them has lifted their spirits and just made them turn up their game to another level. They've been a difficult side to beat, even for the big teams. And so they are hoping to take the game to Buffaloes as well. And we shall see how this goes.
Yes, wait for the teams to get into the dugout, to get into the tunnel. We're seeing alongside the logo for Guinness, Buffaloes in their grey and red jersey, and we're seeing the Sailors in their stripes of white and black. Sailors, as Helen has mentioned, has been particularly impressive, while the Buffaloes as well have had a predominantly good show, despite having lost to the Hippos, but now they can be able to salvage something from this this particular game. Remember, it doesn't only end at the knockouts. Even if you lose, you still have to play for your positional placement. For your positional placement, and let's hear from our sponsors before this game gets underway.
Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest. Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest.
Sailors were the surprise package yesterday in the pool stages, winning 2 games, the big one against the Warriors to set up a main cup quarterfinal against Heathens, finishing 2nd place in their pool. But they were not good enough. They were far off the mark against the Heathens, who posted a surprisingly low score, 20-0. But they did enough to ensure that they continue to the main cup semi-final. So Sailors have been relegated to the 5th place playoff, and they are facing another Chadondo side in the Toyota Buffaloes. Toyota Buffaloes are a strong outfit. So we'll be seeing how the Sailors approach this contest with the Buffaloes, and they are able to regather their kick with Moses Olupot. Moses Olupot onto Edekeka to Elopot. To Kamiza, short ball to Olwenyi Moses, the captain, who straightens and is going to go all the way. Try time for the Sailors. Beautiful try from the restart. Well worked, regathered possession. Chose their battles very well and wisely, and were able to find the gap in the middle through Captain Moses Oreni. So Kamiza, with conversion to come, Sailors lead 5-0 against the Buffaloes. Kamiza's effort on the conversion is wide of the uprights. So the score is 5-0. A bit of a poor start from the Buffaloes, with Odoch and Ivan and Solomon Agani consulting each other and saying that let's not give these little boys a chance to get one against us. Again, same kick to the same zone. Another well-gathered kick, but this time tested by Jaden Isaac. Moses Olpot is on spot to recover. Sends it back to Jaden Isaac. Kamiza, another short ball to Moses Oreni, but he's unable to gather, so the possession is turned over. Solomon Agani turns on the afterburners into the Sailors' territory. One tackle broken by the quick man on the outside. He has the wheels. He will go all the way. No, he won't. He turns once, twice. Strike time! It's a beautiful try by the Buffaloes. Good response. Good response from the Buffaloes against the Sailors. To level matters here, conversion to come.
The Buffaloes players showing their silky skills. Inside, outside, turning the Sailors player. I think the Sailors player must be very dizzy now. Conversion still to come. Converted easily for the 2 points.
Buffaloes lead 7-5. Eddie Kaima now to return the favor with a beautiful kick to restart. Sends it just inside the 22, inside the 10. Edekeka Joshua gathers, tries to offload to Moses Solopot, the senior Sailors player. Very good contest there by Solomon Agani, well turned over. Odoch Morgan carries into the middle region. Another break, 1-2 tackles. 3, Odoch Morgan with the ball again, sends a basketball pass out to Solomon Agani. Solomon Agani has Ivan Odiambo on his outside, does not need him, decides to go alone, but the opposition is not early there, and Ivan Odiambo is bundled into touch, offloads it quickly to... offloads it quickly, but then there is a line out there. Black Pirates choose to go for the quick ball, and there will be a restart, a quick restart on the line out as the Buffaloes realign. Short ball distribution to the Rhinos. Jaden Isaac decides to go alone as Moses Oreni was coming for that trademark short ball inside. Very strong defense there from the Buffaloes. Should be Odoch Morgan, the younger brother to Uganda rugby crane star Baron Oketayot, and he gets his team a scrum down inside the Sailors' territory. Sailors had started well, got a try on the board, were unable to convert. Buffaloes responded even better with a try and conversion of their own. So they lead this game 7-5.
Like to share something about mental health. Mental health is key. Mental health is managed by the right people.
Time back on as referee Django, the D is silent, gets the players underway back in the scrum. Quick ball out to Eddie Kaima, and Kamiza is found napping on the blind side. He's beaten for pace by Eddie Kaima. Shows his frustration with his pack there, and Buffaloes extend their lead. 12-5, and he will have done enough to earn some rest in this first half of the game. Aaron Tuke's conversion is unsuccessful, but try scorer Eddie Kaima makes way for Brian Tindikawa. So Aaron Tuke gets us underway, sends it long. Ivan Odiambo with a very beautiful chest, beats Jaden Isaac in the air and beats Kamiza on the floor to score another try for the Buffaloes. This is textbook rugby from the Buffaloes, class apart from the Sailors, who have been caught napping in this game. The score is now 17-5, conversion to come. And Aaron Tuke is being told, you can take your mark in a better place. Gives him a chance to make an easier conversion. So that's going to be the full complement of points. 19-5 in favor of the Buffaloes. Let's see how the Sailors respond this time on kick reception. Let's see how the Sailors respond to this one. Much better than was in the last one, but fumbled. And it's a turnover, earliest man at the breakdown. Dosh Morgan is the first at the breakdown, and he effects the turnover. On to Brian Tindikawa, taking us back in the day with that soft pass. Oh, Ketayot had to fumble that one. It was a low pass, but then it bounced backwards, so there was play on to Brian Tindikawa. And Jaden Isaac is smart enough to stand there. It is open play. He breaks the first tackle. Does he have the legs to go all the way? He looks around, looks for the offload. But Roach Morgan is smart enough to deny him the chance to send the offload. Nothing illegal there. It's just smart rugby on show. Solomon Agani, Sports Day, moves it on, jump slips out of Olwenyi Moses' reach. Aaron Tuke on the support. The ref's hand is out for the advantage. But this is exciting rugby as the Buffaloes and the Sailors give themselves a chase. Kamiza has done enough for the contest at the breakdown, so the Pirates will earn a penalty for holding on. Edekeka Joshua goes for the quick restart, but the Buffaloes were not 10, so it's going to be a proper set play. Buffaloes get back 10. Let's get a breather and set afresh. This is going to be the last play of the first half. Moses Olpot decides to go back into contact. He's held up, but the Sailors secure the ruck. On to Kamiza on the left side. Moses Orengi likes that switch ball. Bangs one tackle. Leaves the man on the floor. Another quick ball out. The Sailors are looking for options on the outside, but the go-to man is Jaden Isaac, who had made some inroads. Oh! Head collision with the Dutch Morgan there. Didn't look like he's okay. But the Buffaloes have the advantage with the knock on there. And he responds, Dutch Morgan himself responds with the try that will end the Buffaloes, that will end the Sailors' charge for an extra point. And there, Dutch Morgan says that he needs a change. He'll not be coming back on. It looked like he was in a worrisome situation after that collision with Jaden Isaac. And as the doctors rush on to attend to him, I think it is going to be a point of now game management for the Buffaloes, and a point of how do we get back into this for the Sailors.
This is a difficult game for Sailors. They're playing a very experienced Buffalo side, loads of silky runners, quick feet. And Sailors were working off the hype of being at home, being a surprise package. And there was that first try by Olupot, which basically sent the stadium into raptures and shocked the Buffaloes team. Sailors just need to keep playing a patient game, move that ball around, and just try and play the basics. At the moment, they're keeping the game a bit too tight instead of spreading it out wide to spread the Buffaloes' defense. The Buffaloes' defense loves rushing up, and they're always at the breakdown to poach the ball when a tackle is made. So Sailors needs to be quicker, committing players to the ruck, securing that ruck, and moving that ball out. Still a long way to go, but they can get back in this game using the home crowd advantage. But the way it stands, Buffaloes look finely poised to move on to the next stage, to meet Rhinos in the 5th place playoff final.
Not a lot of discussions there with the Buffaloes, but a bit lengthy chat for the Sailors with let's see who are they leading the discussions there. It's Black Pirates legends Dennis Etoket and Marvin Odong leading the Sailors with I think with the backing of head coach Coach Bobby Robert Musinguzi. But have they done enough for safety? Ball raised high in the air. Ivan Odiambo's charge on the chest is not good enough to turn over the possession. Moses Olpot onto the blind side for Jaden Isaac, who offloads back to him. Moses Olpot raises his hand, tries to fend off Solomon Agani, but he decides to go down. And there goes Moses Oreng running for the short ball again into Aaron 2K. And the Sailors have started this one on a bang. Sports Day. Offloads back inside as Bryant Indikawa was coming in for the contest. Secured ruck. Skip pass. It may be unnecessary to skip the pass, but then the Sailors have made some space on the outside. Moses Oreng and Moses Olopot combining for that looped pass. And Moses Olopot is strong enough, he's there early enough to secure that ball. Jaden Isaac now in the middle, he's going to carry. Swings another skip pass. Checks the man with a fend. Goes for the pocket. That looked like a high tackle by Bryant Indikawa, and the Sailors now have their 4th phase with the ball. Left, right. Surely the gaps are going to open on the outside. Moses Oreng sends it out wide. Looped pass. Moses Oreng against Alvin Lutamakonas, and he breaks the tackle, Moses Oreng. It is this patience, it is this hard work that has led to a successful break on the outside by the captain, Moses Oreng, and the Sailors respond with a well-worked try. 6 phases on the ball, and they've scored the best try that they could have made in such conditions. Conversion by Kamiza is good. And so the Sailors have 12 points on the board, but is it enough? Is it enough to challenge the Buffaloes in this second Fifth place playoff semi-final. Kamiza's kick flies well, isn't long enough, but Ivan Odiambo charges onto it, and now Sean Mwebaze, the substitute, is on. Eddie Kaima is also back on. Bryant Indikawa goes sports day, but he knows that he does not have the power. The engine is not oiled enough due to age, and he offloads the ball back on the inside. The ball is whacked back onto the inside. Back to the left side. But it is lost forward by Ivan Odiambo, and the Sailors now have a chance to attack. Get a chance to start from the set piece. Scrum on the left, there's no space on the blind side, so they will be surely going all the way out on the outside. Moses Olupot is in a better position to receive the ball there from Kamiza, but will they be able to win this scrum feed? Ball goes straight through the scrum onto Moses Olupot. Onto Olwenyi Moses, stands, decides to go himself into Bryant Indikawa. The young man goes. The Sailors back onto the blind side. Bryant Indikawa again making the same tackles again. Continues all the way. The gap has been created on the outside. Let's see if the young man has enough power to run around Captain Wilfred Seguya. He turns back inside, looks for the space. On to Moses Olupot. Moses Olupot to Kamiza. Straight running there, no two options. Breaks the first tackle into Ivan Odiambo, who makes the tackle. But the Sailors are gaining territory. But they are judged. The judge there for having had 1, 2, 3 many rolls with the ball on the floor. So the position is turned over. And they even punished further for having not been 10 by referee Tumwesije. Wilfred Seguya will get the Buffaloes underway. Starts, looks left, but then goes to the right for Bryant Indikawa, who sends the simple ball out. His outside man. The ball comes back inside. Wilfred Seguya dances past the first man, dances past the second one, albeit not successfully as he would have intended. Offloads the ball on the floor to Eddie Kaima. Eddie Kaima to Sean Mwebaze. Offloads back inside to Ivan Odiambo. The ball is swinging left, and now it's on its way right. Wilfred Seguya with a short ball, but Moses Olupot is there for the tackle, and it is turned over by Andrew Maivi, with the refs hand out for the advantage. Andrew Maivi offloads to Jaden Isaac. Jaden Isaac to Moses Olupot, the ever-reliable Sailors player. To Kamiza. Kamiza breaks the second tackle. Sells a dummy, but is not bought. Wilfred Seguya has cleared off that breakdown. But the ball is turned over, and Solomon Agani will have the legs to run all the way round for the Buffaloes. For the Buffaloes try. But assistant referee there on the far end, Rachel Kakaire, thinks he didn't make it. Thinks otherwise, so that is going to be a scrum down for the Sailors. Just at the 5-meter line, Solomon Agani was able to reach the try area, but he did not ground the ball. He did not have control of the ball when he grounded it, and he was judged to have knocked it forward. So score remains 26-12 in favor of the Buffaloes, as Kamiza is being walked off by his doctors, and the Sailors will have a scrum. And possession has been turned away, I think, at that breakdown. And Eddie Kaima restarts. Tumzei Bryant Indikawa, who loses the ball forward. Moses Olupot is tackled from the back. He also loses the ball forward, but Eddie Kaima has found some space. Should have been advantage played there. But there was an offside at the breakdown. And Sailors, it's a call that's a bit interesting to understand. Sailors get another chance to attack through Andrew Maivi. Someone will be penalized for not rolling away for sure. But it goes the other way around, and the Buffaloes have surely put it out of reach of the Sailors. Under the uprights. It is 31. Sean Mwebaze converts and makes it 33 for the Buffaloes and 12 for the Sailors. This is out of reach. They do not have enough time to come back into this one, but they have put up a good fight against a more experienced side. I am excited for the Sailors personally because this is my team. This is the team that I play for. We have done our best, but it's not good enough, and good is not enough to win games. So they'll have to regroup and see how they can play in that eighth place semi-final, in the eighth place final against the loser of against the Impis who lost in the earlier semi-final. There goes Desire Call. Desire Call sends a hallelujah pass out to Moses Orange, but he was judged to have been forward in the last play of the game after the Hota had gone. Jaden Isaac, referee Django Tumwesije must have missed the hooter because this was the last play of the game. But the Buffaloes now have a chance to restart, win their scrum, send the ball out to the fly-off, the pivot man, and they could go for extra points, or they could just do enough, just kick the ball out. But they decided to go for extra points. Aaron Tuke sends it out wide to Sean Mwebazi. Sean Mwebazi is looking for touch. Yes, he will be able to find touch. It is the last play of the game. The ball bounces on the line, and that surely will be full time. Yeah, that's full time. Buffaloes have done enough to win this game, and they will go on to the fifth place final. As the Betway Cubs and the Black Pirates set up an epic main cup semi-final clash. I'm joined by Deus Bugembe, who is the rugby reporter, columnist with the Daily Monitor here in Uganda, one of the leading news dailies. He was in Nairobi for the Safari Sevens, and these are the two teams which sent the most number of players for the Safari Sevens. You saw their performance in the Safari Sevens as a Ugandan team, we all did. But what do you think, comparing the two teams this weekend at the Safari Sevens and before? What do you think has been the difference that has been showcased by the players who went for the Safari Sevens in the series today?
Of course, playing at the Safari Sevens and back here at home for at our local Sevens series, those are two different things. The quality is different. The players are, the Safari Sevens are more tasking, but once again, for you to make the team to represent Uganda at the Safari Sevens, you must stand out here. So we saw the likes of, I was impressed with the likes of Karim Arenaiti, Cloud Otema, and Innocent Gotko, who are the newbies on the team. Unfortunately, Gotko and Otema are not part of either Cobs or Pirates. But here we have interesting players like, I'll look out for Chisiga. Chisiga is one of the better sevens players in the country, and when you look at both sides, they're full of quality, and basically if you're a national team coach, you will not be wrong for picking your sevens team out of these two. So we expect a very good game, very tight game. Pirates want to win it. They have not won a circuit. This is their home circuit. Cobs want to finish it or get it done and dusted with right now. So we have a game on our hands.
Indeed, we have a game on our hands, as Deus Bugembe says. But you will notice that as the teams line up, the Cobs are without Joseph Aredo, who earlier in the game should have been against in the main cup quarterfinal, got injured and hurt his knee, so he is out. I think he has been rolled out for the weekend. We wish Joseph Aredo a quick recovery, but it's now to see how the Cobs will shape up and play without their key playmaker. As Conrad Wanyama gets us underway in the first main cup semi-final. Raises it high for Kevin Balagade to chase. Yes, it makes the distance. No, it doesn't. And again, the restarts. The restarts are not perfect, so the Cobs get a chance to start with a free kick from halfway. Adrian Casito goes to the right side for Captain Ian Munyani. Ian Munyani carries into Desire Era, offloads to Alhaji Manono, who loses it forward. And Isaac Massa is there to regather. But there will be no advantage gained. And so it's a scrum for the Black Pirates. Just inside their own territory. Ruben, what do you think about these first 2-3 phases of play in the game?
Yeah, both teams are still a bit skeptical, trying to size each other up, trying to see what strategy is the other team bringing. So it's a case of two teams with very, very talented players trying to understand what the other team is bringing to the table. As we see a feed there by Conrad Wanyama, who moves the ball, and a training ground move expertly done, and a kick to follow it up. Pressure on Adrian Casito there, and Timothy Kisiga gathers. Beautiful, beautiful there. Pirates not intending to let this one just go easy. They're at home and they're playing like they're at home. What a beautiful training ground move, and the kick to follow it up, and Timothy Kisiga dotting down Ivan Magomu to add the extras. Does so comfortably, 7-0 to the Pirates.
Timothy Kisiga was the recipient of a very lucky bounce in front of Adrian Casito, who was covering the backfield. And the Black Pirates lead now 7-0 as the thunders roar in the skies, and some lightning is putting some sparks in this game that has started with such a cracking piece of action.
And with the restart, the Cobs will be looking to have an immediate response. Remember, these teams have met in 2 finals and Cobs has won both. Not meeting in Soroti because the Heathens beat the Pirates in the semi-final. But one thing is on the agenda for the Pirates. They do not want to allow Cobs to get a 4th consecutive circuit win, which would all but put them in a position to win the overall 7 series. So there's a lot to play for. Keeping in mind that the Cobs are the defending champions of the Rujumba Sevens. So the Pirates will also want to say something about that. That is where the saying came from, that Kings Park is legends. Boyo Gerere branch, and Adrian Casito with his customary chip and chase. Gathered well there by Timothy Kisiga, fellow Sevens international on the Uganda Rugby Cranes. Today they are on different sides and won't be having any love for each other. Desire Yera, they are looking for some space on their enforcer role. Patient play there, and as Arnold Atukunda wants to look for space, Arnold Atukunda, the speedster, versus Ian Munyani, beats Ian Munyani. Oh my God! Oh my God! Beastly stuff! Beastly stuff! Pirates has not come to play games for this particular one.
I think that was a big mistake by Adrian Casito. He is over-reliant on his kick and chase game, and that allowed Pirates to regather at the back, and Cobs has been punished by a try. So Cobs are in an unusual position of being down by 2 tries early on in the game, and Ivan Magomu makes no mistake to put in the extras, and currently Pirates lead by 14 points to 0. Pirates are at home. They're determined to win today for 2 reasons. 1, they're at home. 2, it is their only chance to prevent Cobs from winning the series title.
Brilliant stuff there. As we're waiting for yet another restart, action-packed encounter, action-packed. Pirates bringing the fire thick and fast, throwing the punches, not letting Cobs have it their way. Cobs still a bit shell-shocked with the constant attack. Can they be able to respond? That attack has brought Kings Park to life, and it's a high kick. Kelvin Balagade receives the ball, gets up, and he's tackled by his fellow Rugby Cranes teammate, Pius Ogena. Pirates not playing games, and Conrad Wanyama dancing through. The offload unfortunately doesn't go, and it's a kick, and the race to see who's fast to the ball. And it's Isaac Massa trying to gather A case of a cynical play there by Isaac Massa. And now Cobs have the opportunity to attack. And with nerves, Ivan Magomu. Oh my God, Ivan Magomu. This is turning into something that's not funny at all. And you can see the body language from the players trying to say, this is our home ground. There is nothing that you're going to take from us here. They have come with intent. They have suffered 3 seconds of frustration, and today they want to show something.
Right now, this is murder by the Pirates. This is murder by the Pirates. They are doing the unbelievable. Table leaders Cobs look very dejected at the moment. They cannot believe what is happening. Stanbic Pirates are taking full advantage of the home crowd, full advantage of the fact that they know every blade of grass on this pitch, and they're up for it. However, Cobs is not a team to write off. Currently, Pirates are leading by 21 points to 0. Cobs cannot be written off at this point in time. After that very long run by Ivan Magomu, the coach takes him off for well-deserved rest. It's brought on some fresh legs. Haruna Mohammed coming into the playmaker role at this point in time. Ian Munyani gathers that high kickoff from Conrad Wanyama with ease. Pirates committing numbers to the breakdown, but Cobs hold steady and they are in possession. And what can they make out of this possession? James Ijonga trying to create some magic, but well marshaled by Balagade. Ian Munyani stretching his long legs to Dangerman Pius Ogena, but Massa, Minister of Defense, does not want to know. Quick penalty taken by Casito, makes ground, taken down by Conrad Wanyama. The hooter has gone. Cobs still has possession. Pirates defense line moving up very fast to snuff out all the threat on the wing. These tackles coming in are huge. Referee has had enough at this point. Knock on, and it is halftime. Pirates leading by 21 to 0. Who would have thought that this day would come?
Not very many would have thought that this day, but it was a long time coming for the Black Pirates. The way this game has always been is that the first team, and I've been saying this to the people that I've been speaking to, the way Pirates and Cobs deal with each other is that the first one that lands on the other is the one that goes away with it. It's killing by strangling. There's no time to say, Reta Kambe. The first person that lands on the other's neck will go for the kill. And you could see there the Pirates standing up as a team and with some individual brilliance, especially from the boy from Barara, Arnold Atukunda, to score a try, skinning 3-4 players. But we all know Cobs. They know how to win. They have been in this place before. They can come back and shock the Black Pirates at their own home circuit. But what a half of rugby we've had here in the main cup semi-final. Black Pirates have stood up. The Betway Cobs seem to be out of character in the absence of playmaker Joseph Aredo and captain. But I believe they have enough to put up a stiff challenge in the second half. And what a game we have. What a game we have on our hands here.
Many people have been saying that this is a final before the final, and you cannot write Cobs off yet. They have such caliber and depth within their team. They're definitely missing Joseph Aredo. He's a very instrumental player for them, but they still have enough in their tanks. Very many quality international players, 7s and 15s on this team, and they can turn things around. Pirates must be very careful not to assume that the game is done and dusted, because Cobs can come back in this game. And when they do, they will punish Pirates. So Pirates needs to keep up the intensity. We definitely have a good second half on our hands. Despite the score being 21-0, it is not all one-way traffic. This game is end-to-end. Both teams putting in huge shifts. Very physical game. Quick feet, silky running, footwork. Everything is there.
James Ijongat to start Cobs' charge for the comeback in the second half here. Kicks it off to Ivan Magomu. Off to Ian Munyani for the chase, but Big Bala is well placed to receive that offloads to Isaac Massa. Isaac Massa has the legs carrying, fends off Alhaji Manano on the chase, but is not able to go all the way. It is lost forward at the breakdown, and Cobs have earned the turnover, but they are pinned back in their own territory inside their 22. Ref's hand is still out for the advantage. Time for Cobs to attack now. On to Alhaji, on to Haji. Karim Arinaitwe with Timothy Siga on to face him. Loses the ball forward to Haruna Mohamed. Haruna Mohamed onto the attack. Sends it to Conrad Wanyama. Conrad Wanyama dances back inside. Gives a cheeky kick on to Haruna Mohamed to chase. Haruna Mohamed has Haji Karim Arinaitwe. Karim Arinaitwe with the nickname Haji. To chase, but he's unable to gather that kick, and the ball goes into touch inside the Cobs 22. And for a moment, it looked like this game was going to continue as it had ended in the first half. Line out for the Cobs. Time off. Ref says time off, and then time back on as Aaron Jurua comes on to add more power to the Betway Cobs attack and defense, and they will have to reset and discuss how they are going to approach that line out as Isaac Massa decides to listen in. They speak the same language, so he decides to listen in to the tactic, but they will have, surely Cobs will have code names for their tactics to outsmart Isaac Massa on that defense. Adrian Casito gives it to Isaac Massa, who must have copied the notes fully there. Sends it to Conrad Wanyama, who is banded into touch again by Conrad Wanyama. Quick restart there by Adrian Casito. On to James Jongat, to captain Ian Munyani. Ian Munyani has Haji on his outside. Karim Arinaitwe tries to run around Arnold Atkunda. He does it, but then they're both up to speed, and he loses the ball forward into touch. And it's a Black Pirates line out. Haruna Mohamed decides to go for the slow, no rush on the restart there. But what a contest we have at our hands, Ruben. See, both teams are throwing the kitchen sink at each other, but at the moment it's only the Black Pirates that have been successful.
Yeah, Pirates has really come to the party for this one. They are matching Cobs for everything. Prior to this game, Cobs has really been good in defense, not conceding that many tries, but today they have conceded 3 tries and they have no answer thus far. Pirates are mentally in the right place, and that was one of the conversations that we had, that what we have with between Pirates and Cobs is a mental block for the Pirates, who have been losing in 3 consecutive circuits, but they look like they have overcome that, and what a time for them to do that at home at the Kings Park Arena. The Kings Park Arena is alive, and no one is caring about the rain as the action continues to go on. And Haruna Mohamed gathers and sets up. Conrad Wanyama setting it up, and he's carried into the air as the Cobs are trying to make it unplayable. And every tackle, every point of contact is very brutal at this point. And with the rain falling as well, it makes things not easy at all. A bit of soccer skills there. Can Haruna gather? I don't think that was an educated decision for him to gather in such conditions while running under all that pressure. He should have trusted some of his soccer skills in that particular moment. But the Cobs have failed to find an answer so far to the Pirates' pressure.
That was a smart decision there by Ian Munyani to hold up Conrad Wanyama, carry him like a baby, and force the turnover. But even smarter from the Black Pirates, because we've seen these errors happening. A player is held up and the teammates come in, it's a maul, it's an easy turnover. But Cobs were able to get the turnover. However, they did not make use of it as the weather conditions were not in their favor. And now they have a scrum just outside their own try area as Adrian Casito, Stephen Alol, and Arnold Atkunda will make the foot race. Arnold Atkunda, with quick feet, is able to regather, scans the area in front of him, decides to run around. The Cobs defense kicks onto into Pius Ogena's path. Does he have the energy to stop Pius Ogena? No, he doesn't. Pius Ogena breaks the second tackle by Desire Yera. There's a contest with Isaac Massa. And Isaac Massa at the breakdown is judged for not having released. So the referee has sent them even 10 meters back. And Adrian Casito on to Ian Munyani. James Jongat with the pass to the back to Marco Suna. Marco Suna is carried back behind by Alex Aturinda. No, that's the Betway Cobs with the ball. That's Aaron Jurua to Adrian Casito to Farajo Digo, and the ball is contested there at the breakdown as the Pirates are penalized for being offside. Ivan Magomo and against Adrian Casito, his teammate at the national team. It's a tough game for the Betway Cobs here. Pius Ogena passes to Aaron Jurua. Aaron Jurua decides to fend off Isaac Massa, who has no response to the powerful carry of Aaron Jurua. Cobs slowly and steadily making their way forward. Pius Ogena is up against Stephen Alul. It's the small men against the big boys here. Ian Munyani now offloads to Faraji Odugo. Faraji Odugo will break and find a way. Touches down for the first time for the Betway Cobs. And the comeback is on. The comeback for the Betway Cobs is on. Conversion to come. Well converted by James C. Jongat. (21-7). A playmaker has come on for the Betway Cobs, and that is under 20 captain. The last time Uganda had an under 20 competition, that's Josiah Sempeke on. With 30 seconds to go, do the Cobs have enough time to win this game, to turn it around? Timothy Tsiga regathers, but that was a penalty. That was blocking by Balagade on Emmanuel Echodu on the charge. And Emmanuel Echodu goes for the quick restart, but that's not on the mark, so he'll have to give the ball to Ian Munyani, who sends it to Josiah Sempeke. Josiah Sempeke running on the loop. Faraji Odugo breaks the first tackle, bangs Stephen Alul on the head. Sends it out now to Emmanuel Echodu, who offloads on the floor to James Jonga. James Jonga is tackled by Alex Aturinda. It's a contest at the breakdown. The hooter goes. Cobs will only have a chance for one more try, a consolation try. Let's see if he will be successful. Ian Munyani is close, just 5 meters. Short ball to Emmanuel Echodu. Emmanuel Echodu to Faraji Odugo. He's denied. Back onto the blind side. Aaron Jirua sells a dummy. It is not bought. Held up. He finds real estate on the floor, but it's a penalty. And someone's going to go to the bin here. Someone's going to the bin. That's a yellow card. That's a yellow card to Captain Ivan Magomu. And Cobs will have a chance to attack and put some points on the board for a consolation try in what has been a thrilling semi-final. The ball is lost in the tackle. Backwards though. The ref says, Ian Munyani, conditions are tough here for both teams. But even tougher for the Betway Cobs, who are looking for that one try. Marcos Huna finds some space. Is tackled by Stephen Alul, who has made a clean contest. No, it isn't clean. He should have gone through the gate. James Sijong got quick restart to Faraji Odugo, who will dive over for the second try for the Betway Cobs. Score 21-12. Not enough for the win, but they have gone down fighting, the Betway Cobs, haven't they?
Yeah, the comeback for Cobs was a little too late with 1 minute on the clock. They were able to score and convert, but the time just kept winding down with 6 Pirates players on the pitch. Cobs was able to make use of their numerical advantage to score another try, and the final score is 21-14. Pirates are through to the main cup final, while Cobs uncharacteristically will be in the 3rd-4th playoff. The stadium has erupted. The rain is coming down, but the fans don't care. They're running up and down, screaming and celebrating. It's almost as if they've won the final, but there's still the final to play. Next up, we have Hippos, all the way from Ginger, taking on Heathens in the next main cup semi-final. Fighting for the right. Fighting for the right to play Pirates in the main cup semi-final.
Beautiful scenes here at Kings Park. As you can see, the Cobs and the Pirates retreating to the players' area, and Heathens already waiting in the players' hold with the Ginger Hippos for the second semi-final, but it was electric. The rain the fans had retreated to the sheds for the rain, but they came out to witness the action as close as they could. What a game we've had, an exciting semi-final. This is what we've always been looking forward to. Teams throwing the kitchen sink at each other, not just in the final, but even in the semi-final. We saw that in the semi-final in Soroti, where the Heathens got one over the Black Pirates, and they put up an even bigger fight in the final. And here we are for the Henry Rujumba Sevens as the Heathens and the Ginger Hippos run on. The first semi-final could have been a curtain raiser for an even more epic semi-final as the Ginger Hippos and the Heathens play for the second semi-final, and what will set up the second different semi-final, that actually the first final that does not have the Betway Cobs since the 2021 Guinness Sevens Series began. I think this could, we will need to check that, but this could be the first time we are having a sevens final in 2 years where there's no Cobs in the final. They were the 2019 champions. They could have gone all the way to all the finals, but we'll check that with our notes and get back with the facts. But Pirates have given us the first final without Cobs. And now we get to see if Ginger Hippos will also put their hand up and say we deserve to be in the final this weekend. But they have a very huge mountain to climb, a huge task at their hands in the name of the Heathens. Center referee Rosenberg Kanyenyuzi gets us underway. And John Echeru from deep raises the ball into the rainy skies. And Cloud Otema, who rose, appears to have hurt his knee there. But the possession is turned over by the Ginger Hippos, who have now attacked. It's a concept of killing by strangling. David Buako there, unable to regather. Offloads to Jacob Ochen, who fends off Pole Pilo. He's held up. Looked like a punch. Looked like a punch by Captain Michael Okorach. And there will be a consultation between the referees there as Raymond Seka has something to say about what happened in the scenes there. The judgment has been made for a high tackle, but let's wait for what will come from the consultations. Yes, indeed. Raymond Seka certainly saw something, but center referee Rosenberg Kanyenyuzi has been very lenient, telling him to calm down and let's stick to the rugby. Genechero sets up his Ginger Hippos teammates for the set play, but time is still off as we see Ginger Hippos coach Kevin McMott calling his boys in as Cloud Otema is being attended to. Ginger Hippos coach Kevin McMott has something to say, some final tips to send his boys, and he's telling them calm down, relax. This could be our moment, but let's do the right things at the right time. Cloud Otema, they are very unfortunate that he landed badly in regathering that kick and hurt his knee. But the young winger made his debut with the Ghana Rugby Cranes. And yet again, we suffer from the challenges of Uganda with power problems. But while we were away, the game came to life, and the Ginger Hippos, the Heathens took the lead through Lawrence Sebuliba speeding away from the Hippos defense, and then the speedster again on the other side, Dennis Eto'o responds. But the difference is in the conversion, so the difference is in the kicks. The difference is in the kicks. So Ginger Hippos lead 7-5 against the Heathens here. But let's see how this final play of the first half is going to be. Nicolas Kato off to Pole Pilo. Pole Pilo to the calm and composed Innocent Gokto, who breaks the first tackle. He's going to run all the way, fends, makes the fend. It's a clear contest. No, it isn't. And Taufik Bagalana is penalized for having gone through the side. You have to enter the ruck through the gate. Pole Pilo on the quick restart. He'll catch the Ginger Hippos defense snapping for the second try of the game. Heathens lead 10-5, and Nicolas Kato converts successfully, so it is 12-7 actually. It's 12-7. What a lapse of attention there from the Ginger Hippos. And we've seen the Watergate scandals, as they've been called, as the coaches turn into water boys. And Kevin McMott appears to have forgotten his water on the bench. Oh, yes, he does. But he's sending instructions to his players, the Ginger Hippos. Stay awake and let's keep the fight on. Ginger Hippos are now trailing 12-7 as the hooter for the first half goes. Michael Okorach attempts to regather. He touched the ball, so surely losing that forward, surely that will be the last play of the first half. And Rosenberg Kanyunyuzi ensures that and makes sure of that. Heathens leading 12-7 against the Ginger Hippos. We had an epic first semi-final. We're having an equally epic second semi-final in the main cup here at the Henry Rujumba Sevens. Ruben, you saw how the first semi-final was. That's on the side. We now have a proper second semi-final here at our hands. 2 tries from speedsters on both ends of the pitch. That's Lawrence Sebuliba and Dennis Otwao got us underway. But what do you think has been the approach for the two teams? Looking at them independently, what has been the different approach for the two teams in this semi-final?
Yeah, ideally, Hippos is one of those teams that has always had the speed and always had the flair, but they have always suffered with the physicality. But there are particular additions that have come to the squad that have really upped. There are particular players that have added to the team that have really bolstered them in regards to how they approach the physical contest. They have the likes of David Wako, the likes of Jacob Ochen, who has really grown into that enforcer role, seeing that they are able to match the Heathens in every aspect of the game. And as well, the fact that the team has been together for quite a while, now they have the experience that is needed to also match the likes of Heathens, who have players such as Lawrence Sebuliba that has been around, traveled the world with the Uganda Sevens, and back here to dispose of some experience and some knowledge with the rest of his team. Hippos will be happier, of course, with the score at halftime, but they'll be looking to score fast, to strike fast, because they know that Heathens is a very patient team. It's a team that can't wait for the game, and the fact that it's a 2-point margin, that they can be able to come back at any time. They have so many players that are very deadly and very dangerous. So Hippos has to strike fast if they are able to consolidate their play. But ideally, these have ideally been 2 very good semi-finals. We have seen the blockbuster first semi-final, and then this one as well. I'm sure we are going to be in for a treat for that with this second half as well. 2 teams that are really trying to approach this game, and regardless of the weather, we are seeing that the teams are expressing themselves. The teams are still trying to make the ball work as much as possible. They're not really worried about how the conditions are affecting them, and maybe because of the change of tide in the first game, the second game could see the Hippos maybe reach a final here at Rujumba Sevens.
If I am Joseph Oyet, I'm raising that ball for David Wako because he has been struggling with catching the ball in this game. But let's see which approach Joseph Oyet, since I am not Joseph Oyet, let's see which approach Joseph Oyet will use for this restart. He sends it high and wide to Jacob Ochen, to John Echeru, who turns around and offloads to Timothy Mugisha, who gives the pass to the smart Innocent Gokto for the easiest of tries everybody will ever see in this 7 series, or probably in the world. It is this wit that separates the good from the best. And Innocent Gokto has caught Timothy Mugisha napping. There's no offside there. It is open play. Timothy Mugisha gives the ball to Innocent Gokto, standing in the drift pattern. I think he didn't look. He just sent the ball out there. And the ball... and the try has been scored. Conversion by Nicolas Kato is wide, and Heathens lead 17-7 against the Ginger Hippos. But we've seen smart tries, but I don't think we'll see any smarter try than that. Rugby is played by the head first and then the body, and Innocent Gokto is a true manifestation of that, as Joseph Oyet raises another high ball, this time to Dennis Etwa, who is unable to gather. And Timothy Mugisha with the ball now will be smart enough to ensure that he doesn't throw another blind pass. Carries the ball into contact, is taken down by Trevor Ochan. John Echeru is at that rack, isolated alone. That was Dennis Etwa. John Echeru sells a dummy, fends off Paul Epilo. And Trevor Ochan is there again to make that tackle. It looked like it was going to be a maul, but it is not. And now the Ginger Hippos have a chance to run on the outside. Ball is lost in contact there. And someone's going to go. Someone's going to the bin. And that looks like it's going to be Paul Epilo. Paul Epilo is getting his second yellow card of the day. A bit uncharacteristic disciplinary performance this weekend, but he gives Ginger Hippos a chance to come back into this game. And as we were saying, smart rugby, they have gone for the scrum. They know they have the fly half. The fly half is off, the scrum half is off. So they have a man on the outside. The option is going to be sending the ball out wide. But Jacob Ochen, who is supposed to be in the scrum, is not in the scrum, this time making the switch with Taufik Bagalana. So he is at the wing. So they are going to use the options of swinging the ball out wide from John Echeru. John Echeru to Timothy Mugisha. Timothy Mugisha looks, he's not able to send it out wide to Dennis Etwa, but sends a long pass to Jacob Ochen. Jacob Ochen decides to carry as forcefully as he can, and he loses the ball in contact as he's held up there. Innocent Gokto is right on point to gather, and he loses the ball forward again. So there's someone on the floor. As the time goes off, I think the referee there, there wasn't enough advantage gained by the Heathens, so that should be their scrum. But from the information she's giving the players, she says it was ripped forward. It was ripped backwards by the Heathens, and thus they won the ball. So Ginger Hippos will have the chance to feed in that scrum. Yeah, a little. she's a hilarious lady, and the discussion she has with the Heathens captain Michael Crouch puts a smile on his face, because he knows he's trying to twist the call into his favor. As Nicolas Kato gets treatment on the floor there, he's in a bit of pain, but that energy, the body language appears like he has enough to go all the way as he marshals his forwards in the scrum. John Echeru to feed again. Not a clean feed there, but as Nicolas Kato is caught offside, John Echeru, a quick restart, sells a dummy, is head on with Innocent Gokto, who was offside, and David Wako is told, relax. So that John Echeru is going to try probably the same thing, slow this time. Then speeds up, offloads to Timothy Mugisha, who carries into Joseph Oyet. Taufik Bagalana to pick onto David Wako. David Wako will go again on himself. The big man has some wheels. Offloads to the wing. One tackle, second tackle broken. Sidestepping on the inside. He will go all the way straight. No, he won't, as he's tackled by Michael Kachanrel and Seburiba. John Echeru is held up. The ball has been lost forward. And the Ginger Hippos have a try that has gone begging. Very, very good defense from the Heathens. And they're back to full complement as Paul Epilo comes back on after serving his 2 minutes in the sin bin. Nicolas Kato limping to the touchline as the substitution at halfback is made. The ball was that's early feeding from the hooker there, Trevor Ochan, and someone else is going to the bin for sure. For offside there, interfering with play in an offside position, but Rosenberg is lenient this time. So Taufik Bagalana decides to go alone on his own. Was tackled but did not release. So the possession is turned over in favor of the Heathens. The Heathens have held on very well defensively. And Joseph Oyet has been told to go for touch with head coach Muhammad Athio giving him the direction that he's supposed to go for in finding touch, which he does successfully for a line out just outside the 22.
So the second half, winner with this one with first the Pirates in the finals.
Let's see how this lineout is going to be. No contest, but it wasn't straight. Assistant referee Rachel Kakairis communicates with center referee Rosenberg Kanyunyuzi to say that the lineout was not straight. And Ginger Hippos opt for a scrum at the 15-meter line. They will be making sure, they will be looking to make sure that they get points out of this phase of play and out of this possession. But first they need to secure their own scrum, and then they can set a play in this phase. John Echeru, slow feed, carries himself, goes to Timothy Mugisha. Timothy Mugisha running across to Dennis Etwao. Dennis Etwao cuts back inside because there's no space on the outside. In the middle, as his gap had been closed, John Echeru backwards. Throws a long, wild pass to Jacob Ochen. But he was forward. It was a forward pass, unnecessary turn of play by John Echeru. He could have gone to the left side. He could have gone to the right side. Could have gone to the left side. And as the hooter goes, that is going to be the last phase of play. Heathens have done enough to set up a main cup final clash with the horse here, the Black Pirates. But what a match we've had. What a day we've had in the main cup semi-finals here. It is showering here at Kings Park Stadium. We've just had the main cup semi-finals, Black Pirates beating the Cobs and Heathens beating the Ginger Hippos. All these games are being played in the memory of Henry Rujumba, who is a Black Pirates legend. And I'm joined by teammate and fellow Black Pirates legend, also Uganda Rugby Cranes legend, Deo Tumhaire, to share with us the story of Henry Rujumba and who he was as an individual as we wait for the main cup finals and Challenge Cup finals. But first, Deo, beautiful game in the semi-final here by the Black Pirates. Is it deserving of a memory of a player like Henry Rujumba?
Yes, first of all, it is actually very good. It will be unfortunate on such a day like this, as we remember his contributions, but still, it deserves that we beat Cobs and maybe go to the finals. We still take the cup.
And now that they've done the hard part, getting into the final, they have to win the trophy. But first, who was Henry Rujumba?
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone who has come here, the sponsors of particular teams, and also the main sponsor, Guinness, of this tournament. As we are here in memory of Rujumba, basically Rujumba, many people they say so many things about people who have gone away, who have passed away, but basically what I'm going to share with you is all about rugby, what he contributed for Pirates and Uganda as a whole. First of all, Rujumba loved his club, Pirates, and loved Uganda as well. More to say, he was also our pastor as a club. Basically, what we can say about him is that he loved his country, he loved his club, and at the time he disappeared a bit away from this game of rugby. That's how we somehow lost him, but somehow during his time was actually a very good player, and we called himself General Lomu of Uganda, and he actually deserved it as a winger.
Amongst the players you have seen, and not just with the Black Pirates, but in the Uganda rugby fraternity right now, among the players you have seen, which one player reminds you of the kind of player that Henry Rujumba was?
Well, at the moment, it's unfortunate that many of the wingers here we have in Uganda, they're actually short. Rujumba was tall, giant man. So that's why he referred to himself as Jonalum. So at the moment, well, the wingers are there, but there was none that can match his size and weight and speed as well.
Yeah, and as the team shape up for the Challenge Cup finals, 13th place playoff games, as the Kisubi Pacers and the Jaguars, we shall be hoping to see players coming up in the generation that remind us of Henry Rujumba. But thanks for joining us, Mr. Deo. It is very good that we are celebrating these legends that live amongst us, as we did at the Mileke Sevens, and the legends that have come before us at the Henry Rujumba Memorial Sevens. And as the teams line up to come back on, we hope that today and maybe another time we'll be able to see a player that comes to the quality that you think is fitting of Henry Rujumba.
Thank you very much.
Multicolored jersey, having a bit of everything. Off the pitch, the Pacers are very, very big advocates of mental health, so we appreciate them for that, led by their coach, Senteza Charles. That mental health, especially in sports, is very, very key to be at the top of your productivity. And we're going to be having the 13th, 14th placement playoff here between the Jaguars and the Pacers. And with that very, very interesting kick, the Pacers are able to gather. And it's an early contest. The rain has stopped, but it is a bit of wet weather. The ball is still slippery, so handling is going to come into play so much. How teams pass the ball, how teams receive the ball is very important. And high tackle there, referee gives a penalty to the Pacers. The Pacers with the early opportunity to attack, testing the Jaguars defense. And like we talked about, handling there because of the wet conditions. It's a knock-on, but the Pacers were playing advantage. So they won't be punished for that mistake. They get another opportunity to go again. And this time they attack the right side of the Kings Park Arena, the pitch here in Boyogerere. A bit of a loose pass there, putting the Fly-Half in a lot of pressure, but somehow the Pacers are able to clean up. But again, the handling, like we talked about the weather, is not making things easy. Pacers still trying to grind their way out of their own half, move the ball from left to right, and the Jaguars defense so far has been good. As James, they are passing the ball long, and very aggressive play there from the Pacers, and a last-ditch tip tackle stops the man from breaking free. And that was a pass to no one. Really, it was one of those passes that are not considerate to the person you're giving the ball. And both teams really trying to tussle it out. Majority of the play is happening in the middle of the pitch, and the ball goes out wide. Pacers have been very brutal in the attack, or they will, the Jaguars rather, they will be happy with themselves, making the Pacers lose considerable meters. Every time the Pacers are receiving the ball, they seem to be losing so many meters, and with that, the Jaguars steal the ball and they dot down. There is still a case of he might have been pushed into touch before he scored, but the assistant referee is fine with it, and it is going to be a try, the first try to the Jaguars, with a conversion to come. That is a try straight from defense, a try that is textbook good defense turning into good attack. Pressure on the defense, and they are able to turn the ball over and then score. And the Jaguars get an opportunity to add the extras. We have a couple more games coming up, and we shall be letting you know what those games are. Conversion, unfortunately, is not successful, so it's going to be 5 for the Jaguars. The Pacers 0. Remember, this is a 13th, 14th placement game. There are a couple more placement games. There's the 5th place, there's the 4th place, there's a challenge trophy, final, and then we'll have the big one for the day. And for the first time in 4 circuits, the big one will not have Cobs in it. It will be Heathens taking on Pirates, the hosts of the Rujumba Sevens. Nothing brings joy to home fans when they see their team going all the way to the final, but then can they do one more push and win it? But Heathens will have something to say. Back on pitch there, James Mwesigo trying to get some extra meters there, and it's a bit of a scuffle from both sides. It takes about 3 men to tackle, but it was a bit of a dangerous tackle. It was a tip tackle, and there should be a card to follow. The referee is a bit lenient there. He just gives the penalty, but the Pacers looking to fight back. The young lads, but they have a fight that is very big, and that was an interesting kick for touch. Didn't really have a lot of height on it, but it did the job, and you don't change a winning formula. So gets the Pacers a couple of extra meters. Line out to the Pacers. For the first time they visit the Jaguars half and are comfortably situated to effect their attacking platform. They stand really deep, and what can they do so that they can be able to break this resilient Jaguars defense? And their passing is not really making their lives easy as well. And that was a beautiful cut there. Yeah, as the Pacers break through for a try. Try time to the Pacers, and almost next to the post, which puts them in a proper position to hopefully get the conversion going, but that was a very good try. The Pacers fighting back and getting a score of their own, 5 up with the conversion to come. And in better news, just to announce that Robert Seguia has made his way to the Kings Park Arena today after months and months of battling leukemia. He is finally here, and he has received the kind of reception that a champion, a legend, and a man that has fought cancer deserves. And it's just great to see him out of the hospital and now coming back to a sport that he really loves. Robert, we appreciate you, and I'm sure when I get off commentary, I'll maybe have a chat with him as well. But on pitch at the moment, we still have the Pacers.
That is why he is where he is. But we thank you for coming out. We thank you for blessing us with the good. And may the good Lord deliver complete healing to you. We continue to work with you. We continue to go with you. And we continue to see. Samia, I saw Samia around. Samia is coaching the Pacers. So Samia also for giving back to the community.
So the score stands at 5-all. Unfortunately, the conversion wasn't successful for the Pacers. And now it's Jaguars' turn to attack. What can they be able to do? Tackle there by James Mwesigwa from the Pacers, a youngster that has had a stint with a couple of clubs, and I think he has found his comfort with the Pacers, and he's getting a lot of game time. I think that was one of the elements, and you can see him trying to do a lot. But meanwhile, the Jaguars also now trying to cook up something against the Pacers. Can they be able to get another score? But the Pacers defense is disciplined and patient and effective as the halftime hooter comes into play. And with that knock-on, the referee sends the game to halftime, the 13th, 14th placement games. And after this, we shall be having the Challenge Trophy final, which will be the Rams taking on the Mongas. Then we shall be having the 5th, 6th playoff, which will be Rhinos taking on the Buffaloes. Then we shall have the bronze medal match, the 3rd place playoff, which will be the Cobs taking on the Hippos. Then we shall have the main cup final, the big one, later on in the day, at probably around 4 p.m. Pirates taking on Heathens. And with the second half ready to start, the Pacers go for a deep kick, gathered comfortably by the Jaguars. And the ball goes long, and the Jaguars looking to score this early in the second half, and rightfully so. He does not bother himself trying to get the extra yardage to the center of the posts. He scores in the corner. Better having the 5 than losing it all. So that is 10 for the Jaguars with the conversion to come. Can they be able to get the extras and give themselves some considerable breathing space between themselves and the Pacers? Conversion is not good, so the score remains at 10-5. Jaguars in the ascendancy. If they win this one, they will be 13th, and the Pacers will have to settle for 14th as we wait for the challenge final, which will be coming on next between the Rams and the Mongas. Then we shall be having the 5th, 6th playoff. That will be the Rhinos and the Buffaloes before we have the 3rd place, Cobs versus Hippos. Then the final, Pirates versus the Heathens. Pacers gather and organize. Now they intend to get out of their half so that they can be able to attack and moving the ball better handling. And as I just said that, then they drop the ball. In case of the commentator's curse. But the ball luckily went behind, but they have been really struggling because of the way they pass the ball, and now that the conditions are not favorable, I don't know how they're going to be able to maneuver that, because you can't play rugby if you can't hold the ball, but they're able to get some considerable meters there. Proper setup by the Pacers. They move the ball. Referee has had enough of something there. There was an infringement at the breakdown, and it's going to be a penalty to the Pacers. Pacers getting a full penalty, not choosing to go for the kick for touch this time round. That's a bit of a 50-50 pass. You can't hesitate then want to pass to your teammate like that, and it puts them in compromising situations. And from that point, they lose the ball. And the Jaguars, after defending so much and then getting the turnover and then passing it around, they drop it. Gifting Pacers possession back. The Pacers know that they need to score next. Pacers choose to go for the kick, and it finds the on and off. That's a very, very, we can say, good kick, but it had a bit of fortune on it. And it's going to be a line out there to the Jaguars. Time has been stopped for shoelaces. The player trying to get his footwear in order. Line out there. There was a bit of a rectification. The ball from the Pacers went dead, and they had to go back into their own half. You can't kick straight from where the Pacers were straight into touch, so they came back, and that is why they're now having to cede territory and cede possession advantage to the Jaguars. Can they get a clean ball and be able to operate? The line out was scrappy, and Abel Alele running faster than he got the ball, and there was a tackle in the mix there after the player had passed the ball, but the referee seemed to be raising his hand, but he let it slide. A lot of tackles with a man being lifted off the ground, but the Pacers are also not making it easy on themselves with this kind of handling. It's shambolic, to say the least. It's not a proper advert for rugby, but you can maybe have a little bit of sympathy on them because of the weather, and hopefully they get a communication from their dugout and change the strategy in which they hold the ball. But rainy conditions and sevens rugby are not usually good allies, as the assistant referee communicates something to his center referee. And it's going to be a penalty to the Pacers for a tip tackle. Case of frustration there from the Jaguars for not having much of the possession. They have been condemned to defend for much of this game, and the few opportunities that they've gotten, actually, yes, the two of them, they have scored tries. The Pacers, on the other hand, have failed to get another one, and there we are seeing a Pacers winger running into touch. Not enough space for him, not enough real estate on the pitch. Probably he needs the demarcations to be adjusted to fit his running straight into touch. You could think it was the NFL getting some extra yardage. And it's going to be a line out there. Again, case of stopping the time for shoelaces. Sometimes shoelaces can be a strategy for teams to get a bit of a breather and maybe to organize themselves. So that could be one of the strategies that once the time is stopped, the team can be able to reorganize themselves and also get a much needed breather. Scrum there to the Pacers as this game comes to its close very soon. We're seeing Rams and Mongas already in the dugout. Can the Pacers do something to supplement the way they play? But Abel Lele with ball in hand, and he passes it out, but unfortunately handling has been not the best, and after knocking on the ball he holds it and continues running. Probably want to confuse the referees to show that, or to maybe imagine that they didn't see that. And you never know, sometimes you have to try out something a couple of times and maybe it will work. And there comes the full-time hooter being blown. Pacers will not want to end this game as yet, and the Jaguars will be intent on retaining that ball and kicking it into touch, and that's a full penalty to the Jaguars. I don't know if they have had the hooter, but they choose to play. The ball goes long. He's taking his time to pass the ball. And with that knock-on, the referee says that is the game. And the game ends 10 to the Jaguars, 5 to the Pacers. Jaguars settling for 13th place in the circuit, and we have the Pacers settling for 14th place. Next up, we're going to be having the challenge final between the Rams and the Mongas. Both teams have not had the best of the Rujumba Sevens. They have not played well. Their day one was really disappointing. They have had a couple of mixed results in their day two. Getting the wins, but not really playing sometimes at the best of their ability. But let's see if Mongas and Rams can be able to give us a good show, and may the best team win in that particular one, as we wait for them to get the clearance to come onto the pitch. Just to appreciate the Pirates for organizing a very, very beautiful tournament over 2 days. Organization is never really easy, but to see that it's a colorful event. And yesterday the fans came early and came in full voice. Today the fans have been a bit sluggish, understandably, because it's a Sunday, so people have to maybe first go to church or to go to do other things, then maybe join rugby later. And now they are starting to come in, but they were just in time for the semi-finals, and you have to say both semi-finals were a good show. Of course, there was a bit of a controversy here and there, especially in the second game with Hippos and the Heathens. Some complaints about referee calls, but that is for the referees and the officials to really talk about, for they are the sole judge of fact on the pitch, as we appreciate Guinness as well for being our name sponsors.
Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest.
Challenge Cup final is up next. It's the Rams, the core side, against the Mongas, another core side, looking to collect maximum points from the Henry Rujumba Memorial Sevens. Final prayer for the teams in their final game this weekend as Richard Lumu and Jude Rakayanga walk gently across the pitch, saying hello to their counterparts on the other side in Tumwesije. On the technical bench for the Mongas, it's a few smiles between the two technical benches, but there will be no smiles on the pitch when Nelson Mandela raises the ball after Gonzalo Mayanja's whistle to get us underway. And there we go. Whistle has gone, awaiting kickoff from Nelson Mandela. Raises it high and just short past the 10-meter line. Could have been a catch there, but he chooses to tap the ball back. And the Mongas now get a chance to reset and start with penalty advantage there for the high tackle. But the ball is lost forward in contact, and the Rams will play advantage. In their typical style of switches, the ball is back to the right side. Huge and long steps at the wing. He's into touch. Offloads while on the floor, but the offload is still into touch, and there's no try there. So the Mongas will get a chance to throw the ball from just at the 5 for the first line out of the game, first set piece of the game. But the Rams have a tall gentleman there in the line out, so it's going to be tricky for the Mongas to win this. They do so easily. And get a chance to start from deep inside their own territory and inside their half. It's a contest at that breakdown. Players are arriving at the breakdown, but then they're not on their feet. It's supposed to be airplane arriving, airplane taking off. And the Mongas get another chance to play out of their own half. It's 0-0 with a penalty count building up for the Rams.
right time. But DJS doesn't like you that much.
And we finally have a try in this game, and it's the Rams scoring a try. And Nelson Mandela, this time he gets his conversion wrong. The previous game he was clutch, scoring the last minute conversion there that put the extra points to make it 14-12, a win against the Warriors in the challenge semi-final. But here he doesn't get it, so it is 5 to the Rams. And the Buffaloes, rather the Mongas, sorry, having no score at the moment. Rams going for a very high kick there. That was one of the very few good restarts that we have had here at the Rujumba Sevens. But the Mongas are able to gather, and they go for the interesting soccer skills. They are trying to kick the ball until they kick it into touch. Let's see who's going to have possession after that series of play. And for the Rams, they choose to have a quick start, but they can't execute the quick start because the Mongas had already arrived at the point of the line out. It's going to be a line out there to the Rams. They'll be looking to get a comfortable ball at line out with the considerable size advantage, height advantage in particular for their jumper. But surprisingly, the Mongas, it's like they were with them in training. The way they read that line out move was a case of daylight robbery, and then another use of the grabber there to put pressure on them. Nelson Mandela, who has been doing a lot of work and a very, very vital cog for the Rams, is able to gather and set up. He buys the Rams some time, and that's a hands in rack. Still a penalty to the Rams. Switch there and contact, player isolated. And referee still not happy with something, saying the player hasn't supported his body weight. I don't agree with that, but I am not the sole judge of fact on the field. Rams struggling to get out of their half, and after that they knock the ball on. Now it's an opportunity for the Mongas to attack, for the Mongas to express themselves offensively. Scrum. The rain has stopped, and the grass is still a bit wet, but hopefully by the time we reach to the final it will be a bit in a better position to give us some expansive rugby, some very good rugby. Remember, out of the 4 circuits so far in the Guinness Sevens Series, this is the first one we are not going to see a final that has Cobbs in it. Cobbs has been dominating, and that loss to the Pirates was their first loss in the 4 circuits. No ordinary feat there by the Blue Army, regardless of the fact that they lost. They have to settle for a 3rd place playoff. Mongas, they are trying to get some action going around, but they are not even forming as deep as possible. So that makes it a bit easier for the Rams to defend them. Ducking out of one tackle, but the recovery is good there from Rams, and ball lost in contact, and now the Rams get an opportunity to attack. Remember, they have already scored a try, although they did not convert it, so that is still 5 for the Rams. And the Mongas haven't yet scored. A bit of a big hit there, but he's able to cling onto the leg and execute the tackle, and the loose ball there, a knock on. It's going to be advantage to the Mongas. Yeah, sometimes that is what rugby is all about, the big hits. Once you choose to step on that pitch, you should expect a hit, and there is no player that has not received a hit if they have played for rugby for a considerable period of time. So you have to be prepared for that, as we have a bit of a stopping play for shoelaces. Yeah, trying to get the footwear right. Mongas looking to attack and get a score out of this.
As all simple decisions could have been, Gonzalo Mayanja there is spot on, calling for the offside regulation. And again, against the Rams, first at the scrum and second at that break. But you will have to take your mark. So this is the last play of the first half. On to the left side, on to the right side. Skip pass, usually not necessary, but if you're able to find space on the outside like the gentleman at the wing is doing, you'll have made the right decision. He breaks the first tackle, breaks the second, will surely be going all the way, and he scores in the last play, in the last play of the half. That's a try that had the markings of an individual taking matters into his own hands and showing some individual brilliance there to find the space on the outside, or to create the space on the outside to score the try. Conversion to come. (10-0) and it is half time. Mongas have a bit of a shaky performance against the Rams, but they have done what it takes to take the lead, to have the lead in this half. And as we were listening, by the way, I think it is important to mention that it is also Richard Lumu's birthday. Richard Lumu is the Rams head coach. Not the perfect birthday gift he would have loved from the Rams in the challenge final, but how can he turn this around in his favor to put the cherry on the cake of celebration?
Yeah, honestly, I'm getting a little bit of excited there because it's Richard Lumu's birthday, and also doubling as his own birthday for those that are not aware. So maybe you can go to social media and wish him a lovely birthday. Very, very passionate about rugby, and this currently stands as a draw, 5-all. Monga's able to get something going towards the end of the game, and both teams will have something to say. Birthday boy Richard Lumu not really enjoying his birthday at this moment. He's more on work here, trying to be a coach, trying to make sure that his young guns are executing well. Deputized by Jude Rakayanga, two old-timers of the Rams Rugby Club based in Makerere. And on the other hand, we're having Trevor Tusime with a knee brace on. Usually plays for the Mongas in the 15s, but he has a different kind of responsibility for this one, being their coach in the sevens. And speaking to him earlier, he was telling me that he needs to be patient with his youngsters. Many of them, this is a different look of a Mongas side, not the usual legends in the team, Simon Wakavi, Andrew Olwenyi, who usually bring the characteristic Monga style of rugby. This team plays quite differently, and I think the team is still adjusting to the new style of play, especially in the sevens, as the second half kicks off. A case of a tackle in the air and its advantage to the Rams. Penalty there, no advantage gained. The Rams get the chance to ascend. Ball to Nelson Mandela. Rams playing with a whole lot of confidence, but play brought back for a forward pass by Nelson Mandela as he tried to hurriedly pass that ball while he was in contact. Mongas, they are trying to get some extra meters on the outside. And a bit of hands in rack there. I think there's going to be a card. The referee has reached his patience limit, and the Rams will be down to 6 men. And Mongas choosing to go for the short ball and scoring a try. Now going ahead, that is 10 points for the Mongas and 5 for the Rams, with the conversion to come. Mongas making or taking full advantage of that sin bin for the Rams, but not in the way that we would all think that it would happen. While the Rams were hurriedly trying to make sure that they have amply marked the outside, they forget that you have to first start where the ball is, and the Mongas crack it, and a very, very good conversion to follow, which makes it 12-2 the Mongas and 5 to the Rams.
Would like to thank Stanley Bank for their contribution to the game of rugby. And not only do they support the Pirates, but they also give a hand to the national teams as and when they are called upon. You talked about a mortgage, but you're not home guy. Please go to the Stanley website.
Rams here trying to really get something going, but there was interference from a player that was offside, and he might get a yellow card. Yet he was accidentally trying to get out of play, but actually the ref is trying to address someone else for cynical play at the rack, and it's a yellow card. So both teams are down to 6 at the moment. So we're not playing sevens at the moment, we're playing sixes. I don't know if you guys have ever watched sixes before, but this is how sixes would ideally look. I'd like to see how it's set up, especially on the scrum. And there was a case of a high tackle, but the referee let it go. A bit of frustration there from the Mongas dugout. Referee choosing to first let play go a bit, then afterwards it calls back, maybe trying to see if there is any advantage played, but in that particular case the Mongas had the ball, so there was really no advantage. So it was weird. We thought he had let the play go, but then he, I think, got a late communication that, hey, there was a high tackle there, and now Rams have the advantage, rightfully so. And there's a case of a grabber kick, and the chase seems to match, and the secondary, wow, the secondary kick almost led the Rams player to, actually he did collide with the goalpost, but luckily there is a pad, a cushion pad that prevents him from having direct contact with the pole itself. So they get a goal line kick. The Mongas, can they be able to exit properly out of their half? And he goes for a low kick there, getting considerable distance into the Rams half, and Kinyera Jordan there with the ball running into 2 men, and Rams recycle and now want to get some extra meters, want to get going. More cynical play there at the breakdown, and it's a penalty. Nelson Mandela with ball in hand, attempting the quick start, and it's a fend as he tries to size up the Mongas player, and it's going to be another yellow card most likely, because the referee seems to have spoken to the teams and he's had enough of it. And while we're having one Mongas player possibly almost coming off the sin bin, now it's like they have just substituted each other. The other goes into the bin.
Captain Abba there being the victim of his team's misdoings. Gonzalo Mayanja had been has said to him that repeated infringement, very many infringements from his charges, and with no one with no clear player to send off, he had to send the captain off to send a message to the Mongas that the discipline is going to be key, and as the leader, he's responsible for his team there. So Abba will spend 2 minutes in the bin as the Rams decide to run off for the blind side. Another case of offside in the Rams. Another case of offside for the Mongas. So repeated infringement, same infringement again. And now the Rams are slowly by slowly forcing their way through this this Mongas defense. But then that was a very good awareness from the side to force the turnover. And then now Rams still maintaining possession. They look to make inroads, not maintaining possession but not gaining any territory there. And now onto the blind side. It appears to have been opening up, but unfortunately that will be the last piece of action in this game. Mongas have been the most successful team in this challenge final, winning 12-5 against the Rams. They will have smiles on their hands. They will be giving themselves high fives and handshakes. And a disappointing performance for the Rams, but it's the challenge final. The Rams were unable to collect maximum points from this match and this weekend, and it will be very important for them to look out for those points in the on the series log later today. And as Richard Lumu, the birthday boy, today moves away in frustration, he would have hoped to get a very good birthday present from his charges, but that was not the case, and the Mongas have got one over them. Moving on, and now we've sloped down closer to the business end of things. We have 3 matches left to play. It's the 5th and 6th place playoff final, then the bronze medal match, and the main cup final. But first, Rhinos and Buffaloes in the players holding area for the 5th and 6th place playoff match. Remember, Rhinos are not a core side in the series, but they are putting up performance after performance. In the first round at the Mileka Sevens, they won the Challenge Cup, and today they've gone even one better, finishing in the 5th and 6th place playoff final. So that's sending a message that they may have been relegated from the series, but they still have that fight in them to put up a challenge, and probably they could be the strongest team going into the qualifier event at the end of the year.
Fifth and 6th playoff coming up. The Buffaloes taking on the Rhinos. Who's your money on? Let us know in the chat if you're watching on YouTube. Are you team Buffaloes or team Rhinos? Do you put your money on a Rhino? Will you put your money on a Buffalo in such a battle? And both teams coming onto the pitch as the theme song for the Buffaloes plays. I don't know how the Rhinos would feel about that, but right now that would be the list of their concerns because they want to get the result. Remember, the winner of this one finishes in 5th place for the circuit, and the loser 6th place in the circuit. So they're taking this seriously, especially for a team like Rhinos that is trying to get back to core status. That is very, very important for them. Up next, after this, we shall be having Cobs taking on the Hippos in the 3rd place playoff, and then we shall be having the big one, the Heathens taking on the Pirates. So you can also let us know who you think is going to win it overall. Do you think the Pirates have what it takes to go all the way, and does this ignite something in them to win maybe more circuits with the Kawowo Sevens coming up and the Coronation Sevens, and then maybe we get into some mathematics to see if they will be able to win. But first they have to put in the work. A very good kick there by Ivan Chirabo, but the gather wasn't good. The ball goes forward, and Buffaloes get the ball. It's going to be the first scrum of the game. Hopefully the Buffaloes can get a clean ball off that scrum, and then from there they can be able to move the ball. Aaron Atoke with ball in hand. Eddie Kaima moving the ball. Odiambo with the ball in hand, hard running there. And it's a case of looking for some extra space. Odiambo there, he has seen a gap. Will he take it or will he look for the offload? And yeah, tackler not releasing but trying to rip the ball. A penalty. Buffalo's trying to see. And Aaron Atoke with the chip kick. Can he get his own chip? Almost. Inches. 2 attempts for him to gather it, but unfortunately he doesn't. But that was very, very good adventure. A very, very good idea there from Aaron Atoke. But the Rhinos survived that one. So can they be able to now get out of their half and attack and get the score? The Rhinos have really, really played well on day 2. As the referee communicates something to them, a bit of a scrappy set piece there, so there's going to be another take to the set piece. Another chance for Ivan Chirabo to get the proper feed and to maybe get the ball out well. And can they be able to exit their half? They are playing in very, very dangerous territory, especially with conditions that are not the driest, which means that the ball is... And there you have it. They failed to get their set piece in order, and the Buffaloes pounce on a mistake to score. And that is Buffaloes 5 with the conversion to come. The Rhinos are yet to score. Conversion not successful, and that is going to be 5 Rhinos nil. Rhinos need to respond immediately. We have seen a trend of teams that allow 2 or 3 scores to go against them, not having the ability to come back, as a very high kick is put up by Eddie Kaima, but Andrew Kalali is able to gather, and he's trying to get some extra meters as the Buffaloes players are trying to hold him up, but they do bundle him into touch, and it's advantage. Apparently the ball did not go out, so they continue to play, and the referee lets them play and off a loose ball. Now it is the Buffaloes who get a chance to express themselves in attack, moving the ball, and there. What a cover tackle, as everyone else had given up. One man decided that, you know what, I'm not letting you score, and now he has the ball. Can he be able to turn his great defending into attack? As we have seen another very dangerous tackle there. An advantage has gone. It's probably just going to be a penalty if there's no advantage and no other caution. But that's a big, big hit there, as the Rhinos are trying to get some extra meters out of it. Ivan Chirabo moving the ball out wide. And that offload is not really good, as the Buffaloes are trying to now reorganize themselves. Eddie Kaima slowing down the game, so the Buffaloes can be able to compose themselves. And Aaron Atoke, very, very exciting youngster there. And they are a case of the fellow Buffaloes players telling him to go run straight, and he does so. Breaks the first tackle, gets a tip on the second tackle. That ball looks like it's open. The referee says it's still there, and a penalty results because of an infringement. A bit of being overly eager for the Rhinos, and the referee the referee stops time. A case of a blood bin, and he stops time that he wants the medical team to attend to one of the Buffaloes players, and he has been substituted for a blood bin. So Wilfred Seguia coming into the fray. I'm sure Robert Seguia will be happy to see the Buffaloes play. One of the teams he has played for, one of the teams he has coached, and many of these youngsters have been under his stewardship, if not all of them. So he's a man that has contributed quite a lot to Uganda rugby, especially with Chadondo in particular. And that is a very good short ball to Aaron Atoke, who ghosts past a defender that I'm sure did not even see where he passed, and that's the second try of the game for the Buffaloes, showing their class against the Rhinos, making it a score of 10 with a conversion to come. Aaron Atoke being very, very skillful and showing that he has quick and flexible feet there. Does he have the accuracy to convert? No, he doesn't. And as time is stopped for a medical break on Andrew Kalali of the Rhinos, the score stands at 10 for the Buffaloes, and the Rhinos remain with no points at the moment. Coaches, there are a couple of coaches on the Rhinos dugout, with Timothy Bulotti being a lead coach. He'll have a lot to say to his team. Another one of those players that has served long for their teams, Timothy Bulotti with Rhinos, and now he finds himself in a bigger role with a lot of responsibility for the team situated at Legends Rugby Club as their home ground. And the high kick is affected as the hooter for halftime is put into play, and then we're seeing Wilfred Seguia unable to tackle there, but on the second attempt is able to gather, and it's going to be a penalty there. Penalty for the Rhinos. Can the Rhinos get something back before first half comes to an end? Chirabo slowing down the play, giving the ball, and it's a case of running straight, and it takes two men to tackle, one trying to jackal, but he's unsuccessful. Ball goes out wide. Ball is still moving. Billy Ochen there moving the ball back to the right, and Cobbs has been quite the Buffaloes have been quite good in the way they tackle, and there they get the resultant turnover. Very, very good defense there. They have been one of the better defensive sides, not conceding a lot of tries, even though sometimes they concede and they lose games. They do not lose by big margins. And that brings us to halftime with the Buffaloes at 10 and the Rhinos yet to put anything on board. They will have surely the more conversations in their camp at halftime, because they know that if they're to have anything in this game, first thing they need to do is get back and score fast. If they let the Buffaloes score fast, then it's going to be a long, long second half for them. But for now, the teams stand at 10 for the Buffaloes and nil for the Rhinos in this 5th, 6th place playoff. Remember, up next we have the Cobs taking on the Hippos in the 3rd place, and then we shall be having the main cup with the Pirates taking on the Heathens.
Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest.
to give a special welcome to two persons today. One is Anna Jiko,
As the second half commences with Aaron Atoke taking a long kick that Ivan Chirabo is unable to gather. And the referee identifies that there was a knock-on, so that's a very good attacking platform for the Buffaloes, who get a scrum and an opportunity to feed and win that ball. And they have made some changes as well. Brian Tabaruka coming onto the pitch, the legend who has played for Uganda on the 7s and on the 15s, and he gets the opportunity to show what his experience can do for this young Buffalo side, this very, very hungry Buffalo side, and he gets the ball off a loose scrum and to Odiambo, and the ball goes out wide. It's a case of sports day there at the far end. Fortunately, with an infringement, they do not make much of their attack, and now it's Rhino's turn to attack, but they are standing so flat you'd think they're the ones in defense, so it's quite interesting what Rhinos is trying to attempt there, but they're playing in the short side, trying to suck in the Buffalo's defense before they maybe attempt to go for the wide play. And you can see Ivan Chirabo is not happy with one of the referee's calls there, but the referee is the sole judge of fact on the pitch, and Brian Tabaruba goes for yet another try for the Buffaloes, extending their dominance in this game. The Rhinos surely have themselves to blame, especially when it comes to attack. They do so much work in defense, but when they get the ball, they give it back so easy because of the way they position themselves when they are standing and how they are passing the ball. They make it easy for the opposition to bring pressure on them, and the Buffaloes, being a very, very fit team, have made them pay for their mistakes. With 15 and a conversion coming, does Aaron Atoke have what it takes? No, he doesn't. So the score is actually, the score is 15. We're just trying to clarify if there was a conversion. No, there was no conversion has been successful as yet. So the score remains 15 for the Buffaloes. And Rhinos yet to have anything, as the hang time is really, really good on that one. Rhinos setting up. Can they be able to exit? They have been put on a lot of pressure there, but they're still standing relatively flat. Can they be able to move the ball out wide? Yes, they do move the ball out wide. And getting considerable meters from that particular set of play. Better display there from the Rhinos, Ivan Chirabo. And the long pass, but that was a long pass that went forward, in my opinion, but the referee leaving it to go. Since the ball went into touch, it's still advantage to the Buffaloes now, who move the ball and get their own chance to attack. Aaron Atoke, he has been a sore for the Rhinos. They are being very, very complicated to handle for the Rhinos. As Seguia Wilfred moves the ball, the Buffaloes are moving the ball very well from one side to the other, calling for the switch and trying to dummy it, and then a bit of a high tackle there. It's going to be a penalty and possibly a yellow card. No yellow card. Referee Raymond there being very, very lenient, you should say. And the Buffaloes decide to be patient with the way they play. Seguia Wilfred moving it out. And ball to Brian Tabaruka. It's always dangerous when you see the ball in his hands. And then that switch out wide. The offload is good. Brian Tabaruka has been robbed of the ball in contact, and Rhinos kick the ball ahead. Can they be able to match it up with a good chase? Seguia Wilfred gets to the ball fast and runs into two Rhinos men, but he's pumping, so that buys his teammates some time. Good cover there by Odiambo, and the Buffaloes have a bit of a get out of jail card, and Tabaruka there with a goose step, but the youngster marking him is not afraid to put the tackle on the legend. Buffalo's still with the ball, looking for the space. Rhinos trying to defend as much as possible. And the offloading for the Buffaloes is just top class, top notch there. You can only defend so much when the offloads are really, really good. And Buffaloes there just showing their difference in skill, in class with the Rhinos. And that going in for their fourth try, putting the score at 20 with the conversion to come. Surely this conversion is one they can put in. And yes, they do put it in, putting the score at 22 for the Buffaloes, and Rhinos yet to put any points on board. Remember, this is the 5th, 6th playoff. After this, we are going to be having the 3rd place playoff, or what you'd call the bronze medal match. Cobs versus Hippos. Then later on, we're going to be having the Pirates taking on the Heathens. Who is your money on? Are you team Heathens? Are you team Pirates? Pirates and Heathens. We shall definitely be having a better conversation about that one in particular before that game happens. But for now, yet another restart, an advantage to Rhinos. Can they be able to get themselves out of what has become a familiar situation? A long kick finds them in their half, and somehow they fail to find something to do out of it. And the Rhinos, very good offload there and a chip kick, but he's unable to gather. The ball is still on, the assistant referee says, but a case of making life hard for themselves. But there was a knock on there in the play of contact, and it was going to be a scrum to the Rhinos. Rhinos are getting themselves out of a tricky situation so far. But can they put some points on board? Surely, I'm sure Rhinos fans, wherever they are, will want to see at least a score, even if they don't win this one. And with the hooter, they have one last chance that has no mistakes for them to be able to get a score on this one. 22 to the Buffaloes, Rhinos nil. And Ivan Chirabo says enough is enough. We are playing for nothing at the moment. They're going to settle for 6th place, the Rhinos, and the Buffaloes will get 5th place as we wait for the 3rd and 4th playoff, which is the bronze medal match, which is the Cobs taking on the Hippos.
Game down, an easy win for Buffaloes. Rhinos will be disappointed that they didn't do better in that game. They weren't able to put any points on board, and it was very easy work for Buffaloes. Buffaloes did not finish where they wanted. They were aiming for a main cup semi-final, but taking 5th place will be just as good because it gives them the points that they need to stay out of the relegation zone, though they're very far from the relegation zone at present. Next up, we will have the 3rd, 4th playoff, where Cobs will be taking on Hippos.
It's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing. our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest.
Who is the chairman of the hosting team, the Stanbic Black Pirates. He's going to come here and say a few things. Of course, I don't need to mention that these are the Henry Rujumba Memorial Sevens. Dan is going to help me and come here and talk about exactly what he needs to talk about who Henry Rujumba was, and he's going to later on invite the Henry Rujumba family, and they'll say something, and then the rugby action can take place. So Dan Chanoria is here. We'll just wait for the backdrop of our title sponsors to and the backdrop is here. Dan, kindly. This is, of course, Dan Chanowera, our next player with the Pirates, now involved in the running of his club and, of course, the rugby game at large. Dan, tell us about the Henry Rujumba Memorial Sevens, and yeah, take it away, invite his family.
All right, so thank you everyone for making it here today. It's a good vibe, good crowd, great rugby today. Thank you, Anne, for coming. Anne Juko is our sponsor. And thank you so much for coming. We don't take that for granted. And there's a very good friends of mine, AJ, Ted, Ajo, Martha. For all those of you who feel like you want to play in the NBA, please, that's the guy to talk to. So thank you all for coming. The Henry Rujumba Sevens is a commemoration of Henry Rujumba, who was one of Pirates' stalwarts. Henry started out at the beginning of Pirates, and Henry was the John Lomu of Uganda. All those of you who knew Henry or who heard about Henry, Henry was a fine gentleman off the pitch and a beast on the pitch. He never left anything to chance. Henry had a very fond saying, "I'm going to kill them." And whenever Bobby passed the ball to Henry, he would shout, "I love you, Bobby." And he would, smash the opposition. Off the pitch, he was an academician. He was a very good man, always tucked in, nice and gentle, a gentleman, soft-spoken, and on the pitch, he never left anything to chance. So as Pirates, we decided that ever since Henry passed on, we will always honor him in the Henry Rujumba Sevens. Thank you all for making it here. Henry's family is here. They would like to say something.
My name is Valen Mulindwa, one of the youngest sisters of the late Rujumba Henry. First of all, we want to appreciate Henry's colleagues and Stanbic Bank for supporting this game and keeping his legacy. We are really sorry we came a bit late and we got information late. But we want to promise you that next time you're going to be fully involved, and we want to request you people to keep the spirit and to keep his legacy, because this was his love, this was his passion, and this was his game. So we wouldn't want his memory to just pass like this, and we wish to keep supporting. Unfortunately, Henry comes from far, that is in Fort Portrush in Jojo. We were requesting that next time, for the good of the game, there's a huge piece of land there. If people come and take the game to Fort Portrush, you attract people from that side also to love the game. Thank you so much, and may his soul rest in peace. Thank you for loving him, and thanks to Stanbic Bank for supporting the Pirates. Thank you so much. Enjoy your time.
Thank you so much. Those beautiful words. I can't add anything else. Right now, we're going to have a short interlude from the DJ as we prepare for the bronze medal match between the Bedwell Cobs and the Ginger Hippos. Thank you all. DJs.
Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest.
Words from the late Henry Rujumba's younger sister, Viola Mulindwa. And she has requested that the next time that this tournament is held in his memory, that it goes back to his hometown in Fort Portal, so that the game can spread there, so that people can see the game that Henry Rujumba was so passionate about, so that more people in Fort Portal can fall in love with rugby and play the game. In the meantime, we are back to the rugby action, with Cobs in a very unfamiliar position in the third, fourth players against Hippos. It is most likely that this is the first time since 2019 that Cobs has failed to make it to a final. We're still trying to check the records. This is a game up for grabs. Hippos will be determined to pip Cobs to the bronze medal, while Cobs will be determined to finish with a flourish, because points are at stake here. Heathens and Pirates are now breathing down their necks, so it's important that they finish as highly as possible this weekend. James Ijongat will kick off for Cobs. Business as usual for Ian Munyani, slapping back the ball so that Cobs has possession. Cobs, however, loses the ball forward. And Hippos have possession and are going forward. Fancy pass almost gone wrong for Hippos. Fortunately, the center referee, Rosenberg Kanyunyuzi, has called it back to the initial to the initial offense, which was Cobbs losing the ball forward. And so Hippos will have the resultant scrum put in. Messy scrum, but the referee believes that Cobbs was scrummaging illegally and has awarded Hippos a penalty. Cobbs get back very fast and wait to see what Hippos will take to them. Chip through by the Hippos. It has found touch, which is in a very tricky position for Cobbs. They must win the resultant line out. If they lose it, Hippos could very well score. Clean lineup from Cobbs. Ian Munyani makes an uncharacteristic mistake, knocking on, perhaps taking his eye off the ball to see where the defense was. Hippos have a scrummage deep inside Cobbs 22. Very advantageous position for them. They have split the pitch. Can go either way, left or right. And with their dancing skills, might find themselves with points on the board. They've opted to go right. Messy pass. Forward pass as well as going out. So Cobbs will opt for a scrum. Cobbs will have to attack from very deep. Cobbs have opted to start with the experience of Daudi Samwami on the wing. But Hippos have bags of pace and nifty runners to counter the experience of Cobbs. And perhaps Cobbs will be a little disappointed that they didn't make it to the final. So that might act as a psychological block against them. Hippos, on the other hand, are chuffed to make it to the third, fourth playoff and have nothing to lose.
And there, Cobbs getting the ball out of the scrum, playing from deep, not afraid to play regardless of the conditions. And Daudi Semwami getting an early start, trying to beat Dennis Etwao, but Dennis Etwao is equal with the tackle. And Adrian Casito, Pius Ogena, he will be looking to test the defense. They choose to go wide. A case of Faraji Odugo running before the ball is passed, but luckily there was an offside call, so it's still advantage to the Cobbs. And an offload there, Jamesy Jongat, does he have the legs? And the tackle, Dennis Etwao with the cover, very, very good tackle there. Adrian Casito patiently waiting and sends a long pass gathered by Pius Ogena. Pius Ogena breaks one tackle, and Jacob Ochen tries to hound him, but the big man has the legs to go. A combination of power and pace there by the Rasta man with his interesting hairstyle, and the conversion to come. Jamesy Jongat with a lot more kicking responsibility now that Joseph Oredo is currently out injured. We hope it's not a long-term injury. A very, very important leader and an important player for the Cobbs, instrumental in how they play. But as we speak now, the Cobbs lead this one 7-0. This is the bronze medal match, the third place playoff. And after this, we have one more game to go. The big one of the day, the big one of the 2 days. The Mileke Sevens, the Rujumba Sevens final. And that is between Heathens and Pirates. And that's a very high kick there by the Cobs. But the Hippos are able to gather, and that is John Echero looking for an exit. But very good defense there, and he chooses to take the ball into contact. Long pass there, very beautiful, and it is going to be Jacobo Chen versus Pius Ogena. And that is very good, and the offload to Dennis Etwao. Dennis Etwao, who is not the biggest man, but plays with a very big heart, and the way he runs into contact, you could think that he has so much muscle mass, but he is a strong but lean, fairly lanky player, I should say. And the people still have the ball. Timothy Mugisha rather, setting up at his knees on the ground, and the Cobs let go. David Wako trying to get through the gap, and is tackled by Pius Ogena. It's a clash of big boys, and Timothy Mugisha there trying to beat James Jongat. James Jongat with a tackle there, very good in that sweeper role, and the turnover is good there. Wako being isolated, and the Cobs getting the ball back as the hooter for halftime goes. Faraji Odugo with the ball. Pius Ogena to James Jongat. The Cobs are not having any plans of kicking the ball into touch, and the ball goes to Daudi Mwaso. Does he still have a combination of power and pace? He's being ushered there by Dennis Etwao, who defends very well, and the setup there that is a very, very solid rack. And you can see there's so many protests there. The players think that that was a solid rack, but the referee disagrees. Probably a case of sealing or not holding your body weight on the rack. Dennis Etwao, after standing there to let the defense come to him, he kicks the ball out, and Cobs lead this one 7-0 in the bronze medal match.
Yeah, Cobs had a very nervy start. Lots of uncharacteristic mistakes from them. Knock-ons, drop balls, not reading each other right. But eventually they settled down into a pattern and were able to get a try down under the post, and Ijongat added the extras very easily. Hippos have tried to play a quick flowing game, and very instrumental for them actually over the last 2 days has been Timothy Mugisha, creating space and freeing runners, acting as a ball carrier where need be. But there are times when they exaggerate the playing tight. There are moments when they need to free that ball, let the ball go out to their runners, to their steppers, but they keep playing it tight, and then the ball ends up being turned over, and from there they get punished. If Hippos can expand the game a little earlier, instead of playing several tight phases, they may be able to upset this Cobs team. Okay, next weekend the circuit goes all the way to Kabale in western Uganda, and it will be hosted by the Kabale Gorillas, and the other invitational team will be the Mbarara Mustangs, who won the Western Regional League. So there will be the 10 core teams that will take part, as well as 2 invitational teams. The 2 invitational teams, again, being Kabale Gorillas and Mbara Mustangs, who are the winners of the Western Regional Sevens. But right now, we have the 3rd, 4th playoff. Cobbs leading 7-0 to Hippos, and Hippos will take the kickoff.
Between now and the final whistle, buy your 2 buckets or more of Guinness. Get your name and number taken down. We are going to have a draw for an all-expenses paid trip to Kawowo. And because of the final is 4:15 p.m., so we have time.
So Cheru setting us off for the second half, and a mistake that he wouldn't have wanted to make against Cobbs. So Cobbs have a very nice platform to start off the second half for them and hopefully put more points on board. Again, Timothy Mugisha, big defense from him. He's been a very key player for Hippos over the last 2 days. James Injogat with silky footwork, but has finally been taken down. Referee has her hand out for an advantage, and most likely she may reach into a pocket for a yellow card as that ball was slapped down. Okay, referee deems it accidental, so no cards. Long ball out to Pius Ogena, and he asks his defender to please sit down, lie down and stay there as I dot down between the center posts. The Hippos captain received a blessing from Uganda Sevens international player Pius Ogena, and he had a few seconds down on the ground to think about how better to take on Pius Ogena. Ijongat adds the extras to make it 14-0 and give Cobbs a bit of breathing room. These are early days yet, and Hippos can come back into this game if they play to their strengths. They need to set the likes of John Echuru, Dennis Etoile, they need to set them free so that they can use their footwork and their like crazy speeds to beat this Cobbs defense. Brilliant kick by Ijongat, but Hippos were able to regain possession. It's a bit messy there, and the knock-on. Hippos will not have wanted to give Cobbs this sort of advantage in attack. Cobbs will have the put-in. Right on the 22, slightly to the left of the pitch, and they've chosen to load the right side of the pitch. Clean scrum for Cobbs. Ian Munyanigu stepping a bit. Semwami setting it up on the far side. Ball coming back quickly for Cobbs. Pius Agena with hands on the ball. Dummy and the offload in the tackle. Hippos are defending well, keeping Cobbs from making much ground. Ian steps, comes back, offloads to Ijogat, ball out to Semwami on the wing, and he tries to go around on the outside, but is well taken down. Hippos have the resultant line out. Okay, Timothy Mugisha seems to be in a spot of trouble, and Hippos will not like that. So Jacob Ochen is down. in a bit of trouble, and Hippos won't be happy. He's a very key player. He enforces at the rucks, and he's a very strong tackler. So they'll be hoping that this is a minor injury that he'll be able to shake off and get back into the game. Referee has stopped the game so that he can receive medical attention. Jacob Ochen gets up, walks a bit, and limps back into position, and I'm sure that the Hippos technical team has breathed a sigh of relief as he's still on pitch. So time is back on. A little shake of his head, and Jacob Ochen decides that he can't go on and has limped off the pitch. Brilliant short line out by Hippos, and it is a race for the try line. And Taufik Bagalana beats James Ijongat to the try line. The Cubs players seem to have been confused about that call. Rather, they seem to be confused about that line out and seem to think that there was an infringement at the line out, but referee and the TJ felt that it was okay, and so Hippos were able to put in 5 points of their own. Tricky conversion, but we have seen touchline conversions this weekend. Dennis Eto'o, I think, nailing 2 touchline conversions so far this weekend. Can he nail a third? Kick is looking pretty useful, but no, stop short. So Hippos remain on 5 points. Still a tight game. Hippos must score twice to win. Score is currently 14 to Cubs, 5 to Hippos. Hippos kick deep to Casito, and he has the 15th captain on, the 15th Hippos captain on him, and rounds him. Goes for his usual chip and chase. Referee calls for a knock-on, and it will be the Hippos scrum on the 5. It was a foot race between Casito and Eto'o, but Eto'o did not give Casito breathing space, so he wasn't able to ground the ball. Eto'o gave Hippos a get-out-of-jail card. Karim Arinaitwe gets on the pitch. Casito makes his way off the pitch for a much-needed breather. Hippos have an opportunity to win this game, but they must go the full length of the pitch. But they won't do that, having lost their scrum. Cubs turned over the ball and scramble over the try line to score 5 points and cement their 3rd place. So Josiah Sempeke was able to make the pick and drive over the try line to nail the 5 points, and Ijongat will be looking to add the extras, which he comfortably does. And so Cubs run out 21-5 winners to cement their 3rd place. A disappointing day for the table leaders, but they'll be not happy, but they'll be content with that third place finish, as it gives them the maximum possible points that they could win at this point in time. Next up, we will have Pirates taking on Heathens in the main cup final. This final could go either way. Heathens are a very patient team, and they can suffocate other teams. They will be relying on Michael Wokorach to carry the ball for them and release runners on the outside.
Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest.
And there we have the teams gallantly walking on with immense pride. Pirates, the hosts of the Rujumba Sevens, over the 2 days they have been very good hosts, and it's a good thing that they are in the finals wearing their red and black jersey. The Heathens putting on their green and white jersey all the way from Chadondo, Lugogo. Two very, very proud teams, two traditional teams of the country. These have been the best teams over the 2-day tournament. And for the first time, we have a final that does not have a team wearing blue. We have two teams with a totally different kind of heritage, but still very, very proud of who they are and who they represent. Pirates with the predominantly youthful side, and the Heathens having a couple of old-timers who have proved that their place in the team is guaranteed and is worthy because of their contribution. The fans are going crazy here, majority of them being Pirates fans, coming even closer to cheer their team on. And you can hear the vuvuzelas as well for the Heathens fans. Big business here. It's going to be action-packed. Heathens are a team that is no stranger when it comes to such big moments, and Pirates as well have had this group being developed for quite a few years, and they came of age when they made their name for that triple winning season, winning everything. They made the treble, winning the league, the Uganda Cup, and the Sevens. As we're seeing, the Guinness representatives are now other guest of honors. Our other guests of honor, greeting the team, starting with Heathens. The Pirates are waiting. Given responsibility for this game is Mr. Wutimbe as a center referee, Gonzalo Mayanja as one of his assistants, and Sauda Adiru, usually in the center as a referee. This time will be an assistant referee. We shall be bringing to you the lineups of both teams. So who are you supporting? Who is your money on for this one? And does this spark something in either of these teams to go all the way and even win more? Remember, next week we're in Kabale. As we bring to you the teams, reading to you the Heathens team: Stephen Kalema, Patrick Okelo, Michael Okorach, Innocent Gokto, Thomas, Paul Epilo, Kato Nicholas, Kato Reynolds, Joseph Oyet, Ivan Otema Cloud, Lawrence Sebuliba, Trevor Ochan, and Emmanuel Ochan. And for the Pirates, we have Alex Saturinda, Desire Ayera, Kelvin Balagade, Isaac Masanga Zira, Mubarak Wandera, Conrad Wanyama, Stephen Alur, Ivan Magomu, Mohamed Haruna, Timothy Kisiga, Arnold Atukunda, Joshua Engao, and Benson Ngono. The fans are very, very excited for this one, and we can see among the people that was actually greeting the players was Robert Seguia, national team coach, who has been on a break. As we go for the moment of silence. And that is a moment of silence for the great Henry Rujumba, dubbed Uganda's Jonah Lomo, a beast on pitch, a gentleman off it. Now we're just a few seconds away from action time. The two teams that have risen to the surface as the best teams at the Rujumba Sevens. Earlier on, we saw Cobbs dispatching the Hippos for the 3rd place. But who's taking #1 place here? Will it be the home team to spark a frenzy and kickstart the party? Or will the Chadondo team be the party poopers? Will they be the party spoilers and take the accolades back to Chadondo with them? This game is surely dubbed to be box office, and we do not think it's going to disappoint. The weather is ideal. The pitch is now relatively dry, and kickoff is happening now with Conrad Wanyama putting a very, very high kick collected by Desire Ayera. Tackled there, and he decides to go for the interesting kick. There is no one behind. It's a foot race. Conrad Wanyama and Joseph Oyet, and it's a try. Pirates with a quick fire, fast attack, fast try. Conrad Wanyama. The kick is as good as the chase, and he backs it up by chasing his own kick to dot down, beating Joseph Oyet in the foot race.
Conrad Wanyama, the shortest man on the pitch, but probably the man with the biggest heart. First of all, I mean, that try started from him. Started with the kickoff. He raised that ball very well. Desire Ayera put the chase and was able to regather it. And from there, play went out. Wanyama got the ball again, put the ball through, and try time. And Magomu has added the extras. Pirates 7, Heathens 0. And the crowd is going crazy here at Kings Park Arena. Another high kick that first grabs a bit of cloud, and this time it's Balagade that knocks it back. Unfortunately, it was knocked on by Massa, and so Heathens will have the scrum. I mean, some of these kickoffs this weekend have been crazy. That kick went up and grabbed a bit of cloud and came down, and Balagade was on it. Heathens will have to do something pretty special to overcome the home crowd support that Pirates is getting, and that is just ramping them up. Nicholas Kato in with the feed. He's been pretty special for Heathens over the last 2 days. Oyet manages to break a tackle, spills the ball forward in the tackle. Ivan Mogomi with his hands on ball. What can he do? Ball out to Arnold's. He's not able to get round his person, but still Pirates has the ball. Ball to Wanyama. Big pass over to Massa. Unfortunately, he sends a forward pass out to the rampaging Kelvin Balagade. Heathens can breathe a sigh of relief. This game has been a bit fast-paced, and if they are able to win their scrum down and get the ball out to Lawrence Sebuliba, we could see Lawrence wreaking some havoc on the Pirates' backline, possibly dotting down. He's been in excellent form this weekend, and we've seen him moved from the center out to his traditional position of the wing. You wonder if this is a change that Heathens should have made, because Sebuliba has been doing really well in the center, but they've opted to play him on the wing, and he's out there waiting for the ball. He receives it, but Arnold is on him like a wet rash. And Sebuliba cannot get rid of him, and Magomu has come to help. Ball has been stolen. Pirates taken out to touch, but referee calls a penalty for not releasing, the tackler not releasing. Quick ball to Kisiga, who shows a dummy big handoff, and easy as you please, he strolls over and dots the ball down between the posts. And Kings Park Arena has gone crazy. Pirates fans are acting like the game is already over, hugging each other, shouting, screaming, jumping, and literally going crazy. I mean, this atmosphere is electric. This is great for Pirates.
Yeah, definitely. This is one of the most electric crowds I have seen here at the Kings Park Arena. Beautiful, beautiful. Everyone has come to watch this one, and Pirates fans are vocal. The Heathens fans were a bit vocal, but now seeming to be a bit shell-shocked. And Pirates in control of this one, 14-0. The Heathens are yet to respond. They have done most of the defending. Pirates being very, very aggressive, not having anything less than domination here at their own ground, as Michael Okorach hoists Nicholas Kato in the air, and the Heathens finally get clean ball on the reception. Trevor Ochan, what is he going to do? Decides to take the gap, tackled by Timothy Kisiga, and the ball is set up there. Joseph Oyet to Paul Epilo, Innocent Gwokto. He's calling for the kick, but Innocent says, no, I want to pass, and it's an offload that Michael Okorach spills. The pressure, the defense by the Pirates has been very good, and Conrad Wanyama gathers the loose ball to the graceful Timothy Kiziga, and speedster Atukunda is being marked closely, and there Nicholas Kato with the interception. Interception for the try. The Heathens show that this is not going to be as easy as you think, and that's 5. And you can see Ivan Magom trying to console Arnold Atukunda, the youngster, trying to round his opposition number, and when he failed, he decided to throw the long pass. But Nicholas Kato reading that one very well, and the try with the conversion is good by Joseph Oyet, and it's 7 to the Heathens, 14 to the Pirates.
That's a big, big mistake, allowing Heathens to have a sniff of the try line. They're now within 7 points, and we know Heathens is a very patient team. You can never, ever write them off. If anything, they are the comeback kings of Ugandan rugby. So this game is not over yet. Pirates have not done enough to call themselves the champions of this leg, so they have to dig deep to win the second half. Excellent take again at the kickoff. Michael Okorach hassling at the ruck. Wild pass. Pirates guilty of making a mistake, a very, very costly mistake, and Heathens will definitely punish them for this. They have a scrum down in an excellent position for them, middle of the pitch, in the Pirates 22. They've opted to load the right side of the pitch, and now the Heathens fans have found their voices. They are gathered in one corner of Kings Park Arena and are making noise. They were silent just 1 minute ago, but right now they are louder than the Pirates fans. Epilo being manhandled. The hooter has gone, but play is still going on. Trevor Chan with the ball sends a wide one out to Michael Okorach. Desire Ariera on him. He was being held back, but the referee and assistant have not seen it. Knock on Balagade, rampaging ball to Timothy Kisiga. He didn't have the legs to go, but Pirates have got out of. They've got out of their half, but Heathens have again stolen the ball, and they will look to attack. Joseph Oyet, a handoff on Kisiga. High tackle there. Play will come back for the high tackle. Michael opts to take a quick one out to Trevor Ochan. Arrested by Massa, Minister of Defense. Michael Okorach with the ball. Desperate defending from Pirates. Trevor Ochan goes to ground. Manages to get the ball away. Paul Apilo loses the ball in contact. This is end-to-end stuff. Desperate stuff. Wanyama kicks away possession. Pirates trot slowly. Oyet with a goose step. Tries to get through. Heathen still with possession. Trevor Ochan to a pillow. Lawrence Sebula, he kicks it through. And he runs. And he dots it down between the posts. It is 14-12 right now. With an easy kick to come. You never write off heathens. Never ever write off heathens. It's currently 14-12 with the conversion. Easy kick between the posts. And it's unlikely that Joseph Oyet will miss this kick. So curse of the commentator, he has missed the kick. It is 14-12. Lawrence Sebuliba is injured in the in goal and is receiving medical attention at present. Right now it's halftime with Pirates. Pirates has 14 points, Heathens has 12 points. This is an exciting final. Heathens has brought the game to the Pirates.
And it's just a case of contrasting emotions for both sides. The Heathens fans starting off with a case of shock and sadness, and then it turns into joy. Joseph Oyet there making the rookie mistake a man of his experience. How can you miss such a kick though? It might be a case of deja vu. The last time they had such sloppy kicking, that is when Joseph Aredo was clutch on them in a semi-final at the Guinness Sevens. We hope that won't come back to bite them, but it is 14 for the Pirates and 12 for the Heathens. Heathens showing that they are not here just to participate, they're here to compete. Lawrence Sebuliba, they are getting some medical attention. We hope he's fine. He's not the kind of player that Mohamed Athio would want to lose just at halftime in this game. Pirates starting this game off well, but the Heathens showing that their experience has come to the fore, and rightfully so. Their veterans have really had the impact. Michael Okorach doing a lot of the dirty work and making sure that all the balls are secure, and Lawrence Sebuliba seeing that there is no gap and going for the kick ahead and having the legs to back it up. The old-timer who used to play for the Uganda Sevens showing that, yes, I still have the speed that I was very, very popularly known for. And as we are waiting for the second half to start in this particular one, we see Lawrence Sebuliba coming back, trying to walk off the limp. I think a bit of a pain there. He fell into the sponsor boards at the far end after diving for that wonderful try. But surely this game is box office. Box office. If this was a movie, the ratings that it would have would go through the roof. But this is what people have paid their money for. This is what you have bought your data for, that these teams need to bring the game at each other. Pirates need to control this game and probably get a score as well to have some breathing space. And the Heathens as well now know they need to score fast and go ahead. A long kick this time round, and it's Haruna Mohammed looking for the switch, and it's Conrad Wanyama. He has been handled by two men who refuse him from putting his knees on the ground and holding it up, but somehow Haruna Mohammed rips it, and he presents penalty there. Utimbe says there was an infringement there, and Pirates go long. Isaac Masagazira with the backhand pass, and it's Alex Aturinda to speedster Arnold Atukunda looking for some space, but he's being tightly marked. They know his threat, and they cannot give him the time on the day or the space to do anything. And there we have Timothy Kisiga. After that, he just switches, but they were not on the same wavelength with Conrad Wanyama. Loose ball, and Heathens now have the ascendance. Trevor Ochan against Desire Ayera, cutting back in and putting Haruna Mohammed on the fend. Social distancing is key. The ball goes back, and Michael Okorach, long ball to Lawrence Sebuliba. He has had a very good tournament. Contrary to previous tournaments where he has been struggling a bit, he seems in better shape here, and he seems fine and in electric form. And the ball comes out as Heathens try to move it patiently from one wing to the other. Joseph Oyet cutting back in, damming, and then he gets a space. Conrad Wanyama He looks like he's beaten. Conrad is able to recover and tackle. Conrad is a small man, but the kind of tackle that he has, is very big. And as Trevor Chan thinks that he has gone to score, Wutimbe, the referee says, no, there was a ball in touch. There was a foot in touch, actually. And Masangazira Isaac there trying to have a quick start. But there is no chance for that. The Heathens are properly positioned. Big play here. The fans are all on their feet. If you were selling chairs at Kings Park Arena right now, you would not make a shilling. Everyone is on their feet. And the line out there, Joseph Oyet, who was tackled into touch, and the momentum took him into a nearby trench that is supposed to help the pitch have proper drainage. He's seemingly in pain and he's having medical attention, and he's going to be briefly replaced. And Timothy Kisiga getting the ball off the short ball. Claudio Tema unable to make the tackle, and Timothy Kisiga having the depth. Lawrence Sebuliba trying to get to him, but too little, too late. The Pirates punish, and just where Joseph Oyet was closely marking, Ivan Claudio Tema is unable to make the tackle, and Timothy Kisiga, usually the way he runs doesn't look like he's really fast, but it only dawns on you when you try to chase him. And he makes a try with the conversion to come. Haruna Mohammed attempting the conversion, and he makes it 21 for the Pirates, and the Heathens still at 12.
But how good was that scrum from Pirates? Stable scrum. Wanyama was able to pick the ball, make good ground off the base of the scrum, and then that pass to Kisiga into space, pinpoint. Kisiga just stretched his leg, beat one tackler, and there was acres of space ahead of him, and he was able to beat Lawrence Sebuliba, who was chasing him down to the try line. Pirates 21, Heathens 12. Messy reception at the kickoff. There was a knock-on from Pirates, so Heathens do have a scrum down, though it's deep in their 22. So they have to have an exit strategy. Konran Wanyama off for Stephen Alu. Some fresh legs coming on. Kisiga also has been substituted after that long run. The bench has opted to rest him, probably bring him back on later on in the game. Strong scrum from Pirates, but the referee deems them to have been scrummaging illegally, and it is a penalty to Heathens. Michael Wokorach, enforcer, but Magomu wraps him up well. Scrappy pass by the Heathens. Scrappy pass by the Heathens, but they were able to regain it. Haruna has been warned and been given a yellow card. This is not a good time for that to happen. He runs quickly to the touchline, where he will sit for 2 minutes in the sin bin, contemplating his sins and hoping that Heathens do not capitalize on the numerical advantage and score. Pass looked marginally forward. Otema brought down on the far wing. Heathen still has possessions, working it well across the pitch, trying to find Sebuliba, but he's been marshaled. Pole Pilu sends a dummy, brings Walkos back on the inside. Magomu misses the tackle, but the cover defense gets him. Pirates guilty of coming in from the side. Heathens have a penalty. They take it quickly. Epilogue going forward. Open play. Pirates have stolen the ball. Lawrence Sebuliba. Quick start from Lawrence Sebuliba, handoff, and he goes over just to the left of the post. An easy conversion for Heathens to make. So currently the score is Heathens 17, Pirates 21, with Pirates still, with Heathens still with the kick to come. And there's no mistake about the conversion this time, 19-21. Malaria time.
This game is the kind of game that is worth your money, and you're even taken out so that you can pay some more money just to come back in and watch the rest of it. Beautiful, beautiful game. They are both teams playing their best, 21-19. And you could think if Joseph Oyet had not missed that kick, that very, very easy kick, that even a rugby fan somewhere out there would have converted. As the referee is still trying to finalize on something. And Lawrence Sebuliba, I don't think he'll be able to continue. He'll not be able to continue because he's limping. Lawrence is surely off, but he has really, really done a lot. Ivan Magomo as well seems to be off. So both teams have to deal with losses of their very, very important players. And Timothy Kiziga holds the ball, comfortably held up by Kelvin Balagade. And Stephen Alur has a lot of responsibility on his hands in the absence of Ivan Magomo. And Joshua Ngwao, they are looking for some space. Tackled. Ball goes wide. And Balagade looking to do some enforcing. Big Bala, as is known, throws Patrick Okello out of the way. But the offload is forward. So doing so much. Actually, there was a knock-on rather than a forward offload. That was a knock-on. And action time as we are almost approaching the end of this game. It's a scrum, and a very, very important scrum, because the full-time hooter has been blown. Heathens can afford to get a penalty and also score a drop kick. That could be another way to win, and that would be painful for the Pirates faithful here. Pirates need to put in the defense. They need to defend like their lives depend on it. They need to get the bragging rights as Rujumba Sevens title holders, as Nicolas Kato sends the ball out. Oyet, who's back and fine. Ball goes out wide to Claudio Tema versus Joshua Ngwao. Claudio Tema tackled by Joshua Ngwao very, very well there. And a contest for the rack that is brutal, and it's going to be advantage. And surely this should be Pirates title, and the Henry Rujumba Sevens go to the Stambik Black Pirates. Big fight between both teams, but congratulations to the Pirates finally winning this one, getting it away from their rivals who are the former champions of the Rujumba Sevens, the Cobs. Now it is rightfully home. And a very good fight there by the Heathens, but unfortunately the Pirates were just the better team on the day, the better team on the 2 days, you should think. Their defense was good, but Lawrence Sebuliba's individual brilliance was also something to marvel, getting 2 tries there for the team.
The scenes at Kings Park Arena, I mean, it is totally crazy. The fans are crazy. I mean, the fans have run onto the pitch. They're hugging the players. Heathens came back into the game when they were 14-0 down. But one of the differences was the center post conversion that Joseph Oyet missed, otherwise known as Ojo. And he'll be kicking himself about that, because this game could have perhaps gone into sudden death extra time. But right now, all the victory, all the glory is with Pirates. They have won at home. Not only have they kept their title hopes alive, but they have won in front of their home crowd. And this is a day which will go down in the history for a long, long time. They have honored the memory of Henry Rujumba at their home, at their new home, and they're very happy. On the scene, we can see Stephen Foxy Ojambo. He's very happy. He's one of the founders of the Pirates Rugby Club. This is a great moment for him. Stanbic, the sponsors of the Black Pirates, are around, and they will be very happy to see the team that they're sponsoring taking the title. It's been an exciting 2 days, and at the end of it all, Pirates have come out on top. I think that the barman will have to stock up on beers. The barman might have to stock up on beers, because definitely there'll be a lot of drinking and partying and dancing up until curfew time, and then people will go home. Stephen Foxy Ojambo, what do you have to say about Kings Park Arena by Black Pirates at the Henry Rujumba Memorial Sevens?
It is befitting, so we just keep there.
How much are you going to drink tonight?
Not so much, just 2 beers.
You're a pirate. I know that's not quite a straight answer.
1 crate maybe.
Thank you, Foxy.
The scenes. Beautiful, beautiful stuff from both teams. At the end of the day, rugby is the winner, but Pirates are the Rujumba Sevens champions, showing that they have the resolve to go all the way over 2 days. And you can see the Pirates players thanking their crowd, thanking their fans, and you can see the fans reciprocating it with much celebration as well.
Okay, with me here at the production center is one of the Black Pearls players, Emanuela Oroma. Black Pearls is the sister team to Black Pirates, and she is ecstatic. She ran onto the pitch to celebrate. So, Emma, how do you feel seeing the bigger brothers winning the Henry Rujumba? Pirates strong! Thank you, Emma. You can go back to your drink. How much are you going to drink tonight, Emma? So how much are you going to drink tonight?
I don't know how much, but I already started. So I can't tell how much, but I'm already drinking.
Okay, thank you very much, Emanuela Oroma. Congratulations. So right now, the tournament organizers, the tournament director is going to conduct the draws for the Kabale Sevens. They will be done from here so that teams will already know who will be playing who in the Kabale Sevens. Remember, the 10 core teams in this competition will travel to Kabale, and there will be an additional 2 invitational teams from Western Uganda. In this case, it will be Kabale Gorillas to be it will be Kabale Silverbacks, who are the hosts of the tournament, as well as Mbarara Mustangs, who won the Western Regional Sevens. So right now the draws are being conducted. It will be a 12-team tournament, and it's a one-day tournament. The tournaments which are held outside of central Uganda are one-day tournaments due to the travel involved.
So just a heads up, as the tournament director, Mr. Robert Boali, carries out the draw with the clubs for the Kabale Sevens. First off, the top seeded teams, that is the winner, the first runner-up and the second runner-up, that is Pirates, Heathens and Cobs, will be in Pool A, Pool B and Pool C respectively. So as you can see on the board there, it is Pool A, Pirates having won this leg, and then Pool B has Heathens, and then Pool C has the Cobs. The other teams in Pot 1, Pot 2 and Pot 3 will be drawn as they are right now, and as Impis now pull the first pot from the pool, they will know where they are going to land, whether it's in Pool A or Pool B or Pool C. Remember that, as Helen mentioned earlier, there are 3 pools of 12 teams, so there goes team TM for the Impis. That is Fagi has pulled Pool C, so he's in Pool C with Cobs. And meanwhile, as this draw is being held, the tournament organizers are doing the trophy handover. So we're doing 2 concurrent activities that are being run right now. But the most important bit, I believe right now is the draw. And in Pool A, that is going to be the Buffaloes with TM Joseph Ebeno having drawn Pool A. So the Buffaloes are going to be in Pool A with the Pirates, awaiting a trophy handover, the Heathens first, and then followed by the Black Pirates. So there we have the first 2 teams in Pool A and Pool C. That is the Pirates and the Buffaloes in Pool A. And in Pool C, we have Cobs and Impis. And as the trophy handover continues, team manager for Impis has drawn Pool A, has drawn Pool B, so it is Heathens and Hippos in Pool B. And slowly by slowly, we're now in the second draw of pots. Let's see who the Sailors TM, Mr. Chimeze, will draw. Knowing that Sailors are a core side, so we'll need to see who they'll draw in this pool for the Kabale Sevens. And as you can see, he's very excited. And as fate would have it, Pirates and Sailors are in the same pool for the Kabale Sevens. That is in Pool A. And now we have one more. That's Mongas. And that's going to be the Mongas. The Mongas team has drawn Pool C. Samongas will be in Pool C with Cobbs, Impis. So now we are on the final draws for pot 2. As you can see there, and as Lawrence Sebuliba receives his medal, very beautiful game from Lawrence Sebuliba. Scored 2 tries, brought Heathens back in the game, but it wasn't good enough. And Pirates were able to walk away with the trophy here. And in Pool C, we have the Rams. Pool B, we have the Rams as the third team in Pool B. So we have 3 teams to go from all the pots. That's Warriors, the Mbarara Titans, and the Kabale team, who will be our hosts, as Timothy Siga has been named the MVP of the Henry Rujumba Memorial Sevens. Let's see who Warriors have drawn. That's Madam Eunice Akaenda Inzika for the Warriors, and she has drawn the Warriors in Pool C. So that is Pool C complete with Heathens, Impis, Mongas, and the Warriors. And there comes Gabriel Redo as a representative for the Mbarara Titans. He fumbles with the draw, but I think it's the excitement of a fun tournament. Let's see which team that the Warriors have drawn, the Mbarara Titans have drawn. And that's going to be Pool B, Mbarara Titans. So the Mbarara Titans will be playing Heathens, Ginger Hippos, the Rams, and Mbarara Titans. And definitely there's no need to do the other draw. In Pool A, that will be the Pirates, Buffalo Sailors, and the hosts from Kabale next weekend at the Kabale Sevens.
Right now, Heathens has just come off the podium, having received their runners-up medals. And right now, it's Timothy Kisiga who's moved up to receive the MVP award. Timothy Kisiga has been chosen as the most valuable player of this tournament. I think well deserved. He's had an excellent tournament. He has been the difference between Pirates winning and losing today. So he will be happy with that MVP award, and something for him to put by his bedside table. Every time he wakes up in the morning, he'll look at it and smile.
And to the winners of the Henry Rujumba.
So not only does Timothy Kisiga walk away with a trophy for being the MVP, but he also walks away with $250,000 in cash for being the MVP. So he's going to be a very happy man today. So he's currently waiting for the rest of his team to catch up. They've been called up to receive their winners' medals and the winners' trophy, and they're walking with a swagger befitting of Pirates and of champions. And so the call is going out, Pirates A. Pirates are, as they swagger up to the podium. I just want to thank everybody who has tuned into the Kawowo YouTube channel to watch our live feed. Thank you for bearing with us despite our various struggles with Umeme, lots of power outages that we had today, and the feed went down, but you stayed with us. And thank you for the feedback that you've given us, and we will work on the issues that we've had, and hopefully that the feed will be better next time, and the commentary as well. Thanks for the positive feedback. And thank you for supporting rugby by tuning in and watching, and for sharing the link on the social media pages as well. So right now we have the Pirates, the Sea Robbers, receiving their winners' medals. Can see Desire Ayera. Desire Ayera happens to be my nephew, giving Haruna Muhammad a big hug. I mean, they've been very key for Pirates this weekend. Thank you, Karu Gojo, for your compliment. I don't know who Ruben's usual partner in crime is, but I'll tell Ruben that he needs to sack his usual partner in crime and stick with me. And for those who don't know, Martin Karungujo was one of the most lethal pirate centers that we've had in a long time. Probably retired too early, but he was devastating with ball in hand, and defensively could send his opponent about 5 to 10 meters back when he decided to put in his tackles. So right now he has relegated himself to watching the Pirates play on YouTube and celebrating their wins, probably with a shot or two of whiskey at home. The Pirates also come away with a cash prize of 500,000 shillings, courtesy of winning this leg. We suspect it will all be emptied in the bar within the next 10 minutes or so.
The party is just starting here at Kings Park Arena. The Rujumba Sevens have been a very colorful event, and I must say kudos to Pirates for making sure they send the Rainmakers mobile money in time. The rain tried to come to spoil the party, but it didn't have enough impetus to impact. Yeah, as you can see, the Pirates not strangers to the dance moves as well. The party has already started even before they hit the showers, and you can see what it means to them. But we're going to be having a couple of interviews with the captains, and we shall also be letting you know about everything Chigezi Sevens for next weekend. So we appreciate everyone that has been with us for this journey. For 2 days of action-packed rugby, today has been a bit of a challenge because of one issue or the other, but we respect you and we appreciate all of you. We see the comments and we read them, we take them wholeheartedly, and we thank you for them as well. Whether they are pro or they are against, it's still fine. As you can see, Pirates, party time here in Boyogere, party time. The fans do not look like they are leaving anytime soon, and we are from the commentary side, we are about to conclude, and then we shall hand over for the interviews. But as you can see, with the brand manager of Guinness as well, the title sponsors for the overall Sevens Series, handing over the money to the Pirates team. And you can see the fans in a frenzy. The music is also loud. It's a beautiful scene. How are you enjoying this Pirates win from wherever you are? We hope that you're getting yourself a Guinness. We hope that you're enjoying Stephen Allure. You can see having a moment with the trophy. He has had big shoes to fill. Yeah, and the Chigezi Sevens draws have already been made. We are going to be having them broadcast as well. So it's not time for you to leave the stream yet, because there's a lot more to show, a lot more interviews and so much. But the party has started here. You might think it's a Saturday, but it's a Sunday. And the proud team there, and Coach Bobby as well, Bobby Musinguzi, a very, very quiet man, but a man with a plethora of knowledge when it comes to rugby, building this young side. And now all the stakeholders can see the results that are coming back from what they have been building over the years. But this one will particularly mean a lot from the banter that happened a couple of years ago, calling Kings Park the legends Boyogere branch, because the Cubs had won the last Rujumba Sevens that was here, but now it is rightfully with the team that owns this place and the team to which the late Henry Rujumba was connected to. And as you can see there, the pools for the Chigezi Sevens are being shown, and we're going to be having pool A that has the Pirates, the Buffaloes, the Sailors, and the Kabale Silverbacks. In pool B there will be the Heathens, the Hippos, the Rams, and the Mbarara Titans. And pool C will be the Cubs, Impis, Mongers, and Warriors. So where are you making your plans to travel? If you are, start planning now and join us next weekend. For those that are not traveling, Kawowo Sports has you covered. Make sure that the notifications are on. Make sure that you've subscribed to the YouTube channel. We appreciate you for being with us on this journey of 2 days of excitement from the Rujumba Sevens. And we appreciate you. Special thanks yet again from myself, Ruben Kihumuro, and my counterpart for the day, and hopefully for more circuits to come, Helen Buteme Koyo, as we sign out and hand over. Cheers.
Black, it's not dark, it's bright. Black is bold. Black is every color, all together. My thing, your thing, our thing mixed together. Black shines brightest.